Preface of Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. These volumes are inscribed to the Right Honourable Lady Charlotte Maria Campbell. While stranger eyes, whence'er her form is seen, own her of captive hearts unrivalled queen, while stranger cars, catching some passing strain, the music of her voice through life retain, admired by all, with truth she still may boast, the few who know her best admire her most. M. G. Lewis, London, June 21st, 1808. Preface. I am equally unwilling to take any merit to myself which does not justly belong to me, and to deprive another of that praise which is his due. But I find it difficult to point out exactly what portion of the following work is my individual property. Even in those tales which are least my own, I have made so many and such important alterations, omissions, and interpolations, that it would have been less trouble to write an entire new work. But I doubt not any such work, composed by my own unassisted abilities, would have been greatly inferior to the present. In this dilemma, I believe, the best and shortest way will be to request my readers to ascribe whatever pleases them to the authors of the original tales, and to lay all the faults at my door. However, what little information I can give respecting this work shall be laid before the public, and in as few words as possible. Mistrust, the Anaconda, my Uncle Garrett's Window, and Amorasin are of German origin. In particular, the idea of mistrust was suggested by a tragedy from which I have borrowed a great part of the plot, and one of the most striking scenes. I have also occasionally inserted in my narrative such speeches as pleased me. The Admiral Guarino, in King Rodrigo's Fall, are translations, and I believe very faithful ones, of two ancient Spanish romances. Bertrand and Mary-Belle and the Lord of Falkenstein are in a great measure taken from some fragments of old German ballads. Sir Guy the Seeker is founded upon a tradition current in Northumberland. Indeed, an adventure nearly similar to Sir Guy's is said to have taken place in various parts of Great Britain, particularly on the Pentland Hills in Scotland, where the prisoners are supposed to be King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, and in Lancashire, where an alehouse near Chorley still exhibits the sign of a Sir John Stanley following an old man with a torch, while his horse starts back in terror at the objects, which are discovered through two immense iron gates. The alehouse is known by the name of the Iron Gates, which are supposed to protect the entrance of an enchanted cavern in the neighborhood. The female captive, I believe, is peculiar to Dunstanburgh Castle, and certain shining stones which are occasionally found in its neighborhood, and which are called Dunstanburgh diamonds, are supposed by the peasants to form part of that immense treasure, with which the lady will reward her deliverer. In Wallace's History of the Antiquities of Northumberland, the castle is described as follows. It stands on an eminence of several acres, sloping gently to the sea, and on the north and northwest edged with precipices in the form of a crescent, by the western termination of which are three natural stone pyramids of a considerable height, and by the eastern one an opening in the rocks made by the sea, under a frightful precipice called Rumble Churn, from the breaking of the waves in tempestuous weather and high seas. Above this is the main entrance, and by it the ruin of the chapel. At the southwest corner is the draw-well, partly filled up. It is built with rag and whinstone. This romance was written during my residence in the castle's neighborhood at Hawick, the seat of the present Earl Grey, to whose ancestor Sir William Grey, Dunstanburgh Castle was granted by James I. It is now the property of the Earl of Tankerville. For a further account of Dunstanburgh versus Gross's Antiquities of England and Wales. The Dying Bride is partly translated from a Lithuanian ballad, a German translation of which is to be found in Herder's Volkslieder. The last 7 stanzas are entirely new. Bill Jones. The wild and singular story upon which this ballad is founded was first related to me by my friend, Mr. Walter Scott, to whom I am also indebted for the following particulars. Everything which falls from the pen of the author of Marmion, and of the Lay of the Last Minstrel, must, I am certain, be read with interest by the public. In spring 1801, Mr. William C., advocate, while travelling to London in the mail coach, had for his companion the person by whom the following story was originally told. He was a seafaring man, and a native of Liverpool, but had been lately settled at Hamburg, whence he had been driven by the threatened rupture betwixt Britain and the northern powers. A magpie having appeared by the side of the road, the seaman made some superstitious observations, exactly to the purpose of the first verses, except that the evil which befell him on the second ill-omened conjunction of 3 of those birds was, I believe, a fall from a horse. This led to the story here called Bill Jones, which the seaman, who had been mate aboard the vessel in which it happened, told under the evident feelings of the strongest conviction. He mentioned the date of the event, the name of the vessel, and its owner, with those of the captain and murdered man, and gave so circumstantial a detail as to leave no doubt on the mind of the hearers that the events, so far as natural, were certainly true, and that the marvelous had been supplied by the superstitious imagination of the sailors. The narrative is literally versified, excepting in the following particulars. The captain shot the sailor with a blunderbuss, and had gone indeed down to the cabin to provide himself with that weapon after the quarrel commenced. The man was on the yardarm when he received the mortal wound, and was handed down by his companions. While he lay dying on the deck, the dialogue passed betwixt him and his murderer, precisely as in the following tale. It may also be mentioned that the spectre was only affirmed by the mate to be visible to the crew during the night. He had often seen him, he said, himself, on the yardarm. He had interfered to prevent the murder, or rather after it was over, for which the captain put him in irons, and he was not released till he had made a submissive apology. The captain communicated, or rather hinted, his resolution of suicide to the narrator. When they were together in the cabin, he said he could not stay, that he must leave the ship, that the spectre, whom they saw but occasionally, was constantly before his eyes, and that he could bear it no longer. At this moment something obliged the mate to go on deck, when he heard a heavy plunge into the sea, and saw the captain floating astern of the vessel. The drowning man gave a wild cry, exclaiming, "Bill has me now!" The sailor left the audience to make their own inference. He himself seemed rather to insinuate that the apparition had some immediate share in the captain's death. After this strange story was finished, Mr. C. asked the seaman whether he did not think the captain mad. He paused as if the idea had never occurred to him, and answered after some deliberation he did not believe he was, for unless in the frantic fits of passion into which he was thrown by the least opposition, he conversationed well enough. These circumstances have been very often told me by my friend Mr. C., and the difference here noticed occurred to us both on reading the poem. W. Scott. Edinburgh, January 13th, 1805. The Four Facardins. The first part of this tale is translated from the French of Count Antoine Hamilton, author of the celebrated Mémoires de Grammont. The second is original. Count Hamilton wrote during the reign of Louis XIV, when the Arabian Nights entertainments were in their highest vogue, in ridicule of which productions Les Quatre Facardins was probably composed. It was left imperfect, and indeed it is most likely that the author never intended to finish it, and wrote without any settled plan. Yet I believe few people have ever read it without feeling regret at its abrupt termination. This deficiency I have endeavored to supply. The brilliance of coloring, the playfulness of imagination, those easy graces and that felicity of expression which give such a charm to the French tale, I well knew to be quite beyond my reach, and I have not even attempted to imitate them. My utmost aim has been to finish those adventures by some means or other which Count Hamilton had left imperfect, and conscious that to rival the first part in wit would for me be a hopeless attempt, I have only endeavored to make the second surpass it in extravagance. In the composition of this second part, whatever may be its merits or demerits, I am not conscious of having borrowed a single incident, except that of the Queen of Denmark's animated though dismembered limbs, which was suggested by a French tale called L'Oreille. Oberon's Henchman. This romance contains the history of the Indian boy, for whom Oberon and Titania quarrel in the Midsummer's Night's Dream, and as it thus possesses a slight connection with Shakespeare, it will probably be read with a greater share of interest than it could possibly excite by its own slender merits. It was composed to amuse a person from whom during many years I have experienced much kindness, and whose friendship and regard I value very highly. In consequence, many passages relate to accidental occurrences in society, to explain which would be totally uninteresting to the public, and which therefore will not merely lose what little value they might originally possess, but must unavoidably appear as blemishes. The particular view also with which the poem was written confined my scene to the banks of the Clyde, and many of my friends who have perused these verses in manuscript have censured me for removing the Indian boy to Scotland, when Shakespeare had placed him in the neighborhood of Athens. I confess, however, that on this head they have not convinced me. As the kingdom of Oberon is bounded by no assigned limits, I see no reason why he should not be supposed to visit occasionally his Scottish dominions, when his favorite henchman would naturally follow in his train. And if any censure is to be passed respecting this point, I have Dr. Johnson's authority for suggesting that the impropriety consists in Shakespeare's having mixed the fairies with Theseus and Hippolyta, when the Grecian deities were the supernatural agents most suitable to be introduced. Many other defects have been pointed out to me, but they are too glaring, and the public is too quick-sighted to make it necessary to specify them here. M.G. Lewis. End of preface.
Section 1 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Section 1. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, Chapter 1. A Feudal Romance. Rien n'est plus capable d'ôter les bons sentiments que la défiance. Il suffit souvent d'être soupçonné comme l'ennemi pour le devenir. Au contraire, la confiance engage à bien faire. On est touché de la bonne opinion des autres, et l'on ne se ressent pas facilement à la perdre. Madame de Sévigné. The bird is dead, that we have made so much on. I had rather have skipped from 16 years of age to 60, to have turned my leaping time into a crutch, than have seen this. Cymbeline. Peace was concluded, and the waters of the Rhine again flowed through plains unpolluted with blood. The Palatine saw his enemies at his feet. It rested in his own pleasure to trample or to raise them, and the use which he made of the victory proved how well he merited to be victorious. His valor had subdued his enemies. His clemency converted those enemies into friends. The Duke of Saxony, the hereditary foe of his family, had been made his prisoner in the last engagement. He restored him to liberty without ransom or conditions, and he could have framed none so binding as those which this fearless generosity imposed on the Duke's gratitude. Henry of Saxony became from that moment his firmest ally, and the Palatine found in his powerful friendship more real strength than if he had surrounded his whole dominions with a triple wall of brass. The Saxons departed to their own country. The Palatine dismissed his feudatory troops, and their chiefs led back their vassals, loaded with the presents of their liege lord, and proud of the wounds which they had received in his service. Among these warriors few had displayed more valor than the youthful Osbright of Frankheim, but no sooner was the war concluded than none panted with more impatience for the permission to depart. It was given, and the next hour saw him spring upon his courser. He committed the care of his vassals to a grey-headed knight in whose prudence he could confide, and then, while his heart swelled high with joy and expectation, he gave his horse the spur and sped towards his native towers. But it was not the recollection of those native towers, nor of anyone whom his castle walls contained, which now made his cheeks glow and his eyes blaze with such impatient fire. It was not to embrace his beloved and loving mother, nor to kneel at the feet of his respected father, who held his two sons precious as the two apples of his eyes, nor yet to behold once more his little darling, the young Jocelyn, who looked upon his elder brother as the masterpiece of creation. None of these was the motive which now hurried Osbright onwards. None of these, while the mountains, woods, and wilds were left behind him with inconceivable rapidity, made him wonder at the unaccustomed sluggishness of his courser. No, it was the hope of once more beholding the avowed enemy of himself and of his whole house, that being to whom he was an object of the wildest alarm, and by whom his very name was held in abhorrence. This was the hope which made the young warrior's heart swell with eagerness almost to bursting. There was not a fleeter steed in the whole Palatinate than Osbright's. His speed was stretched to the utmost, but in vain. Night was at hand, and he had not yet arrived at the wished-for goal. The knight abandoned the fruitless attempt to reach it, checked his courser, and stopped for a few moments to gaze upon the hostile towers of Aurenburg, as they rose proudly in the distance, all golden and glittering with the splendors of the setting sun. "Oh, yes," he sighed to himself, "the day must at length arrive, when I need no longer gaze at distance on yonder walls, and envy every pilgrim who dares approach the portals with a prayer of hospitality. The day shall surely come, when my name, now never mentioned but with curses, or at least with alarm within the precincts of yonder castle, shall call down blessings only inferior to those given to its lords. When the sound of my courser's tramp on the drawbridge shall seem to the hearer sweet as the merry bells which announce a victory, and when to proclaim that Osbright of Frankheim draws near shall be to announce an holiday throughout Aurenburg. Till then, peace dwell in all your hearts, my beloved enemies. With every bead that he tells, with every orison that he breathes, Osbright of Frankheim shall call down blessings on the heads of those who now call down curses on his." Again he set forwards, but now suffered his horse to choose what pace he pleased. The wearied animal gladly profited by the permission. Osbright, plunged in melancholy but not unpleasing thought, observed not the moderate rate at which he was now performing his journey, till the moon, emerging from behind a cloud, suddenly poured her radiance full upon his sight, and the unexpected light startled him from his reverie. He looked up and saw the place before him, to reach which had been the object of his proceeding with such unwearied expedition. But it was already night, and the spell which had drawn him thither so forcibly had ceased to operate. Still, though he knew well that the search must be fruitless, he could not refuse himself the satisfaction of revisiting that place, whose remembrance was so dear to his imagination, so consecrated by his heart. He bound his steed to the branch of a shattered oak, and entered a narrow path which wound among the mountains. He soon reached an open space, nearly square in its form, surrounded on three sides with flowering shrubs and branches, and presenting on the fourth the entrance to a grotto, whose mouth was thickly overgrown with ivy, woodbines, and a variety of tangling weeds. Osbright heard the well-known murmur of the waterfall. His heart beat quicker as he listened to the sound, and his eyes sparkled in the moonbeams with tears of melancholy pleasure. He entered the cavern. As he expected and feared, it was vacant, but the moonshine, penetrating through an opening in the rocky roof, and converting the cataract into a flood of silver light, enabled him to see a wreath of flowers still fresh, which was lying on a stone seat at no great distance from the water. With an exclamation of joy he seized the wreath and pressed it to his lips. The cave then had been visited that very day. Ah, if he had but reached it before sunset! But the sun was not set forever. Tomorrow it would rise again, and he now doubted no longer that it would rise a sun of joy to him. He kissed off the dewdrops, with which the flowers were heavy, and which he could not help flattering himself were tears of sorrow for his absence. He then hung the garland round his neck, and having deposited his well-known scarf in place of the flowers, he quitted the cavern with a lightened heart, and with hopes increased by the certainty that in his absence he had not been forsaken. And now, this first and chief anxiety dispelled, he was at liberty to bestow his thoughts on those friends who were the next dearest objects of his affection, and on that home where his unexpected arrival was certain to diffuse such joy. Again he spurred his horse forwards, but the animal needed no inducement to make him exert all his speed, while retracing a road whose goal was so well known to him. He darted forwards with the rapidity of an arrow, and would not have paused till his arrival at the castle of Frankheim, had not Osbright checked him, when within half a mile of his paternal towers. The sound of a bell tolling heavily attracted his attention, and gave his imagination the alarm. From the quarter whence it sounded, he guessed that it must proceed from St. John's Chapel, a building raised by the piety of one of his ancestors long deceased, and whose vaults were appropriated to the sole purpose of receiving the relics of those who expired within the walls of Frankheim. Vespers must have long been past. It was not yet midnight, nor indeed was it usual to celebrate religious rites within that chapel except on particular festivals or occasions of extraordinary solemnity. His heart beat high while he paused to listen. The bell continued to toll, so slow, so solemn as to permit his doubting no longer that it was sounding for the departure of some enfranchised spirit. Was there a death then in his family? Had he to lament the loss of a relation, of a friend, of a parent? Anxiety to have this question answered without delay would not permit him to pursue his destined course. Hastily he turned the bridle of his horse and darted into the grove of cypress, whose intervening shades hid the chapel from his observation. It was situated in the bosom of this grove, and a few minutes were sufficient to bring him to the place whence the sound proceeded. But the bell had already ceased to toll, and in its place, after a momentary silence, a strain of solemn choral music and the full swell of the organ burst upon the ear of Osbright. He knew well those sad melodious sounds. It was the De Profundis, chanted by the nuns and monks of the two neighboring monasteries, St. Hildegard and St. John. The chapel was brilliantly illuminated. The painted windows poured a flood of light upon the surrounding trees, and stained their leaves with 1,000 glowing colors. It was evident that a burial was performing, and that the deceased must be a person of no mean consideration. Osbright sprang from his horse, and without allowing himself time to secure the animal from escape, he rushed into the chapel, while anxiety almost deprived him of the powers of respiration. The chapel was crowded, and as he had lowered the visor of his casque, no one was disposed to make way for him. But within a few paces of the principal entrance there was a low door conducting to a gallery, the access to which was prohibited to all except the members of the noble family of Frankheim. Too impatient to ask questions, which he dreaded to hear answered, Osbright, without a moment's delay, hastened towards the private door. It was not without difficulty that he forced his way to it, but all present were too much engaged by the mournful business, which they had come thither to witness, to permit their attending to his motions, and he reached the gallery unquestioned and unobserved. Alas! It was empty. With every moment the conviction acquired new force that the funeral bell had knelled for some one of his family. His whole frame shook with alarm as he cast his eyes upon the aisle beneath. It was hung with black throughout, but the blaze of innumerable torches dispelled the double gloom of night and of the sable hangings. The sweet, sad requiem still rose from the choir where the nuns of St. Hildegard were stationed. The avenues to the aisle were thronged with the vassals of Frankheim, but the middle of the aisle was left free, for there stood the chief actors in this mournful ceremony, and the crowd kept a respectful distance. By the side of an open grave which occupied the center of the aisle stood the abbot of St. John's, the venerable Sylvester. His arms were extended over the grave, as if bestowing on the already consecrated earth an additional benediction. An awe-inspiring air of sanctity pervaded his tall, thin figure. His eyes seemed to shine with a mild celestial brightness when he raised them with all the rapture of enthusiasm towards heaven, but their fires were quenched by tears of pity when he cast a glance of benevolence towards a stately tomb of white marble, which rose upon his left hand. Against that tomb, which was raised in honor of Ladislaus, the first Count of Frankheim, and which was exactly opposite to Osbright's retreat, reclined the two chief mourners, a warrior and a lady, and the youth's heart felt itself relieved from a weight almost intolerable when he recognized the beloved authors of his being. Now then, he no longer trembled for the life of one of those parents whose undeviating affection through the whole course of his existence had made them so justly dear to him. But for whom, then, were they mourning? The loss must needs touch Osbright nearly, which could occasion such extreme affliction to his parents, and that their affliction was extreme, it was not permitted him to cherish even a doubt. The noble Magdalena stood with her hands clasped, her eyes raised to heaven, while unconscious tears coursed each other down her cheeks, motionless as a statue, pale as the marble tomb, against which she was leaning, the very image of unutterable despair. Widely different was the expression produced by anguish upon the noble and strongly marked features of Count Rodrigo. His heart was the seat of agony. 1,000 scorpions seemed every moment to pierce it with their poisonous stings, but not one tear forced itself into his bloodshot eyeballs, not the slightest convulsion of his gigantic limbs betrayed the silent tortures of his bosom. A gloom, settled and profound, reigned upon his dark and high-arched eyebrows. He bent his gaze immutably upon a bier, which stood between himself and Magdalena, and which supported a coffin richly adorned with the escutcheons of the house of Frankheim. He rested one hand on the coffin. His other hand grasped firmly the jeweled handle of his dagger. His glaring eyes were stretched widely as if their strings were on the point of breaking, and the flames which blazed in them were red and lurid. Disdain seemed to curl his lips and expand his nostrils. An expression of restrained fury pervaded his whole deportment, and his resolute attitude, and something almost like a sullen smile which marked itself round his mouth, gave the prophetic assurance of revenge dreadfully satisfied. His long sable mantle was wrapped round his right arm, It had fallen from his left shoulder, and hung round him in loose drapery, while its folds rustled wildly in the night wind, in whose blast the tapers were flaring, and whose murmurs seemed to sigh for the deceased, when the nuns, pausing in their mournful melody, permitted its hollow voice to be heard. With every fresh gust the white plumes which decorated the four corners of the bier waved themselves backwards and forwards with a melancholy motion, and then did the tears stream faster from Magdalena's eyes, to think that now nothing of motion remained to the being whom she had ever loved so fondly, except the waving plumes with which his hearse was decorated. And now the moment was come for depositing the coffin in the earth. The music ceased. A profound and awful silence reigned in the chapel, only interrupted by the loud sobbing of a young page who had thrown himself on his knees, and who, by enveloping his head in his cloak, had endeavored without success to prevent his grief from becoming audible. Though his face was thus concealed, his light and graceful form, the long tresses of his dark golden hair which streamed in the night wind, and still more the enthusiastic extravagance of his sorrow, left Osbright no doubt who was the mourner. It was the young Eugene, Count Rodrigo's beloved but unacknowledged offspring. 4 of the friars had now approached the bier. They raised the coffin in silence, and bore it towards the open grave. The heavy sound of their departing footsteps roused Magdalena. She extended her arms towards the coffin, and started forwards a few paces, as if she wished to detain the bearers. But a moment's recollection was sufficient to make her feel the inutility of delay, and folding her arms across upon her bosom, she bowed her head in humble resignation. Her lord still remained without motion. The coffin was lowered gently into the grave. It disappeared, and the attendants were on the point of covering it with the appointed marble, when Eugene uttered a loud shriek. "Oh, not yet, not yet!" he cried, while he started from the ground, and rushing forwards he arrested the arm of one of the friars who held the monumental stone. His eyes were swollen with weeping, his gestures were wild as a maniac's, and his voice was the very accent of despair. "Oh, not yet!" he exclaimed. "He was the only being in the world that ever really loved me. The slightest drop of blood in his veins was dearer to me than those which warmed my own heart. I cannot endure to part with him forever. Oh, not yet, father! Good father, not yet!" The youth was now kneeling on the verge of the grave, and he bent down his head and bathed the friar's feet with his tears in all the humility of supplication. As yet Magdalena had borne her sorrow like a heroine, but the unexpected shriek of Eugene, the heart-piercing, hopeless tone in which he pronounced the words of "forever," was more than her fortitude could bear. She uttered a deep sigh, and sank insensible into the arms of her attendants, while Rodrigo, whom the page's cry of agony had also roused from his gloomy meditations, sprang forward with a furious look and plunged into the grave. With involuntary horror the friars started back, and then, as if changed to stone by a Gorgon's head, they remained gazing upon the dreadful countenance which presented itself before them. Count Rodrigo's stature was colossal. The grave in which he stood scarcely rose above his knees. His eyes blazed, his mouth foamed, his coal-black hair stood erect, in which he twisted his hands, and tearing out whole handfuls by the roots he strewed them on the coffin which stood beside his feet. "Right! Right!" he cried, while his thundering voice shook the vaults above him, and while he stamped upon the hallowed earth with impotent fury. "Right, Eugene! Not yet shall the earth cover the innocent victim of avarice. Not yet shall the lips of holiness pronounce the last long farewell. Not till I have sworn upon his coffin never to know rest, till his death is avenged most amply. Not till I have devoted to the demons of darkness the murderer and his accursed offspring. Yes, not he alone, but his whole serpent brood shall pay the penalty of his crime. His wife, his children, his servants, all. His vassals shall be hunted through the woods like wolves, slaughtered wherever found. His towers shall be wrapped by my hand in flames, and its shrieking inmates hurled back into the burning ruins. You hear me, friends? You see the agony which tortures my heart? And yet do I curse alone? And yet does no voice join mine in the vow of revenge? Nay, then, look here. Observe this pallid face. Observe this mangled bosom. Look on these, and join with me in one dreadful, irrevocable curse. Vengeance, everlasting vengeance on the bloody house of Arenberg." As he said this, he violently forced open the coffin, tore from the shroud a lifeless body, and held it up to the gaze of the shuddering multitude around him. It was the corpse of a child, apparently not more than 9 years old. A large wound disfigured the ivory bosom. Yet, even in death, the countenance was that of a sleeping angel. His eyes were closed. As Rodrigo held it forth at his arm's length, the profusion of its light flaxen hair fell over the pale, lovely features of the child, but Osbright had already seen enough to confirm his worst suspicions. His brain whirled around, his sight grew dim, and he sank lifeless upon a bench which stood behind him. Yet, as his eyes closed, and before his senses quite forsook him, he could hear the exasperated multitude answer his father's demand by a general shout of "Vengeance! Everlasting vengeance on the bloody house of Aurenberg." The end of Section 1.
Section 2 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, Chapter 2. Suspicions lurking, frown, and prying eye. R.P. Knight's Landscape. The visor of Osbright's helmet was closed, and the exclusion of air necessarily prolonged his insensibility. When he recovered himself, the chapel was vacant, and the lamps and torches all extinguished. The total darkness which surrounded him added to the confusion of his ideas, and a considerable time elapsed before he could recollect himself sufficiently to arrange in their proper order the dreadful circumstances which had just occurred. The image of his murdered brother haunted his imagination, and resisted all his efforts to chase it away. Though his own education had been received principally at the court of the Bishop of Bamberg, and therefore he had seen but little of the young Jocelyn, that little was sufficient to make him feel an affection most truly fraternal for the amiable child. Deeply, therefore, did he regret his loss, but yet he regretted the circumstances which attended it even more than the loss itself. His father's horrible curse still rang in his ears. The sentence of death pronounced upon himself would have sounded to him less dreadful than the general shout of the incensed vassals, "Vengeance on the house of Aurenberg." Bewildered, irresolute, daring scarcely to admit the possibility of his father's solemn assertion being unfounded, and heaving many a sigh of anguish over the probable ruin of all his schemes of happiness, did Osbright quit the gallery and pursue his way to the great entrance of the chapel. The darkness was profound, and he reached the gates with some difficulty, but here he found his intention of departure completely frustrated. During his swoon the doors had been carefully locked and barred, and though his strength was great, it was still insufficient to enable him to force them open. Exhausted with his fruitless efforts, he abandoned the attempt, and had made up his mind to return to the matted gallery, and remain there quietly till morning should enable him to regain his liberty, when he recollected that at the further extremity of the aisle there existed a cell which generally was tenanted by one of the brethren of St. John, whose office it was to keep the chapel in order, and by whose care in all probability the doors had been so carefully secured. Thither he bent his way, hoping to obtain his freedom by the friar's assistance, and at least certain of finding a less damp and unwholesome shelter for the night. Feeling his way from pillar to pillar, he proceeded slowly and cautiously. It was not long before a ray of light at some distance guided his steps, and a low, murmuring voice assured him that the cell was inhabited. He pushed the door gently open. A lamp, which was placed in the nook of a narrow Gothic window, threw its light full upon the pale face and grey locks of the friar, who was kneeling before a crucifix with an immense rosary in his hand, and his eyes fixed devoutly upon the Redeemer's countenance. Osbright was both too unwell and too impatient to wait for the conclusion of his prayer. He stepped into the cell, and the sound of his heavy spurs, which clattered as he trod, roused the monk from his devotions. He started up and looked round, amazed at so unusual an intrusion. But no sooner did he cast his eyes upon his visitor than he fell prostrate upon the earth before him, loaded him with benedictions, and poured forth a profusion of thanks to heaven, which had thought the meanest of its servants worthy of so unusual and distinguished an honor. Osbright had raised his visor for the benefit of air, and the singular beauty of his features, the noble expression of his countenance, the symmetry of his form, and the dazzling brilliance of his armor made the pious brother conclude that he was honored by a celestial vision, and that the form who stood before him was no other than the archangel Michael. He was so convinced of this that he was on the very point of asking news of the dragon, when the knight hastened to dissipate his illusion. "Rise, good father," said he. I am a mortal like yourself, and what is more, am a mortal who greatly need your assistance. During the late mournful ceremony, a sudden illness overpowered me. I became insensible. No one observed me, and I found myself on my recovery alone in darkness, and enclosed within the chapel. Doubtless you possess the means of opening the gate, and can restore me to liberty." "Truly can I, my son," answered the monk, "and it is but just that I should be the person to let you out, as I was the person who locked you in so carefully." "Mercy on me, poor old man. I little thought that I was locking in anything better than the dead, and myself and my old raven Jojo. But oh, all ye blessed spirits, you must have been ill indeed, Sir Knight, for the poor child that Count Rodrigo tore out of its shroud did not look paler than you do at this moment." "Nay, in truth it was your paleness which made me be so sure of your being a spirit when I first looked on you, for I thought that no living thing could have had a countenance so bloodless. But how I stand here talking when I ought to be doing somewhat to assist you. Here, Sir Knight," he continued at the same time, hastening to a small walnut tree cupboard, and spreading his whole store of provisions before the stranger. "Here is some refreshment, here is bread, and fruit, and hard eggs, and here is even some venison for you, for alas, the day, I am old and weak, and our abbot has forbidden my fasting and keeping the spare holy diet, which I used and which I ought to keep. Ah, I shall never have the good fortune to be a saint, nor even a martyr, heaven help me. But I will not murmur at Providence, sinner that I am for saying so. Now, good Sir Knight, eat and refresh yourself, for it makes my heart bleed to see you look so pale. And see, I protest I had like to have forgotten the best of all. Here is a small bottle of a most rare cordial. It was given me by my sister Anaconda, the fat portress of St. Hildegard's, and she assured me that its virtue was sovereign. Now taste it, good son, I beseech you. I am sure it will do you service. Not that I ever tried its good qualities myself, but Sister Anaconda has, and she's a devout person who, I warrant you, knows what's good. Now taste it, dear Sir Knight. In the name of St. Ursula and the 11,000 virgins, rest their souls, though nobody was ever lucky enough to find their blessed bodies. I beseech you now, taste it." The benevolent manner of the old man was irresistible. Osbright partook of the cordial, and the warmth which immediately diffused itself through his chilled veins, and the glow which it produced upon his cheeks, sufficiently testified that Sister Anaconda had not said too much in favor of her present. Brother Peter now pressed the youth to partake of the viands placed before him, and Osbright, finding that his person was totally unknown to the monk, thought that by engaging him in conversation he might most easily and expeditiously learn the meaning of the melancholy transactions which he had just witnessed in the chapel. Accordingly, he took some of the refreshments which his host presented to him, and found no difficulty in leading the conversation to the funeral and its cause, while, on the other hand, Father Peter, believing his discourse to be directed to a stranger whom curiosity alone had led to the chapel, and who had no personal interest in the transaction, felt no hesitation in answering the questions put to him without disguise and in their fullest extent. "You shall hear all that I know, Sir Knight," said the old man, "and I believe I know more of the matter than most people. Indeed, you'll marvel perhaps how I came to know so much, but did you remark a young page at the funeral who sobbed so piteously that one heard him in spite of the organ? His name is Eugene. He is the Countess's page, and between ourselves they do say that he is more nearly related to the Count than law and religion allow of. But the Count wishes this to be kept a secret, and so I shall not say a syllable upon the subject. Well, this Eugene is an excellent pious youth, and often comes to the chapel and prays upon his knees for whole hours together before the Virgin's image, and employs all the money he can procure in purchasing masses in hopes of removing the soul of his poor sinful mother out of purgatory, and so he used often to bring the poor little murdered Jocelyn to visit me in my cell, and he told me the whole matter exactly as I now tell it to you. You must know, Sir Knight, that some 20 years ago there was an old Count of Frankenheim by the name Geronimus, who bequeathed his large domains." "Nay, pry thee, my good father," interrupted Osbright impatiently, "proceed to the murder at once, and leave out the bequest of Count Geronimus." "Leave out the bequest?" cried Brother Peter. "Heaven help us, you might as well bid me tell you the story of the fall of man, and leave out the apple. Why, that bequest has made the whole mischief, and into the bargain, Sir Knight, I must tell my own story my own way, or I shall never be able to tell it at all. Well, as I was saying, this Count Geronimus had but one child, a daughter, and as his ruling passion was family pride, of which, however, the present Count has a hogshead where the old one had but a drop, he resolved to bestow her hand and his large domains upon the next heir. Unluckily, before his intentions were made known to him, the next heir was already affianced to another, Rodrigo of West Frankenheim, and his cousin Gustavus of Orenburg, equally needy and equally related to Geronimus. Only Rodrigo was the eldest branch, were both suitors to Magdalena, the rich heiress of Helmstadt, who at this very moment chose to make her election in favor of the former. Now who was puzzled but the old count? What should he do? Family pride forbade his alienating the patrimony of Frankenheim from the man who at his death would be the reigning count, and yet paternal affection would not suffer him to leave his unoffending daughter quite destitute. To reconcile these two jarring passions, he bequeathed the whole hereditary estates to Count Rodrigo, and gave his daughter, the Lady Uralka, his whole personal property, besides several purchased estates of considerable value, together with permission to bestow them and her hand according to her own free choice. That choice fell on Gustavus of Orenburg, who was too greedy of wealth to refuse so advantageous a match, though he never forgave the Lady Magdalena's rejection of him, but cherished a secret spite in his heart against her and his successful rival. Indeed, is that quite certain? Oh, quite. Why, Count Rodrigo always says so himself. I thought to be sure Gustavus carried himself artfully enough towards him, and would fain have been on friendly terms at Frankenheim. But Rodrigo was too prudent to be deceived, and guessed, and that all their fair speeches and mild looks were intended to lull him into a dangerous security till an opportunity should offer of doing him an injury without danger. And did Gustavus ever betray any such intention by his actions? Oh, blessed Virgin! No, to be sure not. My lord was too much on his guard to give him an opportunity. It's true, the family still kept up an appearance of being on decent terms, and even visited, but my lord never went to the castle of Orenburg, but well armed and attended, and kept an eye of suspicion on everything that was passing around him. And when Gustavus returned the visit, he must easily have seen by my lord's looks and manner that he was aware of his being come for no good, and so he never ventured to put his evil designs in execution. But how my old head rambles! I forgot to tell you that there was a worse cause of enmity than their joint suite to Magdalena. You must know that when Count Geronimus found his daughter's choice to have fallen upon Gustavus, who after Rodrigo would inherit the titles of Frankheim, he betrothed himself of a way to render the union of that beloved name and his large possessions more durable than ever. Accordingly, in a clause to his will he enacted that in case either Gustavus or Rodrigo should die without heirs, the property, which had bequeathed to the one, should descend to the other undiminished. Neither of them had children at the time of the old count's decease, but within a 12-month after it Rodrigo fell dangerously ill. He lay for 2 days insensible. The physicians believed him to be dead. The report spread over the whole country, and in what haste was Gustavus to take possession of the castle and its domains. He came galloping over in all joy, when, lo and behold, he found our good lord still in the land of the living, and was obliged to return home quite chapfallen. If the plague had broken out among them, it could not have produced more sorrows in the castle of Orenburg than the tidings of this recovery. Indeed, who told you that, father? Oh, I remember that it was the common report throughout Frankheim. I never heard any one say otherwise. Well, Sir Knight, Gustavus had scarcely got the better of this disappointment when he met with another. The Lady Magdalena proved with child, and was safely delivered of a fine boy, who was christened Osbright. When Gustavus heard this, he turned as white as a corpse. How know you that? Did you see him? I? Saint Christosum forbid! I never saw the hypocritical assassin, heaven pardon me for calling him so, who am myself so hardened a sinner. I say I never saw him in my whole life, not I. I would as soon look on Beelzebub in person. No, I might indeed have seen him once, but I cast down my eyes, crossed myself, and passed on. Well, the house of Orenburg comforted itself with thinking that Rodrigo had but one son, while the Lady Ulrica had borne 4 besides a daughter. It's true, Count Rodrigo's prudence had made him send the young Osbright out of the reach of their enmity, but still he might be taken off by 1,000 natural accidents. This hope also received its death blow about 9 years ago by the birth of a second son to Rodrigo, this very little luckless Jocelyn. The 2 boys increased in bloom and strength as they increased in years, while the Orenburg children were all weak, sickly creatures. One after another the 3 eldest sank into the grave. But when about 6 months ago the fourth boy expired and left them with only a daughter and without hopes of further progeny, Gustavus's spite and avarice could no longer contain itself within bounds. He resolved to remove the objects of his aversion, cost what it might, and you saw in the mangled body of Jocelyn the effects of this diabolical resolution. Heaven pardon him and me, and all the sinners. Amen. Aye, that murder, father, that murder. That is what I would fain hear. Oh, proceed for pity's sake. Let me know every cruel circumstance, even though to hear it should break my heart. Ah, and that would be 1,000 pities, for it must needs be a kind heart to take on so grievously at hearing a story in which you have no concern. Well then, you must know that one morning the Count sent forth to hunt the hart, and his young son pleaded so earnestly to accompany him that the father could not resist his entreaties. The sport was excellent, and in the eagerness of pursuit, everyone forgot to look after Jocelyn. At length the animal was taken. The hunters found themselves at a considerable distance from home. By degrees they all assembled, all except Jocelyn. Now then a hue and cry commenced. The Count was half frantic with apprehensions, and his alarm was increased tenfold when he discovered that the chase had beguiled them into the woods of Orenburg. Away rode the hunters, some one way, some another. 4 of the most trusty followed Rodrigo, and while he made the forest ring again with the name of Jocelyn, the hand of Providence, in order that the murderer might be punished, guided him to the place where the poor child had already breathed his last. It was near a small river. The ground was stained with blood, and a huge wound stood gaping upon his ivory bosom. Search was made for the assassin, who, it was evident, could not have gone far, for the body was not yet cold, and a man whose garments were still crimson with blood, and whose countenance pronounced him capable of committing any mischief, was found concealed in a thicket at no great distance. And what reason had he for... Oh, Sir Knight, every one guessed at the reason as soon as Martin, the Count's squire, exclaimed that he knew the assassin, and that he was one of the Count of Orenburg's domestics. The villain, too, knew in whose presence he was, and addressing Count Rodrigo by his name, he fell on his knees and entreated him not to hurt him, a sure proof of his being conscious of some crime, else why should he have been apprehensive of receiving hurt, Sir Knight? Well, he could not deny his belonging to Gustavus, but for a long time he persisted in swearing that he had found the child already insensible in the wood, and that the blood had stained his clothes while conveying him to the rivulet, in hopes that by bathing his face with water he might restore him to his senses. Truly, the fellow was artful enough, and made out a good plausible story, but Rodrigo was not easily to be deceived. He had the villain conveyed to the castle of Frankheim, and there proper means were taken for extorting from him a confession of the truth. And what was that confession? Exactly what everyone expected, that he had been commanded to murder the child by his master, Gustavus of Orenburg. He confessed it? Almighty powers! Are you sure that he confessed it? Sure of it? Why, alas the day! I have heard him say it with my own ears. He was asked by the Count, who set him on to commit the murder, and I heard him answer as plain as I hear now you, Gustavus of Orenburg. Is it possible? Exclaimed Osbright in agony. His last lingering hope was now destroyed, and with all his anxiety to believe Gustavus innocent, he found himself unable to exclude the irresistible conviction of his guilt. Ah, it is but too certain, resumed the friar with a deep sigh. One would willingly disbelieve the existence of such villainy, but I heard the assassin own it myself, and a hardened sinner he was. In spite of all my pious exhortations to repentance, not a word would he confess, though I begged him with tears in my eyes. For wicked as he was, it almost broke my heart to see the tortures which he endured, and all out of his own obstinacy. Since the very moment that he made the desired confession, my lord ordered him to be taken from the rack, though it was then but to little purpose. The rack? Exclaimed Osbright, seizing the old man's hand with a convulsive grasp. Was it then only on the rack that he made this confession? No, truly, till Count Rodrigo had recourse to torture, not a syllable would he utter, but assertions of his own and his master's innocence. Nay, even when he was actually on the rack, he persisted in his obstinate falsehood. He had already remained there so long that he was scarcely unbound before he breathed his last. Poor sinful wretch! Heaven pardon him and take him to its mercy. Now then, the heart of Osbright again beat freely. It is true the death of his brother made that heart the abode of deep sorrow, but to banish from it the belief that Gustavus was the boy's assassin was to relive it from a burthen of insupportable agony. That belief grew weaker with every question which he put to Brother Peter. He found that while in possession of his strength and faculties the supposed culprit had most strenuously denied all knowledge of the crime, that the excess of torture alone had forced from him the declaration that Gustavus of Orenburg had any concern in it, that the name of Gustavus had been suggested by the prejudices of the suspicious and already exasperated father, and that the whole confession was comprised in the mere pronouncing that name when the speaker was seduced into uttering it by the certainty of immediate release from the tortures, the most excruciating. Osbright had been educated at a distance from his family, and his mind therefore had not been imbibed the prejudices which made the Count of Orenburg be considered as an incarnate fiend throughout the domains of Frankheim. His liberal nature inclined him to wish all hearts to be as pure and as benevolent as his own, and his judgment was both too candid and too keen to mistake assertions for proofs, or to be deluded by the artful coloring in which prejudice ever paints the actions of a detested object. In defiance, therefore, of all his father's endeavors, he had resolved to suspend his opinion of Gustavus, even while his character was a matter of indifference to him. But now that the dearest of all interests made him wish to find him worthy, to have found him so deeply culpable would have wrung with excessive torture the most susceptible fibers of his heart. On reflection, he found that his plans must be delayed till the innocence of Gustavus in this bloody business could be fully cleared to the satisfaction of Count Rodrigo and of all Germany, and he silently vowed never to know rest, till he had proved that innocence and ascertained beyond the power of doubting the real name of the monster whose dagger had sent the blooming Jocelyn to an untimely grave. But how was he to commence his inquiries? Brother Peter was so fully convinced of the guilt of Gustavus that his answers to Osbright's questions only served to mislead his search, instead of furnishing the unraveling clue to this mystery of iniquity. The youth anxiously desired to talk over the business with some unprejudiced person, and for this purpose he resolved to depart immediately for the castle of Sir Leonard of Cleborne. This worthy knight was, in spite of their alienation, considered equally as a friend by the two families of Frankheim and Orenburg. Osbright had seen enough of his character during his last visit at his father's to feel for him the highest sentiments of esteem and reverence, and he resolved to lay his difficulties, his hopes, and his fears before this excellent man without disguise, and entreat his assistance in forwarding the one and removing the others. The moon shone bright. In defiance of the friar's entreaties, he resolved not to wait for morning, since grief and anxiety would have prevented sleep from visiting his couch. However, being anxious to avoid the presence of Count Rodrigo till the first emotions of grief for the loss of his child, and of passion against the house of Orenburg, should have subsided, he requested the monk to allow him to find hospitality within his cell on the succeeding night, when, as he said, his affairs would necessitate his being again in the chapel's neighborhood. His request being readily granted, he charged the old man to conceal his visit from everyone, and then, having enforced his charge by a considerable present to be appropriated to the use of Brother Peter's patron saint, Osbright vaulted upon his courser, whose fidelity had detained near the chapel, and whose frequent neighing had already announced his impatience at the absence of his lord. End of section 2.
Chapter 3 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Grass. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright. Chapter 3. Alas, the springtime's pleasant hours returning serve but to awaken me to sharper pain, recalling scenes of agony and mourning, of baffled hopes and prayers preferred in vain. Thus was the sun his vernal beams displaying, thus did the woods in early foliage wave, while dire disease on all I loved was preying, and flowers seemed rising but to strew his grave. Charlotte Smith. While the castle of Frankheim resounded with cries of agony and threats of vengeance, the spirit of tranquil sorrow reigned in every brow and in every heart throughout the domains of Orenburg. 7 months had elapsed since the death of the heir of those domains, the young and amiable Philip. The wound was skinned over, but the pain was still felt. Tears had ceased to trickle, but the heart had not yet ceased to bleed. Gustavus stood at an oriel window and contemplated the fertile fields, which he had hoped on his deathbed to have bequeathed to his darling. The Lady Ulrica was employed at her tapestry frame, but her work was often suspended while she cast a look of anxious tenderness on the lovely Blanche, who was at work beside her, and while she breathed a mental prayer that heaven in mercy to an almost broken heart would preserve to her this, her loveliest, her dearest, her only remaining child. The silence was interrupted by the entrance of an old female domestic who informed Blanche that she had at length found the canvas bag which had been so long missing, and which she now presented to her. Blanche hastily quitted the tapestry frame, while her cheek alternately coloured with anger and grew pale with apprehension. "Oh, Rachel!" she exclaimed in a tone of reproach, "how thoughtless to bring it hither! Ah, and see, my dear mother has recognized it but too surely, for her eyes have already filled with tears." And she threw her arms affectionately round the waist of Ulrica, and entreated her pardon for being the occasion of suggesting such painful recollections. "What is the matter?" demanded her father, advancing from the window. "What distresses you, Ulrica?" Then, glancing his eye on the canvas bag which Blanche had suffered to fall upon the ground. "Ah," he continued, "I need no answer. Those are the playthings of my poor dead boy. What would you do with them, Blanche?" "I meant to give them to the gardener's children. They were Philip's playfellows and friends, and they have not forgotten yet how dearly he loved them. It was only yesterday that as I passed towards St. Hildegarde's grotto, I met the poor children going to adorn Philip's grave with their choicest flowers, and their father tells me that they mention him every night in their prayers, and never pass a day without visiting his monument, and so I fancied that by giving these playthings— But I wish that I never thought at all about them, since the sight of them has distressed you so much, dear mother. Nay, now, prithee, weep no more. You know my father says that 'tis sinful to murmur at the dispensations of Providence, and that it gives him pain whenever he sees our tears." "And should not that reflection check your own, my Blanche?" inquired Gustavus. "Why, your tears so wet! Fie, fie, my child!" "Ah, dear father, I cannot prevent their flowing, do all that I can. When any one seems happy I cannot help smiling, and when any one dies, surely I needs must weep. But at least I obey you better than my mother. Indeed, neither of us talk about Philip, but then she always thinks of him and is always melancholy. Now I am always gay and endeavour not to think of him, except when something brings him suddenly before me, and then I cannot choose but weep, and else my heart would break in two. For instance, when I look at these playthings, it seems to me as if Philip were present. I think I see him arranging his troops so busily on the ground. I think I hear him entreating me to leave my tiresome tapestry and observe how bravely he will fight the battle. The blue, he used to say, are the vassals of Orenburg, and the red are the vassals of Franchim, and now— "Of Franchim, Blanche," interrupted Gustave. "No, no, that is not what Philip called them. The red, he used to say, are our enemies." "Yes, yes, our enemies, the vassals of Franchim." "You misunderstood him, Blanche. Why should Philip call the vassals of Franchim our enemies?" "Nay, dear father, are they not so? Everyone in the castle thinks so and says it." "They who say so had better not say it in my hearing. The Count of Franchim is my nearest relation, a man of singular military prowess, and distinguished by many noble qualities. It is true, the dissimilarities of our manners and habits, together with various other impediments, has prevented so cordial an intimacy between the families as should exist between such near connections. But still I entertain a high respect for the character of the owners of Franchim, and shall not hear without displeasure those persons called my enemies whom I would willingly boast of as my friends." "Your friends? Oh, father, would you call those your friends who have poisoned your only remaining son, who have deprived me of my only remaining brother? Ah, should I not call these cruel people our enemies, our worst of enemies?" "Poisoned my son? Poisoned Philip?" "Nay, it is the common talk of the whole castle. Every child in the domains knows it, as well as I do, and trembles at the name of Rodrigo, the ruthless child murderer. Nay, has not my mother openly acknowledged that—" "Blanche," interrupted Ulrica hastily, "you go too far. You misrepresent the fact. What have I ever openly acknowledged? I merely, in confidential conversation, let fall a hint, a sort of suspicion, that it was just possible, that to judge from appearances, that I was almost tempted to imagine—"
"Ay, Ulrica," replied her husband, "I fear that from the very first that you were the original cause of this ill-founded report. Is there no hope, then, that my entreaties and advice will ever eradicate from your mind the only dark speck which deforms it? Of all the defects of the human heart there is none more encroaching, more insidious, more dangerous than mistrust. Viewed through her distorted optics, there is no action so innocent, no everyday occurrence so insignificant, that does not assume the appearance of offense. Words are misconstrued, looks are interpreted, thoughts are guessed at and acted upon as if thoughts were facts. The supposed fault is retaliated by a real one. That one gives birth to more. Injury succeeds injury, and crime treads upon the heels of crime, till the web of mischief and misery is complete, and the suspector starts in surprise and horror to find both himself and his adversary equally involved in that guilt, which but for his suspicions would probably have been the lot of neither."
"Nay, Gustave, why thus severe? What have I done? I assert nothing. I accuse no one. I merely have hinted at the possibility, and that, while I have life and consciousness, I must maintain. To die so suddenly, today in all the bloom of health, and tomorrow in his coffin, oh, that fatal inheritance! To that shall I ever ascribe the loss of my child, and then the livid spots which broke out upon my poor boy's corse, and the agonies which he suffered, the burning heat and the insatiable thirst which tormented him, and above all the rapid putrefaction. Yes, yes, the moment that I beheld that, I exclaimed, 'Such a death cannot be natural.' A dreadful light broke in upon me,
And at that light you have kindled a torch capable of burning to the very ground the house of your unsuspecting neighbor, of your nearest relation. You have inflamed the imaginations of the giddy unthinking multitude, whose rage, if once let loose, and countenanced by their superiors—"
I inflamed them. Oh, you injure me, my husband. It is true their rage, their hatred against the Count of Franquem is at this moment extreme, but I have done my utmost to prevent their breaking out into violence. I dread Count Rodrigo, but I hate him not, for I will not hate any one. And though your former love for Madalena once made me fear her influence over your heart, your uniform kindness during many long years has totally erased all such apprehensions from my bosom. Do not then suspect me of stirring up our people to vengeance upon the Frankemers. Alas, it needed no instigation of mine to make them understand a tale so clear, a fact so evident that the murder circulated from lip to lip, ere I had time to impose silence on the deathbed attendants, and every man's own consciousness suggested to him the murderer's name."
"A tale so clear, Ulrica, before your father's fatal bequest had raised suspicions of each other between the families. You attended Madalena's lying in. The child lived but a few hours and expired in your arms. Had Madalena been as mistrustful as yourself, how well would the tale have been told, that jealous of my former attachment to the mother, you had privately, while pretending to kiss it, confined the windpipe of the child, or press its skull together, or else—"
Oh, spare me, my husband. Yes, such a tale might have been told. Oh, horror might perhaps have been delivered. I will say no more. I will accuse no one in future. I will bury all my suspicions in oblivion. I will forgive all if they will but leave me this one blessing, this one darling, this my last, my only existing child."
As she said this, Ulrica threw her arms around her kneeling daughter, and she was still weeping upon her neck, when a domestic entered and announced a herald from the castle of Franquem, as all intimacy between the families had ceased, and they now only met at great feasts or at tournaments, or on some solemn occasion. It was concluded that the herald's business related to some public occurrence, some imperial edict, or some regulations for the welfare of the Palatinate. The woman therefore thought proper to withdraw. Ulrica, greatly agitated by the conversation which had just taken place,
retired to indulge the agony of maternal regret in her own solitary apartment, and Blanche. The war was concluded, the troops were dismissed, the knights were returning home. Perhaps, said Blanche, and with a light step and a heart full of hope, she fled through the secret passage towards the cave among the rocks. End of Chapter 3. Start of Chapter 4. O my soul, come not thou into their councils, unto their assembly, mine honour, be not thou united. For in their anger they slew a man, and in their self-will they digged a wall. Cursed be their anger, for it was fierce, and their wrath, for it was cruel. Genesis. The hope of Blanche was not quite disappointed. It is true the cave was vacant, but he had been there, but he had left a token that she was not forgotten by him. Tomorrow, according to their mutual agreement, she might depend upon seeing once more the youth, whose image gratitude had engraved upon her heart in characters never to be effaced, and then might she claim his promise of revealing to her his real name, and clearing up the mystery in which she had hitherto enveloped all that related to him, except his adoration of herself. Satisfied of that most material point, she had hitherto been content to leave every other in obscurity, but now she should know everything. Now her lover would disclose himself, and authorize her disclosing their attachment to her parents, and, precious as they held her, she still feared not their opposing her union with a man whom she loved so tenderly, and by whom she was so tenderly beloved. Besides, her father was sinking into the vale of years. The family required some younger and more active champion to defend them against the nefarious designs of their mortal foe, cruel and insidious Count of Franchim, and where could they find a fitter protector than this unknown knight, who had already proved the strength of his arm and valor of his heart so successfully when he rescued her from the banditti? Oh, when once his bride, she should no longer tremble at the dreadful name of Rodrigo. All then would be peace, security, and happiness. And while she made these reflections, she pressed the well-known scarf to her lips 1,000 times. The sun was setting, and it was time for her to return home. She threw herself on her knees before the crucifix which she had herself placed on the rough-hewn altar. She poured forth a prayer of fervent gratitude to Saint Hilgard, traced a cross upon her forehead, and balsam with the same holy water which had formerly quenched the thirst of that virgin martyr, and then bidding a tender adieu to the cavern in which she had passed so many happy moments, she sped back towards the castle, the scarf fluttering in the evening breeze as she retraced the secret passages. She was proceeding towards her own apartment when, in crossing a gallery which was connected with the great hall, she was alerted at seeing several of the domestics hurrying backwards and forwards in confusion. She stopped and listened. She heard her father's name frequently repeated, and at length caught some words. Now then everything else was forgotten in the apprehension of his being in danger. She flew towards his apartment, which was on the other side of the castle, but in crossing the great hall she was detained by the young Baron of Hartfeld. "Heaven be thanked that I have found you, lady. The Countess charged me to seek you and prevent your being suddenly alarmed. Nay, not look so terrified. On my knightly word there is no danger, and a few hours will restore your father to that fortitude of which the two great sensibilities of his nature has at present derived him." "Oh, what has happened? What has overcome his fortitude? Something dreadful, surely. Is he ill, Sir Ottokar? Oh, assure me at least that he is not ill." "His illness is merely temporary. By this time, no doubt, it is quite past. It is true his senses forsook him for a time. He fainted and—" "He fainted? Oh, heavens, let me hasten to him this moment." "You must not till you are more calm. Your present agitation would affect him, and possibly occasion a relapse. Suffer me to lead you into a less public apartment. There you shall hear all that has happened, and when your spirits are composed you shall then carry peace and consolation to the wounded feelings of your father." But the emotions of Blanche could admit of no delay. She still hurried onwards, and as in fact Sir Ottokar had only wished to detain her, in order that he might enjoy her society for a few minutes without restraint, all that he had to communicate was told before they reached the Count's chamber door. Interlarding his discourse with many compliments to his auditress, and insinuations of the tender affection which he felt for her, the Baron now related that the business of the Count of Frankheim's herald was to accuse Gustavus of the assassination of the Count's youngest son, and to proclaim open and inveterate feuds between the families of Frankheim and Orenburg. This the herald had not only announced to Gustavus in the most disrespectful manner, but had thought proper to repeat the purport of his mission publicly in the courtyard, at the same time accompanying his speech with such insulting remarks upon their master and his whole family, that the indignation of the vassals became outrageous and threatened the insolent herald with consequences the most dangerous. The Count of Orenburg was alarmed at the tumult and hastened to the courtyard to appease his incensed people, whose affection for them was unbounded. Gustavus was but lately recovered from the perilous malady occasioned by grief for the loss of his last male heir. He was still in a state of lamentable weakness, and the shock of being so unexpectedly accused of assassination had greatly increased the irritability of his nerves, which naturally was excessive. Yet still he exerted himself most strenuously in endeavoring to quell the confusion. But in vain did he command his vassals to be silent and temperate. In vain did he conjure the herald to be gone, if he valued his own safety. The insolent emissary persisted in heaping taunt upon taunt and slander upon slander. The people grew more incensed with every word that he uttered, and at length, overcome with agitation, heat, fatigue, and weakness, Gustavus sank into the arms of his attendants and conveyed to his apartment in a state of insensibility. However, he was already nearly recovered when Ulrica requested Sir Ottokar to seek his daughter, and relate what had happened, lest she should be unnecessarily alarmed. But Blanche loved her father too dearly to believe that he was quite out of danger, till her own eyes had convinced her of his health and safety. She found him very pale and feeble, and his recollection was yet scarcely clear enough to permit his perfectly understanding the events which had taken place. Blanche sank on her knees by the couch on which he was reposing, and threw her white arms around his neck affectionately. "You have heard it all, my child," said Gustavus. "You know of how dreadful a crime your father is accused of. But surely you will not believe me capable of—" "Nor she, nor any one can believe it," interrupted Ulrica, "except those who are interested in working the destruction of you and all your house. Nay, more, everyone except yourself knew well that sooner or later the rancor and avarice of Count Rodrigo must end in open war. But I little thought that he would have advanced so gross a falsehood as an accuse for commencing hostilities. They to accuse you of murdering a child, they who themselves but 7 months ago derived us—" "Peace, peace, Ulrica, no more of that. But tell me, my idea are still so wandering. Is it then true that Rodrigo's son is murdered?" "It is but too certain. He was found dead in one of our forests, and what makes the fact more distressing is, that one of our domestics was the assassin. He confessed his crime on the rack, and died in a few minutes afterwards. Died, horrible to tell, with a lyre still warm upon his lips. For, oh, my husband, in his last moments he declared that he had been bribed by you to assassinate the poor child." "By me!" exclaimed Gustavus, and started from his couch. "Confessed it? No, this is not to be endured. Under such an imputation there is no living. Bring my armor, saddle my steed. I will hasten this moment to Frankheim. I will assert my innocence with all the irresistible energy of truth. I will demand to be tried by every ordeal, by fire, by water. Nay, nay, detain me not. I must to Rodrigo this instant, and convince him that I am guiltless, or perish by his hand." He was rushing towards the door, but all present hastened to impede his passage. "Count, this is insanity!" exclaimed Sir Ottokar. "You are rushing an inevitable destruction. Rodrigo is not to be convinced. He has vowed your destruction with the most solemn and terrible adjurations. Nor your destruction only. His vengeance includes all who are related to you, all who love you, your wife, your daughter, your very domestics." "My daughter?" repeated Gustavus, clasping his hands in an agony of horror. "My innocent Blanche?" "All. All are involved in Count Rodrigo's plan of vengeance. He has sworn to give your castle a prey to the flames, and to feed them with its wretched inmates. No man, no woman, no child, no, not the very dog that now licks your hand, shall be suffered to escape. This did I myself hear the Count of Frankheim swear last night at the burial of his last murdered child. And his friends, his servants, his vassals, all made St. John's vaults echo, while with one voice they repeated the bloody, the diabolical oath. My friend for you, my lord, and my alarm for the safety of the Lady Blanche made me hasten homewards to summon the assistance of my followers. They are mounted to the number of 40, well armed and accoutred, and I have conducted them hither prepared to spill the last blood of their blood in vindication of your innocence and in defence of the Countess and your lovely daughter. I thank you, Sir Ottokar, and should there be no means of avoiding this unnatural war, I shall profit with gratitude by your kind and ready friendship. But still I indulge the hopes of peace. I have no real fault towards Rodrigo, and could I but contrive a personal interview with him, could I but explain the injustice of his suspicions, at least I will make the attempt, and perhaps, well remembered, he continued, addressing himself to a grey-headed domestic who was standing near the door. Is the herald yet gone? Gone? Repeated the old man, shaking his head, with a smile of satisfaction. No, truly, nor likely to go, the villain. Then call him hither instantly. He shall bear my request for an interview with Rodrigo, and... How is this, Kurt? Why do you still linger here? I would have the herald come to me. Bring him this moment. Bring him? Why, to be sure, I could easily do that, but as to his coming, he'd find that a difficult matter. Unless he can walk with his head. Nay, my lord, it is even so, and now all is out. The people's rage was not to be bridled. When they saw you fall, they thought that the herald had stabbed you. They fell upon him, men, women, and children, like so many mad people, and before one could say, Av, his head was off his shoulders and nailed over the gateway between the two great kites. Ulrica, Ottokar, stammered the count, and seemed as if he had been struck by a thunderbolt. Is this true? Has my castle indeed been polluted by so horrible an outrage? Almighty powers, the murder of a herald, a character ever held sacred even among the most barbarous nations, murdered in my own castle, almost in my own sight. Now, then indeed the mischief is irremediable. From the imputation of this guilt never shall I be able to clear my name in Rodrigo's eyes. Nay, my dear lord, replied Sir Ottokar, let not this misfortune affect you so deeply. The insolent menial merited well such a fate which, I can witness, as I arrived in the heat of the tumult, you did your utmost to avert, but to save him was not within the power of a mortal. His calumnies, his threats against your whole family, your people's hatred of Rodrigo, their consciousnesses that he had derived you of your son Philip by poison. Ay, exclaimed Gustave. Hear you that, Ulrica? Now that you see the fatal effects of your mistrust, now then you enjoy the bloody fruits of those ungrounded suspicions which you so lightly infused into the minds of the rash and wanton multitude. Oh, my wife, I fear greatly that at the day of judgment, when this murder is cited, your hands will not appear quite bloodless. God forgive you. The countess shuddered, but only answered by a flood of tears. Spare your lady, my noble friend, said Ottokar, taking the count's hand. Even if your reproaches are deserved, they now come too late. At the present difficulties demand your attention too much to admit of reflections on the past. The frank humours are powerful and inveterate. Rodrigo has sworn the extirpation of your whole family. Osbright is returned from the wars to assist his father's plans of vengeance. These human wolves thirst for your blood, and, heaven and earth, can it be possible? It is. It must be the same. Pardon me, Lady Blanche, by what strange accident do I see that scarf in your possession? This scarf? You know it, Sir Knight. I came by it, that is, I found it, as I was passing through the secret passages which lead... The secret passages? Osbright of Frankham lurking in the secret passages of Orenburg Castle? Osbright, exclaimed Ulrica in the greatest alarm, and you traversed those passages alone? Oh, my child, from what danger have you escaped? No doubt his purpose here must needs have been hostile to the inmates of this castle, interrupted Ottokar eagerly. Perhaps he was aware that the lovely Blanche frequented those secret passages, and hoped that he might dagger some unobserved revenge. Oh, no, Sir Knight, exclaimed the affrighted Blanche. You must understand me. No one was lurking in the secret paths. It was not there that I found the scarf. It was in the cavern of St. Hilgard. And perhaps you mistake about the scarf too. Perhaps it is not Osbright's. No. Heavenly mercy forbid that it should be. Indeed? Said Ottokar, while jealously whispering 1,000 suspicions to his mind. Nay, of that there is no doubt. It is the work of Lady Magdalena, and too remarkable to be mistaken. Besides, in saving the Palatine's life in battle, Osbright's bosom was slightly wounded, his scarf was stained with blood, and I heard him swear that the blood shed in his sovereign's defence was the noblest ornament of his scarf, and should never be effaced. Look, lady, look, Osbright has kept his oath. Blanche looked on the bloody marks. The scarf fell from her hands, and she clasped them in an agony of despair. With every moment did Sir Audicar's jealous fears grow more strong, and his desire to impress Blanche with an idea of Osbright's animosity more keen and anxious. "But one thing more," said Blanche with difficulty, while she almost gasped for breath. "That horrible curse which you spoke of, which Rodrigo, which his vassals pronounced, was it pronounced by Osbright? Was Osbright in the chapel when it was pronounced?" "He was, lady, he was," replied Audicar eagerly and peremptorily. "I was near the chapel door, and saw him rush into the chapel with a maniac's look, his eyes burning with vengeance, his lips pale with passion, his whole frame trembling with eagerness, and with fear lest he should be too late to join in the horrible execration. I heard Count Rodrigo devoted to destruction your father, your mother, your innocent self. I saw Osbright rush furiously forward to join his father, and instantly every voice except my own re-echoed the dreadful words, 'Vengeance, everlasting vengeance on the bloody house of Orenburg.' And did not one kind voice," said Blanche faintly, "did no suggestion of pity, did no one utter one word to plead for poor Blanche?" "No one, lady, no one, as I have a soul to save." "Oh, I am very faint, my mother," murmured Blanche, and bursting into tears she sank upon the bosom of Ulrica. Her pale looks and trembling frame greatly alarmed her parents, but believing her agitation to be solely produced by apprehension and by horror at the dreadful threats pronounced against her life by the Frankheimers, they advised her to retire to rest and compose herself. Blanche willingly accepted the permission of departing, and hastened to meditate in the solitude of her chamber on the fatal discovery which accident had just made. End of chapter 4.
Section 4 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, Chapter 5. Let no one say that there is need of time for love to grow. Oh no, the love which kills indeed dispatches at a blow. Love all at once should from the earth start up full grown and tall. If not an Adam at his birth, he is no love at all. Lord Holland, from Lope de Vega. While these transactions were passing at Orenburg, Osbright was anxiously employed in finding means to remove all existing prejudices and establish a close and lasting amity between the rival kinsmen. He found Sir Leonard of Cleborne willing to assist his design, and scrupled not to lay before him the dearest secret of his bosom. So great had been his father's apprehensions of treachery on the part of Orenburg, that Osbright was seldom suffered to visit his paternal mansion. Year after year, however, having passed away without any fatal effects arising from the supposed various views of Gustavus, and the youth being now of an age to take his own part, Count Rudinger about 9 months before had gratified himself and his fondly anxious consort by the recall of his firstborn son. The breaking out of hostilities compelled Osbright to leave the castle of Frankenheim a second time, but previous to his departure it had been his fortune to rescue the lovely Blanche from the hands of ruffians, and at the same moment to receive and impart a passion the most ardent and ineradicable. Blanche declared her name to her deliverer, and earnestly entreated him to accompany her to the castle of Orenburg, where her parents would receive their child's deliverer with all the warmth of heartfelt gratitude. But Osbright's prudence forbade his taking so dangerous a step, especially when the discourse of his mistress convinced him how deeply engraved and how odious in their nature were the prejudices attached to the name of Frankheim in the minds of the inmates of Orenburg. Educated himself at the court of Bamberg, his heart was unattainted by the gloomy mistrust, which, with the solitary exception of Magdalena, he found prevailing throughout his father's domains, and the knowledge of Blanche's family name instantly suggested to his fancy the pleasing hope that their union might be the means of extinguishing the animosity, which prevailed between two families so nearly related, but he found that the mind of Blanche was very differently modeled. The Lady Ulrica was naturally of a temper timid and suspicious. Jealousy of her lord's early attachment to Magdalena had originally disposed her to consider the actions of the Frankheimers in no favorable point of view. Her father's unfortunate bequest made her regard them as persons whose interest must necessarily lead them to wish for the extinction of her family. A variety of trifling circumstances, which her jaundiced imagination made her see in false colors, strengthened her in this persuasion, and the successive deaths of 4 sons thoroughly persuaded her that she had not evil wishes alone to fear on the part of those who would benefit so greatly by depriving her of her children. All these ideas had been imbibed by her only remaining offspring. Blanche, from her infancy, had been accustomed to pray that the Virgin would preserve her from Satan and the Frankheimers. At the mention of Rodrigo's name she never failed to cross herself, and while she was thanking Osbright for her rescue from the ruffians, he could scarcely help smiling at the positiveness with which she assured him of their having been emissaries either of his wicked father or of his bloodthirsty self. Till these prejudices so deeply rooted could be effaced, Osbright thought it absolutely necessary to conceal his name, and to refuse Blanche's invitation to visit the castle of Orenburg. At the drawbridge he respectfully took his leave, and in return for his service he only requested her word of honor that she would not mention her adventure to any human being. Though surprised at the entreaty, Blanche could not refuse to give this promise, not to mention that she was herself apprehensive that if the danger which she had run should be made public, her mother's anxious care would never again suffer her to pass the walls of Orenburg. This promise, therefore, she gave readily, but she hesitated a little when the unknown youth expressed an ardent hope that he should in future be permitted to thank the Lady Blanche for her compliance. To permit such interviews unknown to her parents, and when even herself was ignorant of his name and quality, she felt would be highly imprudent. But he implored so earnestly, yet with such diffidence, he had treated her with such respectful delicacy, while she was in his power unprotected, his manners so noble, her obligations to him were so recent, and above all, her own inclination to see him again was so strong, that before she was herself aware of her intention, she hinted that she generally visited the grotto of St. Hildegard about 2 hours before sunset. The youth pressed her hand to his lips with respectful gratitude, breathed a fervent prayer for her welfare, and then hastened into the castle, her cheeks glowing with blushes and her heart beating high with hope. To one interview another still succeeded, and still did the unknown knight acquire a greater influence over the heart of the innocent Blanche. That influence he chiefly exerted in efforts to eradicate her antipathy to everything belonging to Frankheim, but he found it a less easy task to destroy her ill opinion of his relations than to inspire her with a favorable one of himself. However, his own interest in her heart appeared to be so firmly established that he no longer dreaded lest the knowledge of his connections should make him the object of Blanche's aversion. And when the Palatine's summons compelled him to lead his retainers to Heidelberg, he gave his mistress at parting a solemn promise that when next they met he would disclose to her his real name and situation, a secret which she was most anxious to know, and to arrive at which she had exhausted all the little arts of which she was mistress, though all were exhausted in vain. However, he had assured her of his rank being equal to her own, and the splendor of his dress, at once simple and magnificent, and still more the variety of his accomplishments and dignified frankness of his manners, convinced her that the sphere in which he moved must needs be elevated. Such was the present situation of the lovers, which Osbright now laid before the good Sir Leonard. His host heard him with evident satisfaction, and his excellent heart exulted in the prospect of a reconciliation between 2 families, the chiefs of which had both been his earliest friends, and with whom, in desperate of their disunion, he was still upon the most amicable terms. He therefore said everything in his power to confirm Osbright in his attachment. He exclaimed loudly against the injustice of supposing Gustavus to be concerned in the death of Jocelyn. He described him as the most humane of mortals, a man whose fault was rather to push compassion and benevolence beyond the limits of reason and prudence, than to be seduced into the commission of a crime so atrocious as the murder of an unoffending child. And as to the temptation which was supposed to have influenced Gustavus in this transaction, he quoted 1,000 acts of disinterestedness and generosity, each strong enough to convince even the most prejudiced that the man who performed them must possess a mind totally free from the pollution of avarice. In conclusion, Sir Leonard promised the youth his best offices, and as he judged it most advisable to make the whole business known to Gustavus as soon as possible, he engaged to visit the castle of Orenburg the next day, where he was certain that Osbright's proposals would be received with eagerness. The great point, however, was to remove from Roddiger's mind the persuasion that Gustavus had caused his younger son to be assassinated, and he advised Osbright to spare no pains to discover the real murderers. That mystery once cleared up, all other difficulties be looked upon as trifles. Osbright received Sir Leonard's advice with gratitude, promised to obey it implicitly, and having passed the night at his friend's castle, he returned with renovated hopes to the chapel of St. John. Father Pete gave him the most cordial welcome, though still ignorant that his humble cell was honored by affording a refuge to the heir of Frankheim. Osbright made him repeat the story of the murder circumstantially, and among other things the old man mentioned that the little finger of Jocelyn's left hand was missing when his corpse was found, and that it had been repeatedly sought on the fatal spot, but without success. This circumstance struck Osbright as very singular, and he thought it not impossible but that it might furnish a clue to unravel the whole mystery. But with much more sanguine expectations did he learn from Father Peter that the assassin had left a wife, for whom, even while enduring the agony of the rack, he expressed the most ardent affection. Was it not probable, then, that this beloved wife was in her husband's confidence, and could explain the motive which tempted him to commit the crime? Osbright resolved to examine her himself, but he found that she had gone to visit a relation at some distance, where she was said to be inconsolable for the loss of her ill-fated husband. To depart without seeing Blanche was too much to be expected. He therefore determined to pass the day in Father Peter's cell, to visit St. Hildegard's grotto in the evening, and after assuring himself that the heart of Blanche was still his own, to set forward on his expedition, without suffering a moment's longer delay. Evening approached, and Osbright was crossing the aisle which led towards the principal gate of the chapel, when his attention was arrested by the murmuring of a voice, proceeding from a small oratory dedicated to the Virgin. The door was open, and he cast a passing glance within. A youth was kneeling at the shrine in fervent prayer, and a second glance assured Osbright that the youth was the page Eugene. Enthusiasm seemed to have marked Eugene for her own, even from his earliest infancy, and succeeding events had given to that enthusiasm a universal cast of tender melancholy. Rodrigo esteemed and admired the Lady Magdalena, but a visit to the convent of St. Hildegard several years after his marriage convinced him that he had never loved till then. He there saw a sister of the order who made upon his heart the most forcible impression. And though Rodrigo possessed many noble qualities, the mastery of his passions was not numbered among them. The personal attractions which had gained for him the heart of Magdalena were equally triumphant over the principles of the sister Agatha. She eloped with him from the convent and became the mother of Eugene. But all the blandishments of her seducer, whose love survived the gratification of his desires, could not stifle in her bosom the cries of remorse. She saw herself the disgrace of her noble family and the violator of the sacred marriage bed. The dread of discovery constantly tormented her. Her perjury to heaven made her look upon herself as a mark for divine vengeance. She trembled every moment with apprehension of punishment in this world, and she despaired of obtaining pardon in the next. At length her mental sufferings became too exquisite for endurance. She resolved to break the disgraceful chains which united her to Rodrigo, and endeavor to atone for her past errors by the penitence of her future life. She made a letter, a full confession to the Lady Magdalena, entreated pardon for herself and protection for her helpless infant, and then hastened to conceal her ignominy in a retreat, to discover which baffled all the inquiries of her forsaken seducer. Magdalena forgave her husband's faults, pitied his sufferings, and became the benevolent protectress of his child. It was thought highly advisable for the sake of his own respectability that Rodrigo should be supposed to have no concern in this business, and that the disgraceful circumstances attending the child's birth should be suppressed as much as possible. Accordingly, Eugene was educated as a foundling whose helpless situation had attracted Magdalena's notice and compassion. But this fortunate delusion was not suffered to last. The wretched mother felt that her end was approaching and could not resist her desire to see and bless her child, though she prudently resolved to keep her relation to him still unknown. Remorse and self-enforced penance, the most cruel, had worn her to the very bone. Oppressed with long travel, her feet bleeding, fainting, dying, she arrived at the castle of Frankheim. She sought out her boy, she saw him, and in agony of tenderness and grief the mother's heart betrayed her secret. The boy's character had ever appeared singular. He entered into no childish sports. He would listen for hours to stories of murders or robbers, but above all he delighted in the narrative of religious miracles and the sufferings of martyrs. His favorite walk was in the churchyard, where he passed whole evenings, learning by heart the rhymes engraved upon the tombstones. He was seldom moved to laughter. Even in his smile there was something melancholy. Nor had he any way of expressing joy or gratitude except by tears. Every word, look, and gesture already betrayed the enthusiast, and from his fondness for all church ceremonies and his continually chaunting religious hymns, he had obtained among the domestics of Frankheim the name of the little abbot. Such was the boy who at 10 years old saw himself unexpectedly clasped in the arms of an expiring mother, whom he had long numbered among the dead. The sudden recognition, her wild and emaciated appearance, her tattered garments, her bleeding feet, the passion of her kisses, the agony of her tears, the description of her faults, of her remorse, of her terrors of the future, of her dreadful and unexampled penance, all these united were too much for Eugene's sensibility to endure, when, in spite of all Magdalena's efforts to prolong her existence, the wretched mother breathed her last, the son was forcibly torn from the corse delirious. No sooner had the report reached the Countess that a dying beggar had declared herself to be Eugene's mother, than she hastened to assist the sufferer and rescue the feeling child from a scene so terrible. But she arrived too late. A few moments terminated the nun's existence, and Eugene had already received a shock, which during a 12-month set the physician's skill at defiance. His senses at length returned, but his heart never seemed to recover from the wound, which had agonized it so exquisitely. Pale, drooping, absorbed in thought, nothing seemed capable of affording him pleasure. He declined all amusements. He neglected all attainments, both literary and warlike, and when chid by the chaplain for inattention to his lessons, and when mocked by the military vassals for effeminacy, he listened to their reproofs and taunts with indifference, and answered both with silence. His time was passed in listless indolence. He would stand hour after hour dropping pebbles in the river and gazing upon the circles as they formed themselves and then vanished into nothing. Vain were the exertions of Magdalena and her husband to awaken him from this torpor of the mind. Though compelled to endure their kindness, he evidently felt it a burden and sedulously avoided it. Agatha's sad story occupied his whole soul. He could not but consider Magdalena as filling the place which his mother should have occupied. He could not but consider Rodrigo as the author of his mother's sufferings, and though the Count almost doted upon the boy with a truly paternal tenderness, the most that he could obtain from him was implicit submission and cold respect. Eugene only saw in himself a forlorn being whose odious birth had branded his mother with infamy, and whose existence was given under circumstances too disgraceful to permit his being avowed by his surviving parent. Magdalena's kindness was the offspring of mere compassion. The memory of his mother's wrongs was inseparably connected with the sight of his father. He felt that he had no claim to the love of anyone, nor did he see anyone towards whom his heart felt love, till accident made him the preserver of the little Jocelyn. The child had strayed from its careless nurse and fell into the river. No one but Eugene saw its danger, who, having obstinately refused to practice all manly exercises, was totally ignorant of the art of swimming. The river was deep, the stream was strong. To attempt to save Jocelyn was to expose himself to equal danger. Yet without a moment's hesitation did the effeminate Eugene plunge into the river, grasp the child's garments with one hand and the bough of a neighboring willow with the other, and thus did he sustain his already insensible burthen, till his frantic cries attracted the notice of the domestics. They hastened to the place and arrived at the very moment when the bough, giving way, menaced the child and his preserver with inevitable destruction. From that moment Jocelyn became the object of Eugene's whole solicitude and affection. He was his brother, was a being who had no faults in his eyes, and was one who, but for him, would have been numbered with death. Attachment to Jocelyn now divided his heart with grief for the earthly sufferings of his mother, and with religious terrors for her eternal salvation. However, as he increased in years, it was suspected in the castle that other passions would ere long possess no inconsiderable influence over his bosom. Though he still shunned society, it was remarked that he only shunned that of men. In the company of women, his habitual gloom seemed to melt into a voluptuous languor. The Countess's damsels perceived that when they addressed him in the language of kindness, his large eyes swam in tears and sparkled with fire, and the rush of blood spread a hectic crimson over his pale, fair cheeks. Moreover, it was observed that though his devotions were performed with unabated ardor, after he reached the age of 15, Eugene prayed to no saint but female ones. Even now it was to the Virgin that he was kneeling when Osbright discovered him in the oratory. During his short visits at Frankheim, the knight's attention had been engaged by the singularity of the page's demeanor, and though respect for his own character had induced Rodrigo to conceal the relationship between himself and Eugene from his son's knowledge, still Osbright, prompted by his own feelings, had neglected no means of showing the boy that he bore him much good-will. But his advances were all rejected with the most obstinate coldness. Eugene only looked upon him as the possessor of that place which, if his own mother had filled Magdalena's, he should himself have occupied. He could not help envying Count Rodrigo's fortunate heir and avowed offspring, and when he reflected that, but for this odious elder brother, his darling Jocelyn would one day be lord of the extensive domains of Frankheim, a sentiment mingled itself with his envy and repugnance, which nothing but his religious principles prevented from becoming hatred. As a Christian, he would not hate anyone, but as a human being, he felt that it was impossible for him to love Count Rodrigo's eldest son and Jocelyn's elder brother. Finding his attention so ill repaid, Osbright bestowed no further thought on the wayward lad, and the interest with which he at this moment surveyed him arose from the recollection of Eugene's ardent attachment to the murdered child. He listened in mournful silence while the page poured forth his lamentations in a strain of devotion the most ardent. With 1,000 touching expressions, with enthusiasm almost delirious, he described his favorite's perfections and bewailed his own irreparable loss. But what was the knight's astonishment to hear the page conclude his orations by imploring the blessed spirit of Jocelyn to protect from every danger and watch with celestial care the precious life of Blanche of Orenburg. An exclamation of surprise burst from Osbright's lips and warned Eugene of his being overheard. The page started from the ground, and in his confusion a rosary formed of ebony and coral escaped from his hands. Osbright sprang forwards and seized it, for he knew that rosary well, and he had doubted its identity. The name of Blanche engraved upon the golden crucifix would have removed all hesitation on the subject. In an instant 1,000 jealous fears rushed before his fancy. The lad was singularly beautiful. His figure, light and exquisitely formed, might have served the statuary as a model for a zephyr. Confusion had spread over his cheeks, an unusual glow, and his bright and flowing hair glittered in the sunbeams like dark gold. Osbright eyed him with displeasure, and asked him haughtily how that rosary came into his hands. "Noble sir," replied Eugene, trembling and embarrassed, I found it. I found it near the cave of St. Hildegard." "And of course you know not its owner, or should I not find it still in your possession?" Eugene was silent. "Well, the workmanship pleases me. There is a diamond of price. Take it, Eugene, and let the rosary be mine." He drew a ring from his finger and presented it to the page, but it was not accepted. "Oh, Sir Osbright!" exclaimed Eugene, and sank upon his knee. "Take my life from me. It is at your disposal, but while I live, do not deprive me of that rosary. It is my only remembrance of an event so dear to me, of the day in which I first found existence valuable. 3 months are past since, while following my lord, your father, to the chase, my horse became ungovernable and bore me to the brink of a precipice. My efforts to restrain him were in vain. I at length sprang from his back, but too late to save myself. I rolled down the declivity, and was dashed to the bottom of the precipice. I lost my senses, but projecting shrubs doubtless broke my descent, and preserved me from destruction. On opening my eyes, I believed that my fall had killed me, and that I was in heaven already, for near me knelt a form so angelic, with looks so benevolent, with eyes so expressive of compassion, and she questioned me about my safety in so sweet a voice. and she related with an air of such interest how, in returning from St. Hildegard's grotto, she had observed my fall, how she had trembled for my life, and had brought water from the cave to wash off the blood, and had torn her veil to bind up my wounded head. And then she bade me so tenderly be of good cheer, for that the danger was past, and that she hoped I should soon be quite well. Oh, how valuable did my life then become in my own eyes, when I found that it had some worth in hers. And you knew not her name? Oh, no, my lord, not then. But alas, her terror too soon made me guess it, for no sooner did I mention the castle of Frankheim as my abode, than she uttered a loud shriek, started from the ground with every mark of horror and alarm, and fled from me with the rapidity of an arrow. Then did my foreboding heart tell me too truly that she, in whom the bare mention of Frankheim could excite such aversion, must needs belong to the hostile family of Orenburg. That suspicion was confirmed when I observed lying near me this rosary, which she had forgotten in her haste, and whose crucifix bears the dear, dear name of Blanche, a name which from that moment I blessed in every prayer, a name which has ever since been held in my fancy sacred as that of my patron saint. And you saw her no more, and you spoke to her no more? Nay, answer me with frankness, boy, or I swear. Oh, be patient, good my lord, I mean not to deceive you. Yes, once more, only once I addressed her. I would have restored her rosary, I wished to thank her for her timely succour, but the moment that she beheld me, her former terrors returned. She shrieked out, "A Frankheimer," and hastened away as if flying from an assassin. Thenceforward I accosted her no more. I found that the sight of me alarmed her, and I forbore to intrude upon her, whom my whole soul adores, a presence so hateful. You now know all. Noble knight, restore my rosary. The frankness of this narration dissipated entirely Osbright's jealous terrors. The impassioned yet respectful manner in which Blanche was mentioned, and the height of admiration which the sight of her had inspired, both pleased and softened him, and he could not help feeling himself strongly influenced in favor of the young enthusiast whose heart beat so perfectly in unison with his own. Yet he judged it prudent to conceal that favorable impression and accompany the surrender of the rosary with a lecture on the folly of his nourishing so hopeless a passion. "There is your rosary," said he, assuming a severity of tone and manner very foreign to his feelings, "though I know not whether in restoring it do you any kindness. Imprudent youth, for whom do you feel this excess of adoration? For the daughter of your patron's most inveterate enemy? Of a man accused of the murder of your dearest friend? Of one against whom scarce 40 hours ago you vowed in this very chapel?" "Oh, no, no, no," exclaimed the page with a look of horror. "I vowed nothing. I took no oath. I heard but joined not in the blasphemy. And when all around me cursed the devoted family of Orenburg, I prayed for the angel Blanche." "For the daughter of Jocelyn's supposed assassin? Jocelyn, whom you professed to love so truly that your life—" "Oh, and I did love Jocelyn truly, dearly, but I feel that I love Blanche even more than Jocelyn, 1,000, and 1,000 times." "Love her indeed? Alas, poor youth! Love whom? The only child of the rich and noble Count of Orenburg? After me, the heiress of all those domains on which you have been educated through my father's charity? Blanche, Countess of Orenburg, and the orphan page Eugene, a foundling, without family, without friends. How ill do these names sound together! My good lad, I mean not to wound your feelings, but observe how hopeless is your present pursuit. Rouse yourself from your romantic dream, and erase from your heart this frantic passion." During this speech the glow faded from the cheeks of Eugene. The fire of enthusiasm no longer blazed in his eyes. The deepest gloom of melancholy overspread his countenance. His head sank upon his bosom, and his eyes were filled with tears. "True, true, Sir Knight," said he after a short pause. "I know it well. I am an orphan boy without family, without friends. God help me." He pressed the crucifix to his trembling lips, bowed his head to Osbright with humility, and turned to leave the chapel. Osbright was deeply affected, and he suffered him to pass him in silence. But soon recollecting himself, "Stay, Eugene," said he, calling after him, and the page stopped. "I would not have my parents know that I am in their neighborhood. Should you reveal that I am here, my displeasure—" "I reveal?" interrupted Eugene proudly. "I am no tale-bearer, Sir Knight," and he quitted the chapel, his passion for Blanche inflamed by the opposition made to it, and his antipathy to Osbright strengthened by resentment at his being the person who opposed it. End of section 4. Section 5 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Claire. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, Chapter 6. My life, my soul, my all that heaven can give. Death's life with thee, without thee death to live. Dryden. While Osbright was employed in smoothing the real obstacles to their union, his mistress was the victim of imaginary terror. She had discovered in her unknown lover the son of her father's most inveterate enemy, a man, too, whom from her cradle she had been taught to consider with horror, and who, according to Sir Otkar's account, had taken a most solemn and irrevocable oath to exterminate herself and her whole family. She now believed that Osbright's protestations were all false and only calculated to beguile her to destruction, or else that he was ignorant of her origin when he pretended affection, or that, even if in spite of her bearing the detested name of Orenburg, he had still formerly felt a real love for her, she doubted not that grief for his brother's murder and thirst of vengeance had converted that love into hatred, and that he would seize the first opportunity of fulfilling his horrible vow by plunging his dagger in her bosom. But she prudently resolved to afford him no such opportunity. The image of her loved preserver no longer beckoned her to the grotto. She only saw there him whom her prejudiced fancy had delighted to load with every vice, and who thirsted to sign in her blood his claim to the rich inheritance of her parents. No, to St. Hildegard's grotto she would venture no more. That was a point determined, and it remained determined for a whole long day and night. But when the second morning arrived, her resolution faltered, and when the evening was at hand, her prudence totally failed. Yet another hour, and the knight would be waiting for her in the cave, and for what purpose he waited now appeared to her but of little consequence. He might murder her, it's true, but to see him no more, she felt, was but to perish by a more painful, though more lingering death, and she determined to ascertain the worst immediately. Her mother was occupied by household arrangements. Gustavus was in close conference with Sir Leonard of Cleburne, who was just arrived. No one observed her movements, and she employed her liberty in hastening to the grotto of St. Hildegard. No one was there, and now a new terror seized her, lest Osbright should not mean to come. She seated herself on a broken stone which had rolled from the rock above, and was lost in melancholy reflections, when someone took her hand gently. She looked up. Osbright stood before her, but in the moment of surprise she only saw him in the dreaded assassin, and uttering a cry of terror, her first movement was to fly from the place. The knight started back in astonishment, but she soon recollected herself and returned. "Is it you, then?" she said, endeavoring to assume a tranquil look, and extending her hand with a smile equally expressive of tenderness and melancholy. "I thought—" "What did you think? What could your innocence have to fear?" And he gently drew her back to the seat, which she had quitted, and took his place by her side. "I feared that some enemy, that some assassin, that some emissary of the Count of Frankheim. Ah, Blanche, still this aversion, to belong to Frankheim is sufficient to become the object of your hate. All who belong to Frankheim hate me. Not all, Blanche, certainly. The Count, at least. Dearest Blanche, did you but know the pain which I feel when you calumniate the Count. He is stern and passionate, I confess, but he has ever been an honorable man. Shall I own to you the truth, my Blanche? The Count is my friend, is my best friend. His affection is my proudest boast. His commands I have never disobeyed." "Indeed, and never will?" "Never. At least I hope not. His commands from my earliest infancy have ever been to me as a law and my love. Why thus pale? What alarms you? What distresses you?" "'Tis nothing. It will soon be past. I am not quite well, and—" "You speak still more faintly. Stay one moment. I will bring water for you from the grotto." "Oh, no, no, no!" she exclaimed, and detained him by his arm. He stopped, surprised at the eagerness with which she spoke. Yet 'tis no matter, she continued. Bring it if you will, I will drink it. I will return instantly, said he, and hastened to the waterfall. Blanche started wildly from her seat. She sank upon her knees, covered her face with her hands, and prayed for a few moments fervently and silently. Now then, she said in a firm voice, while she rose from the ground. Now then, I am prepared for everything. Let him bring me what he will, be it water or be it poison, from his hands will I receive it without hesitation, and die if he will have it so, without a murmur. A consecrated goblet ever stood upon the rustic altar of St. Hildegard. It was supposed to be that which had once pressed the blessed lips of the saint, and even the starving robber respected its sanctity. Osbright hastily filled it, and returning to his mistress, urged her to taste the water which it contained. Blanche received the cup with a trembling hand, and fixing her eyes upon his countenance, "Will it not chill me too suddenly?" she asked. "You need not drink much of it. A few drops will be sufficient to produce the effect desired." "Indeed? Is it so powerful, then? Nay, it is all the better. See, Sir Knight, you are obeyed. From your hands even this is welcome." And she placed the goblet to her lips, nor doubted that she drank a farewell to the world. "Look," she resumed, restoring the cup. "Have I swallowed enough? Are you satisfied?" "Blanche," exclaimed the youth, his surprise at her demeanor increasing with every moment. "What is the matter? What means this mysterious conduct? You seem to me so much altered." "Already? Does it then work so speedily? Nay, then I must be sudden, and here all the skies shall end. You promised when I saw you last that at our next meeting you would disclose your name. I know it already, Osbright of Frankheim. Know the hatred which you bear to me and mine. Know the dreadful oath which was taken last night in the chapel of St. John, and know also that you have now made one step towards fulfilling it. Osbright, when I raised yonder goblet to my lips, I was not ignorant that it contained poison." "Poison?" interrupted Osbright. "What? You believe then? You suspect, yet believe it still?" "Yes, Blanche, yes. Let this convince you that the cup which you have tasted, Osbright will raise to his lips with joy, even though that cup be poisoned." And he seized the goblet and drank its contents with eagerness. "Osbright, my own Osbright!" exclaimed Blanche, and sank upon her lover's bosom. "Oh, that it were indeed poison, and that I might die with you in this moment, for to live with you I feel myself unworthy. Shame upon me! How could I for one instant belie your generous nature so grossly? Never, no, never more will I suspect. Nor me, nor anyone, my Blanche, I hope without some better reason. Oh, banish from your bosom the gloomy fiend, Mistrust. So pure a shrine should never be polluted by an inmate so odious. Away with the prejudices which have been so carefully instilled into your youthful mind. See no more with the eyes of parents. See with your own, my Blanche, and judge by your own good heart of the feelings of others. Then will the world again become lovely in your sight, for you will see it the abode of truth, of virtue, of affection. Then will this host of imagined enemies be converted into a band of real friends. Then will your mind be freed from these visionary terrors, so injurious to others, so painful to yourself, which now fill your wakening thoughts with anxiety, and your nightly dreams with gloomy recollections. You have told me yourself that you have frequently started from sleep, exclaiming that Count Rodrigo of Frankheim was at hand, and yet this Count Rodrigo is Osbright's father. You have mistaken me, you are mistaken in him, and in the Count. Oh, no, 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 Osbright, impossible. Indeed, the Count is a very fierce, a very cruel man. Ah, your partiality blinds you. But if you knew as well as I do, but I was forbidden to mention it. And have you still secrets from me, Blanche? From this moment I have none to you. Nay, look not so sad. You shall know all, and you should have known it before, but that you ever spoke so warmly in favor of the Count, that I was unwilling to grieve you. Well then, Osbright, it is certain, quite certain, that the Count of Frankheim caused my poor brother Philip to be poisoned." "Indeed, quite certain. And do you know, Blanche, that it is equally certain, nay, much more certain, that the Count of Orenburg caused my brother to be assassinated in Burnholm Wood? Oh, most atrocious calumny! Oh, falsehood most incredible! What? My father, whose actions—" "My father never did an unworthy action either, Blanche." Nay, but I saw with my own eyes the livid spots with which Philip's neck. I, too, saw with mine the deep wound which gaped on poor Jocelyn's bosom. The attendants, the physician, all have told me themselves. Every inmate of Frankheim Castle heard the confession, that your father had bribed Philip's nurse, who left us about a week before his illness, that assassins were bribed by your father to murder Jocelyn while hunting. Nay, what is more strong, my mother herself assured me. But what is still stronger than that your father's crime was actually confessed by the very assassins themselves. Well, Osbright, you surely cannot expect me to see everything in your eyes. Should I see everything in yours, Blanche? Nor to believe my dear good father, whose heart I know so well, guilty of a crime so base and so atrocious. Does not the argument hold equally good for me, Blanche? Your father may be innocent of Jocelyn's death, but so is mine of Philip's. You love your father well, but not better than I love mine. Each thinks the other's father to be guilty. Why may not each be wrong? Both believe their own father to be innocent, and why should not both be right? Oh, that it were so! How gladly should I banish from my bosom these gloomy terrors, which now torture it so cruelly. No, Osbright, the heart may feel, but the tongue can never utter, how painful it is for me to hate one who is so much beloved by you. Osbright thanked her by a kiss, the purest and the warmest that ever was sealed upon the lip of woman, and he now proceeded to unfold to her his intentions of seeking the widow of the assassin, and endeavoring to learn from her the real motives of her husband for murdering the innocent Jocelyn. She approved of his design, and then urged his immediate departure, as the evening was already closing round them, and Osbright's road lay through a forest, rendered dangerous in several parts by pitfalls, and not entirely free from wild beasts. Osbright obeyed, but he first advised her to visit St. Hildegard's grotto no more till his return, of which he could easily apprise her by means of Sir Leonard of Cleborne. For I must confess, he added, though I am certain that nothing could induce my father to act ill deliberately, yet his passions are so violent and so frequently overcome his better judgment, that I know not into what extremes he might be hurried in a momentary ebullition of fury. My brother's death, I understand, has almost driven him frantic. He breathes vengeance against the whole family of Orenburg. It is rumored also that the herald whom he dispatched to signify to your father. Alas! It is but too true. The wild, cruel people murdered the poor man, but my father did his utmost to prevent the crime. Indeed, Osbright, my father was not in fault. Heaven grant that it may be found so, but at present appearances are greatly against Count Gustavus, and this unlucky event will make my father's resentment burn with tenfold fury. He is noble, generous, benevolent, friendly, but in his rage he is terrible, and he cherishes in his heart with unjustifiable fondness the thirst for vengeance. Some officious vassal may observe your visits hither, and unprotected as you are, may easily purchase his lord's favor by delivering you into his power. Dearest Blanche, enraged as he is at this moment, I would not even answer that your life, mine, one who never offended him by word or deed, one who, for your sake, would so willingly love him, and you really think... Osbright, say what you will, I fear that your father is a very wicked man. He has his faults, but they are greatly overbalanced by his virtues. Yet I confess there have been moments when... But let us drop this unpleasant subject. Time presses, I must be gone. Give me your promise not to visit this spot during my absence, one sweet kiss to confirm that promise, and then farewell, my Blanche. The promise was given. The kiss was taken, the farewell was said, and then Osbright, having conducted his mistress in safety to the spot, which concealed the private entrance to Orenburg Castle, and which was within a very short distance of the cave, returned to the place where he had fastened his courser, and giving him the spur was soon concealed within the shades of the neighboring forest. But scarcely had he quitted her when Blanche recollected that the consecrated goblet was left on the outside of the cave. To replace this, her reverence for the saint made her think absolutely necessary. Yet the close of her conversation with Osbright made her feel no small degree of repugnance to revisiting the grotto by herself. However, it was so near that she could not suppose it possible for her to meet with any danger during the few minutes which it would take her to perform this duty, and therefore, after some little hesitation, she retraced her steps. Trembling as she ran, she traversed the space which divided her from the cave, threaded the rocky passages, and soon reached the mouth of the cave. The goblet was replaced, an Ave was murmured before the altar in all haste, and she now hurried back again, when, as she rushed out of the grotto, "Stay!" exclaimed a voice, and springing from the rock above, a man stood before her. She shrieked and started back. The moon, which was now risen, showed her what seemed rather to be a spectre than any mortal being. His tall, thin form, viewed through the medium of her fears, and seen but indistinctly among the shadows of the surrounding rocks, dilated to a height which appeared gigantic, his tresses fluttering wildly in the evening blast, his limbs trembling with agitation, his face colorless as the face of a corpse, his large eyes almost starting from their sockets and glaring with all the fires of delirium, his hands filled with locks of bright hair torn from his own head and stained with blood which had flowed from his own self-mangled bosom. Such was the stranger, such was the wretched Eugene. The terror which the sight of him evidently caused in Blanche had prevented the page from obtruding his presence upon her any more, but he could not prevail upon himself to abstain from the delight of gazing upon that beauty, which had made so forcible an impression upon his youthful heart. He watched her and observed that regularly every evening she visited the cave of St. Hildegard, and regularly every evening did Eugene climb the rocks, among which it was situated, and feed his hopeless passion by gazing for whole hours upon the lovely form of Blanche. He admired the celestial expression of her countenance as she knelt in prayer before the shrine. He listened in silent ecstasy when, seated before the grotto's mouth, and weaving into garlands the wild flowers which sprouted among the rocks, she chanted some sweet though simple ballad. He smiled when he saw her smile at the dexterity with which her flowery work had been completed, and when some melancholy thought glanced across her mind, he echoed back the sigh which escaped from her bosom. He knew not that the wreaths were woven to deck the seat, which had been hollowed by sustaining a rival. He knew not that the sigh proceeded from grief for that rival's absence. And thus had whole months rolled away, and with every day did the charms of Blanche inflame his heart with more glowing passion and exalt his imagination to a higher pitch of enthusiasm. At length came the fatal blow, which at once destroyed this solitary source of ideal happiness. He found not only that he had a beloved rival, but that this rival was the man who possessed that place in his father's affections, which he would so gladly have possessed in them himself, was Count Rodrigo's avowed offspring, while he was rejected and pointed out to the world as nothing better than an orphan and an outcast, was the heir of the rich domains of Frankheim, while he was condemned to a life of servitude and obscurity. In short, was the very man towards whom all existing beings he cherished, and had cherished from his childhood, the most inveterate and uncontrollable antipathy. Breathless with agitation and fixing his nails in his bosom in order to distract the sense of mental agony by the infliction of bodily pain, he had witnessed from the rock above them the interview between the lovers. He heard not their words, but he saw, as they sat, the arm of Osbright tenderly encircling the waist of Blanche, and witnessed the kiss which he pressed upon her lip at parting. They were gone, yet the boy still lay extended upon the rock, stupefied by a blow so unexpected. A few minutes restored him to sensation, but not to himself. Horror at Jocelyn's death had shaken his nerves most cruelly. Since that event, grief had scarcely permitted his tasting food. That constitutional infirmity, which the knowledge of his mother's sad story had inflamed into delirium, now exerted itself with dreadful violence upon his enfeebled frame and exalted imagination. His brain was unable to support the shock, and he now stood a maniac before the affrighted Blanche. "It is she indeed," he exclaimed. "She here again? Here and alone? Oh, then it was no illusion. The night wind murmured in my ear, 'Death.' And the screech owl shrieked in my ear, 'Death.' And the wind and the screech owl told me true, for you are returned on purpose. Yes, yes. I feel it well, Angel. You are here, and the hour is come." "What hour? I know you not. You terrify me." She attempted to pass him, but he grasped her by the wrist. "Terrified? Are you not a blessed spirit, and what can you fear? I must away to the skies, and there I will kneel and implore for you, and pray that you may speedily follow me thither. You will soon be made a saint in heaven, but I must prepare the way for you. Take this sword and plunge it. Nay, nay, why should you dread to use it? Have you not plunged a dagger in my heart already? You have, and oh, that wound was a wound so painful. Take it, I say, take it, here is my naked bosom." And as he said this, he tore open his doublet with one hand, while with frantic eagerness he endeavored to force her to take the sword with the other, when, summoning up all of her strength, Blanche rushed swiftly past him and with loud shrieks fled through the rocky passage. The frantic youth pursued her, in vain imploring her to stay. With fruitless efforts did Blanche exert her speed. The maniac gained upon her, and overcome by terror, she fell breathless at his feet, at the moment when, guided by her shrieks, Baron Ottokar arrived to her assistance. He heard her scream for help. He saw her pursued by one who held an unsheathed sword. He beheld her sink upon the earth, and doubted not that she had perished by the blow of an assassin. "Inhuman ruffian!" exclaimed the knight, and instantly his sword struck the supposed murderer to the earth. Then, raising the trembling Blanche in his arms, he hastened towards the castle to procure surgical assistance for his lovely burthen. During Blanche's absence, Sir Leonard of Cleborne was employed in the performance of his promise to Osbright. He requested an audience of the Count of Lauenburg, which was readily granted, but Gustavus added that, as what Sir Leonard had to state was announced to be of importance, he begged that Baron Ottokar might share the communication, the nature of his engagements to that young nobleman being such that they possessed a common interest in everything. Sir Leonard foreboded from this declaration an obstacle to his negotiation. However, he immediately commenced it, disclosed to the astonished Count the mutual attachment between Osbright and his daughter, and concluded by advising him most strenuously to seize so favorable an opportunity of putting a final close to the disputes which had so long separated the kindred houses of Orenburg and Frankheim. While Gustavus listened to this narrative, a variety of motions expressed themselves by turns on his countenance. Sir Leonard had finished. The Count passed a few minutes in silence, but at length, taking his resolution decisively, he assured Sir Leonard that most earnestly did he desire to see amity established between the two families, that there was no personal sacrifice which he would not joyfully make to accomplish an event so desirable, but that unfortunately he had already contracted such engagements as formed an insuperable obstacle to the union of Blanche and Osbright. "No, my lord," hastily interrupted Ottokar, "you have contracted none, at least if you allude to those which you have contracted with me. It is true, last night I received your knightly word that the hand of Blanche should be mine, and had you promised me the imperial crown, I should have thought the boon less valuable. But when the object is to prevent the effusion of kindred blood, to establish peace between the two noblest families and the whole Palatinate, nay, more to procure the happiness of Blanche herself, shall I suffer my own selfish wishes to interfere? Shall I hesitate for one moment to sacrifice them to the general welfare? No, my lord, read the heart of Ottokar more justly. Were the affections of your daughter the prize, I would dispute it against Osbright, against the world, and would never resign my claim but with the last sigh of my bosom. But the possession of her hand alone could only make me wretched. The heart of Blanche is Osbright's. Blanche can only be happy in being his, and unless she is happy, I must be miserable myself. Count of Orenburg, I restore your promise. I resume my own. Let this wished-for union take place. Heaven itself surely lighted up this flame in the bosoms of the lovers, and the hour which gives Blanche to the envied Osbright will doubtless bury in eternal oblivion all past offences, all existing prejudices, all future mistrust. It is true, my heart will bleed, but the applause of my conscience will repay me for every selfish pang most amply. Still consider me as your warmest friend, Gustavus, but for the sake of Blanche I must now refuse to be your son." In vain did Gustavus combat this generous resignation. Ottokar was firm, and at length the Count honestly confessed to Sir Leonard the joy which he should feel at the accomplishment of the union in question. The difficulty now was how to convince Rodrigo of the injustice of his suspicions respecting Jocelyn's murder, and to bring him to view Osbright's attachment in the same favorable light. In this also Ottokar proffered his assistance. As nephew to the Lady Magdalena, though he was no favorite with her lord, he had ready access to the castle of Frankheim. That lady was well aware of the strength of his attachment to Blanche, and the generosity of her own nature rendered her fully capable of appreciating the sacrifice which he made in surrendering his claims in favor of Osbright's. He knew also that the feuds between the families had long been to her a source of mental uneasiness the most acute, and that she had ever vindicated the conduct of Gustavus, as far as Rodrigo's violence would permit her prudence to give such an opinion, and he was certain that she would seize with joy an opportunity of terminating disputes so odious. He therefore proposed his immediate departure for the castle of Frankheim, where he would make a confidential communication of the whole business to the Countess, and discuss with her the most likely means of gaining over to their side the inclinations of her stormy husband. This plan was universally approved of, and without an hour's delay Ottokar set out for Frankheim Castle, accompanied by the warmest gratitude of Gustavus and the highest admiration of Sir Leonard. It was on his progress to Frankheim that the shrieks of the alarmed Blanche had summoned him to her assistance. On his arrival with her at the castle, immediately all was anxiety and confusion, but it was soon ascertained that she had received no wound, though some time elapsed before she could recollect herself sufficiently to give an account of what had happened. Even then, her narrative was greatly confused. Alarm and anxiety to escape had prevented her from hearing much of what the maniac addressed to her. She could only relate that a youth, whom she remembered to have seen twice before, and who had confessed himself to be a Frankheimer, had surprised her among the rocks, had accosted her with much violence and passion, frequently mentioning the word death, and, as she believed, had told her that her hour was come. She was, however, quite certain that he accused her of having attempted to plunge a dagger in his heart, had threatened to make her a saint in heaven, and had drawn his sword to put his threats in execution, at which she had fled, still pursued by him, till her strength failed her, and she sank on the earth before him. Having given this imperfect account, Blanche was committed to the care of her female attendants, and advised by the physician to retire to rest and endeavor to compose her ruffled spirits, advice which she readily adopted and immediately withdrew to her own apartment. Gustavus had listened to her narrative with surprise, Ulrica with horror, and when Ottokar confirmed the assertion of Blanche that the supposed assassin was in the service of the Count of Frankheim, adding that he had seen him occasionally in attendance upon Magdalena, and that he rather believed his name to be Eugene, the Countess darted a triumphant glance upon her husband. The latter ordered some domestics to go in quest of the assassin and convey him to the castle. "Perhaps," said he, "his wound may not be mortal, and we may induce him to explain this mysterious business. I confess that at present it wears a most hideous aspect, and I cannot believe that the noble and brave Count Rodrigo would descend to so base an action as to instigate a menial to take away the life of an innocent girl by assassination, if indeed he should really be guilty of an action so atrocious." "If," interrupted his wife impatiently, "and is it possible any longer to doubt his guilt? Is not everything confirmed? Does not this agree with my suspicions respecting Philip? Suspicions, did I say? 'Twas certainty. 'Twas fact, supported by proofs too clear to be mistaken by any eyes but by those of wilful blindness. Nay, I could tell you more." "Indeed," said Gustavus, with a look of incredulity. "Yes, Gustavus, yes. You remember well the fever, which about 2 years ago brought you to the very gates of the sepulchre? You were recovering. You were pronounced out of danger when a present of sweetmeats arrived for you from the Lady Magdalena. And what inference?" "Be patient. I come to the point. I warned you not to taste them and presented you with some conserves prepared by my own hand. You were obstinate. You first ridiculed my fears, then chid me for entertaining such unjust suspicions. What was the result? You eat freely of Magdalena's present, and the very next day your fever returned with such violence as made the physician for several days despair of your recovery. It was very singular. You were perfectly correct, Ulrica, and certainly, but stay. I think I recollect one little circumstance which— Exactly so. Our dispute took place in the honeysuckle bower on the south side of the garden, and out of patience at what you termed my obstinacy, you left me in displeasure. Scarcely were you gone when old Grim the wolf-dog came bounding to caress me, and springing upon me unexpectedly, Magdalena's present fell from my hands, and the vessel broke into 1,000 pieces. This accident made me have recourse to your conserves, which were still standing on the table, and what is something singular, old Grim, who had appropriated the fallen sweetmeats to himself without hesitation, suffered not the least inconvenience, while I had scarcely tasted those prepared by your own hand before my fever returned with violence, and I was declared to be in danger of my life. "Why, certainly," said Ulrica, hesitating and embarrassed. "There are 2 ways of telling everything. Appearances seem strong, I argued, to the best of my knowledge. Everybody is liable to be mistaken. Are they so? Then, good Ulrica, since you find yourself mistaken in one instance, allow the possibility of your having been mistaken in another. In short, I insist upon it, and will not be disobeyed, that you are henceforth silent on the subject of Philip's malady. Were he poisoned or were he not, it is my pleasure that he should be mentioned only as dead and nothing further. Nay, Ulrica, not a syllable more, I entreat you. My friends," he continued, turning to Ottokar and Sir Leonard, "advise me what to do. This new adventure, I own, wears a very embarrassing appearance, and yet appearances are no less strong against myself respecting the herald's death, and still more respecting the murder of young Jocelyn. One of my own people was found near the course. He declared upon the rack with his last breath that I had instigated him to commit the crime, and yet God sees the heart and knows that I am innocent. Rodrigo may be equally guiltless of this attack upon my child. If, fortunately, there should be life in the assassin, and he could be brought to confess—" "Nay," exclaimed Ottokar, "he must confess, he shall confess. If he refuses, the rack shall force from him, and if he then declares that Rodrigo set him on, then the business is ended. Then Rodrigo's guilt is clear, and, indeed, then it is also clear that I am Jocelyn's murderer. Is that not equally well proved, Sir Ottokar, and by means exactly the same?" The youth colored and hung his head in confusion. Nor did anyone break the silence till a domestic entering informed the Count that the assassin had been removed from the place where Sir Ottokar left him. On inquiry, he had learned from some peasants that they had found the youth bleeding profusely, but that his wound appeared not to be dangerous, that they were preparing to convey him to the castle, when a party of Frankheimers accidentally passed that way, and recognizing a favorable domestic of their liege lord, had forced him from them, and hastened to convey him out of the domains of Orenburg. All hopes of Eugene's clearing up this mystery being thus removed, it was thought best that Ottokar should resume his intended visit to the Lady Magdalena, should inform her of all that had happened, should entreat her to account for the highly culpable conduct of the page, and ascertain whether Rodrigo was disposed to bury all mutual injuries in oblivion, a measure which for his own part Gustavus professed himself still perfectly ready to adopt, in spite of the suspicious transactions of that eventful evening. Ottokar immediately set forth, but Sir Leonard remained at the castle of Orenburg to wait the issue of the young warrior's negotiation. End of section 5.
Section 6 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, Chapters 7 and 8. Chapter 7. The image of a wicked, heinous fault lives in his eye. That close aspect of his doth shew the mood of a much troubled bosom. King John. The arrival of Ottokar at Frankheim Castle appeared to create no trifling astonishment and embarrassment in the domestic. Suspicion and ill humor were expressed on every countenance, and Wilfred, the seneschal, only answered the youth's inquiries for the Lady Magdala by a dry and sullen, "This way, Sir Knight." The Countess was alone. His appearance seemed to excite in her almost as much surprise as it had produced on her attendants, and her reception of him was studiously cold. But the frankness and impetuosity of Ottokar's nature soon banished this constraint. He opened his embassy without loss of time, and as she listened, the countenance of his auditress gradually brightened. The mutual attachment of Osbright and Blanche equally surprised and pleased her. She bestowed the highest encomium on that generosity of sentiment which had prompted Ottokar to sacrifice his own passion to the general welfare. She declared her thorough persuasion of the merits of the fair Blanche, and her anxiety to see these odious feuds terminated in an amicable manner. She was also willing to give credit to Audicar's solemn protestations that Gustavus was innocent of Jocelyn's death, but she greatly feared that it would be difficult to inspire her husband with the same confidence, especially at the present moment when his persuasion of Gustavus's animosity had gained additional strength from several late occurrences. The account of Harold's murder, she said, had inspired Rodrigo with a degree of indignation, which, often as she had witnessed the strength of his emotions, had far surpassed anything of which she had before believed him capable. Audicar hastened to clear up this transaction, at which he was present, and his account perfectly exculpated Gustavus in Magdalena's eyes. Though, conscious of Rodrigo's innate obstinacy, she was doubtful of its being equally successful with her husband. Audicar, whose chief virtue was by no means that of patience, took fire at this, and it escaped him to say that it ill became a person to be so difficult in believing the innocence of another who lay himself under such strong suspicions of having instigated an assassin to commit the very same crime. The Countess eagerly demanded an explanation, and heard with surprise and resentment, which increased with every word, that in the course of that very evening a domestic of Count Rodrigo had attempted to stab the Lady Blanche, and would have succeeded in his diabolical attempt, had not Audicar arrived in time to fell the assassin to the ground. Audicar was still expatiating with all the warmth of a lover on the atrocity of the attempt. The Countess was still listening to this dreadful charge in such horror as deprived her of all power to interrupt her nephew, when the door was thrown open with violence, and Count Rodrigo rushed into the room. "Have you heard it, Magdalena?" he exclaimed in a thundering voice, while he stamped upon the floor with passion. "Have you heard?" At that moment his eyes rested upon Audicar, and instantly they appeared to flash out fire. He started back. All the blood in his body seemed at once to rush to his face. For some moments he gazed upon the youth in terrific silence, as if he would have devoured him with his eyes. At length, "So," he exclaimed in a satisfied tone, "here, he is here! What ho, Wilfred!" And he rushed again from the apartment as abruptly as he had entered. "What can this mean?" said the amazed and trembling Magdalena. "Those looks, that well-known terrible expression! Oh, this very moment I must be satisfied." She hastened to a window which overlooked the principal court, and summoned the old porter, who was then crossing it. He soon entered the apartment, and the Countess hastily inquired whether within the last hour any strangers had arrived at the castle, and whether her lord had seen them. "No, lady, no strangers," replied the old man. "But truly Martin and his son Hans, the farmers of Helmstadt, are arrived, and sad news they bring, to be sure. By your inquiry, lady, I suppose that you have not yet heard what has happened at Orenburg. Ah, the hard hearts! Ah, the barbarians! How could they be so cruel as to hurt the poor, harmless, innocent lad? One so gentle that, the Lord have mercy! Is it you, Sir Audicar? Why, surely you must be distracted to show your face within these walls, after committing an act so barbarous." Audicar declared his ignorance of the old man's meaning. "Indeed? Nay, then perhaps the story is not true. Martin and Hans may have mistaken the name, and heaven grant it may prove so. But to be plain, Sir Knight, Martin told me himself that on his road hither he found the young page, Eugene, bleeding and fainting, that the peasants who stood near him had assured him that the lad was stabbed by no hand but yours, and that you had perpetrated this barbarous action by the command of the Lady Blanche, under whose very eyes it was committed. Finding that Eugene still lived, and knowing how much my lord and yourself Noble lady, value him. Martin and his companions rescued him from the hands of the Orenburgers, and endeavored to bring him home to the castle. But his wound being dangerous, they thought it safest to stop with him at the Convent of St. John, where they left him under the care of the good fathers, and then hastened hither to inform my lord of what happened. But bless my heart, I quite forget, lady. The Count ordered me to summon Wilfred immediately to his chamber, and I doubt even this little delay will bring me into anger. Your pardon, lady, I must away this instant." And he hurried out of the apartment. "Eugene?" repeated Magdalena. "Eugene wounded? And wounded by your hand, Ottokar? A boy, a poor harmless boy. Oh, impossible. This is some egregious mistake, and—" "No, lady, there is no mistake in this. The peasants told the truth. It was my hand which struck Eugene to the ground, for Eugene was the wretch who, as I before mentioned to you, attempted this evening the precious life of Blanche." "You rave, Sir Ottokar. Eugene an assassin? The assassin of a female, too? He who bears to the very name of woman a love, a reverence almost idolatrous. He, the gentlest, tenderest." "Lady, I saw him myself. I heard the shrieks of Blanche with my own ears. I saw her sink at his feet in terror. I saw Eugene with his sword drawn on the very point of plunging it into her bosom." "Nay, nay, let us not waste our time in disputing about Eugene. Be he innocent or be he guilty, your hands are stained with his blood, and here you are no longer in safety, so dear as Eugene is to my husband." "Surely, Countess, surely he will be no longer dear to him when Rodrigo learns his guilt, or if he still protects him, that protection will prove that Rodrigo himself cannot be innocent. Criminal as Eugene is, if he can still inspire his master with any sentiment but indignation, but hatred—" "Hatred? His master? Oh, Ottokar, you know not. There is a mystery about that boy. There is a secret reason. Rodrigo hate Eugene? Eugene, who is his own, I would say. Eugene, whom Rodrigo loves as dearly as if he were his own son." The eagerness with which she endeavored to recall her words, the hesitation with which she pronounced the correcting phrase, the color which crimsoned her cheeks at having so nearly divulged her husband's secret, all these immediately dispelled the cloud which overhung the birth of Eugene. Ottokar instantly comprehended how dear an interest Rodrigo took in the page's welfare, and how odious the man must appear in his eyes who had plunged his sword in the boy's bosom. He hesitated what course to pursue. Magdalena advised his leaving her to reconcile the mind of her husband to what had happened, and not to repeat his visit at the castle till she should inform him that his present offense was forgotten and forgiven. And the knight was on the point of following her counsels when the door was again thrown open, and the Count of Frankheim re-entered the room. The Countess shuddered as she cast an anxious glance upon his countenance. His face was of a deadly paleness. The deepest gloom sat upon his frowning brows. His burning eyes glared with terrible expression. Yet a smile of forced urbanity played round his bloodless lips, and on his entrance he bowed his proud head towards Ottokar with an air of unusual condescension. "You are welcome, Sir Knight," said he. "This visit affords me a satisfaction totally unexpected. Magdalena, your nephew will need some refreshment. Will you not see that it is prepared?" The tone in which this question was asked converted it into a command. She was obliged to obey, and could only whisper to Ottokar in passing, "Be on your guard, for God's sake." "Be seated, Sir Ottokar," resumed the Count. "Nay, no ceremony. And now may I inquire what lucky circumstance brings you hither? It is not often that Frankheim Castle is honored by your presence. You come, I understand, from Orenburg. You are a friend of Gustavus and a suitor of his daughter, is it not so? A fair lady and an excellent choice, I am told, that her influence over you is unbounded, that what she desires, be it right or be it wrong, you perform with all the ardor of a true lover, and in truth it is fitting that you should. But as I said before, you come straight from Orenburg. Perhaps you bring some message from your friend Gustavus, some conciliatory proposal, some explanation of past circumstances, or perhaps he has sent me a defiance in return for mine, and your friendship for him induces you to appear before me in the sacred character of his herald. Am I right, Sir Ottokar? As the herald of Gustavus? No, Count Rodrigo, I come here as your friend, if you will permit me to be so, as your guest, unless you have forsworn the rights of hospitality. My guest? Oh, undoubtedly, you do me but too much honor. But am I to understand, then, that you bring no commission from Orenburg? Yes, one, which I trust will convince you that I am not more the friend of Orenburg than of Frankheim. Count Gustavus wishes to hold with you a personal conference. A conference with me? You may well be surprised. I was so myself when he first mentioned it. But he asserts with such solemn adjurations his innocence. His innocence, indeed! He declares himself so certain of proving to your complete satisfaction that he had no hand in Jocelyn's murder, and he is so anxious of laying before you a plan for putting an end to all feuds in a manner equally beneficial and agreeable to both families, that if you will but listen to him— Listen to him? Oh, by all means. When you see him again, pray assure him that an interview with him will give me the highest satisfaction. When I see him, dear Count, since you charge me with so welcome a commission, I will hasten back to Orenburg without a moment's delay. Oh, from what a weight shall I relieve his mind, and how wisely do you act in showing this readiness to conciliation. Rodrigo, may the right hand, which I thus stretch toward heaven, wither and rot away if I am perjured in swearing that I believe Gustavus to be innocent. Now then, farewell. Yet hold, there are 2 points, 2 unlucky accidents which have lately happened, and which, while unexplained, must have produced a disadvantageous impression upon your mind, and may be the source of future dissension. Permit me, therefore, to mention that Eugene— I know it. I have heard it already. Eugene has been mortally wounded in the neighborhood of Orenburg Castle. You need say no more about it. Not mortally, Count. I am assured that his wounds are not mortal. I trust that he will recover. Not mortal, you say? Nay, just as you please. Count Rodrigo, anything more? You mentioned 2 accidents, I think, and— Before I enter upon the second, permit me to explain that if there was any fault in the first, it proceeded entirely from the conduct of Eugene himself. He attempted to assassinate Lady Blanche this evening, and— Oh, to be sure! Extremely probable and extremely wrong. The boy deserved his fate, and I make no doubt that Gustavus supposes him to have been instigated by me to commit this crime. Nay, I confess that seems highly probable, too. No, Rodrigo, you wrong him. It is true everyone else at Orenburg accuses you, but Gustavus himself loudly asserts his conviction of your innocence. Fiend, fiend, O artful devil! 10,000 pardons, Baron. A sudden pain, but 'tis gone. I am quite myself again. Now then, the second little accident— The herald whom you sent to Orenburg 2 days ago was knocked on the head. They told me so before, but of course Gustavus had no hand in the affair. He had none indeed. I was present myself, and witnessed his exertions to calm the fury of the mob, till unluckily exhausted with fatigue and overcome with apprehension, he fainted, and while he was insensible— He fainted? That was lucky indeed. This misfortune has distressed Gustavus beyond measure. He has commissioned me to say that any reparation which you can demand in honor— Reparation for such a trifle? Oh, absurd. The thing is really not worth talking of. Count of Frankheim? For after all, the man was but a herald. And what is a herald, you know? What is he? Permit me to say. How is this, Sir Ottokar? You espouse the cause of heralds so warmly that one would think you were a herald yourself. And in fact you are so. You bring the Count of Orenburg's messages, you make the Count of Orenburg's conciliatory proposals, and therefore, to all intents and purposes, you are the Count of Orenburg's herald. Is that not so, Sir Knight? Rodrigo, I repeat it, I am here only as your friend, and as Lady Magdalena's near kinsman, and even should the laws of chivalry not induce you to respect the herald, the rights of hospitality must surely make you consider the person of your guest as sacred. Sacred? My guest? Oh, undoubtedly. Nothing can be better said or more certain. The person of my guest must always be considered as sacred by me, only there is one trifling point of which it may be as well to make you aware. I also am very subject to fainting. Indeed? Exclaimed Ottokar, starting. Then fixing his eyes on those of Rodrigo, he read in them an expression which almost froze the marrow in his bones. Farewell, Count Rodrigo, said he, and hastily quitted the room. The Count remained in his seat, reclining his head upon his hand, silent, motionless, and gloomy. Some minutes elapsed, and still he moved not. Save him! Save him! Shrieked Magdalena as she rushed into the chamber, pale as death. Hasten to his rescue, Rodrigo! For God's sake, hasten! Look, look! And she threw open the window which commanded the courtyard, from whence the light of the full moon and the blaze of numerous torches permitted her to observe distinctly what was passing below. He is surrounded. Ottokar, the people, the whole crowd of them, with swords, with clubs. Fly, fly, Rodrigo, and rescue him. Merciful heaven, they drag him from his horse. They throw him on the earth. They will kill him. They will murder him. Nay, look yourself, come to the window. Speak to the wild rabble, or their fury. He forces himself out of their clutches. He draws his sword. He fights. He drives them back. Now, now, my lord. Now they can hear you. Seize this interval of fear and command them. Alas, alas! Now they all rush upon him at once like madmen. He defends himself still, but their numbers. Rodrigo, Rodrigo, for mercy's sake, for God's sake, call to them from the window. Speak one word. Speak but one word, and— his head. A blow. He staggers. And now another, and another. It is done. It's done. He falls. He is dead. Oh, blessed Mary, receive his soul to mercy. She sank upon her knees, pressed to her lips the golden cross which hung at her bosom, and passed some few minutes in fervent supplication for the sins of her unhappy nephew. As she prayed, the excess of horror gradually abated. Religion already poured balm into her still bleeding wounds. The thought of eternal happiness hereafter enabled her to sustain the weight of her present afflictions. The agony of grief was softened into melancholy tenderness. She found that she could again breathe freely, and a torrent of grateful tears rushed into her burning eyes and relieved the burden of her overcharged bosom. She rose from her knees. She turned towards her husband, who sat motionless in his chair. Rodrigo, she said. Your guest, your kinsman, has been murdered in your castle, almost before your eyes. It would have cost you but one word, but one look, nay, the very sight of their lord's countenance. His mere presence would have been sufficient to recall the rabble to their duty and terrify them from accomplishing their barbarous purpose. I told you what would happen. I called you, I implored you, and still you were deaf to my cries, and still you moved not. Oh, what cruel insensibility! Oh, what inhuman obstinacy! Now God grant that in that bitter hour when you most want his help, he may not be as slow to afford it as you have been to the wretched Ottokar. The Count replied not. The door opened, and Wilfred entered. Noble lord, said he, your orders are obeyed. Obeyed his orders? Repeated Magdalena with a shriek of surprise and horror. She fixed her eyes upon the countenance of her husband with a look of dreadful enquiry. Every muscle in his gigantic form seemed convulsed by some horrible sensation. The deepest gloom darkened every feature. The wind from the unclosed window agitated his raven locks, and every hair appeared to writhe itself. His eyeballs glared, his teeth chattered, his lips trembled, and yet a smile of satisfied vengeance played horribly round them. His complexion appeared suddenly to be changed to the dark tincture of an African. The expression of his countenance was dreadful, was diabolical. Magdalena, as she gazed upon his face, thought that she gazed upon the face of a demon. Obeyed? After a long pause, she repeated once more, Rodrigo, obeyed? He raised his eyes to hers, but he could not support their gaze. He turned hastily away and concealed his countenance with his robe. Now then, she resumed, the whole is clear. Fool that I was, and I called you to the innocent youth's rescue. Fie, oh fie! This is not the action of a warrior, of a man. This is so odious, so despicable, that I, your wife, your fond, your humble, your much injured, your ever-enduring wife, even I pronounce it odious and despicable, and dare to proclaim aloud my hatred and my contempt. Oh, shame, shame, how the man sits there and must endure to hear the just reproaches of one whom he knows so inferior in all things but virtue, of a woman weak in mind, weak in body, but strong in conscious innocence, and therefore stronger than himself. Heaven can witness with what truth, with what fondness, with what adoration I have ever loved you, Rodrigo. But the feelings of what is right is superior to all other feelings. But the voice of justice will be heard, and not even the husband of my heart, not even the father of my children is to me a character so sacred as to stifle the sentence of my reason, of my conscience, which cries to me aloud. The husband of your heart, the father of your children, is a murderer. Your caprice, your pride, your wayward humors, your infidelities, I have borne them all and loved you still. But when I see your hands stained with the blood of your kinsman, of your guest, of a man who came hither solely for your service, who had sacrificed to your welfare all his heart's dearest wishes, when I see your hands stained with his blood, with his innocent blood, oh, Rodrigo, Rodrigo, is it possible that I should ever love you more? Her heart agonized, her brain almost distracted, she fled from her husband's presence, and enclosing herself within her oratory, passed the night in prayer equally for the souls of the murdered one and of his unhappy murderer. Chapter 8. Semina floresque, et succos incoquit cares, et dite acceptas luna per notte pruias, et strigis infames ipsis cum cribus alas. vivacique jecurcevi, quibus in superadit, ora caputque noven, coranice se secula pas. Ovid. Here boiled she many a seed and herb and flower, and dews in moonshine cold at midnight hour, bat's wings and stag's still panting heart, and last a raven's head o'er which 900 years had passed. While his father was thus plunging himself in an abyss of real guilt, Osbright was hastening in eager pursuit of means to elucidate the imaginary crime of Gustavus. The forest was thick, the way was long, and difficult to find without a guide. Osbright had obtained ample instructions respecting the course which he was to hold, and he believed it impossible to make a mistake, but his mind, occupied with canvassing the obstacles which impeded his union with Blanche and the reconciliation of the families, and in weighing the arguments for and against success in his present pursuit, he suffered himself to fall into a reverie during which his steed directed his course entirely at his own pleasure. At length the animal thought proper to stop. The cessation of motion recalled Osbright to himself. He looked around and found himself in the deepest part of the wood, and where no beaten path was discernible. Which way to guide his horse he had not the most distant idea. Highly incensed at his own negligence, he urged his courser on at random, being only able to decide that to remain where he was then was the worst that he could do, whereas by proceeding he might possibly either regain the proper road or might find some peasant to direct him how to find it. He therefore continued to hasten onwards, till his horse put his foot into a pitfall and entangled himself too completely to be extricated by any efforts of his rider. Osbright was now at a complete loss what to do. The groans of the animal announced that he had received some injury, though the thickness of the boughs excluding all assistance from the moon, the knight was unable to ascertain the nature of his hurt. A sound like distant thunder seemed to foretell a coming storm, and to remind him that it was probable in a short time that his situation would become still more disagreeable. While his meditations on the means of extricating himself from his present embarrassment received very unpleasant interruptions from the howling of wolves and other beasts by whom the forest was infested, suddenly Osbright fancied that he saw something glimmer among the trees. He hastily hewed away with his sword some of the intervening branches which impeded his view, and was delighted to perceive the light of a fire, which evidently shed its rays through the casement of a cottage window at no great distance. Thither he resolved to hasten, and request its owners to assist him in recovering his horse. He arrived at the spot whence the light proceeded. Here stood a low and wretched-looking hut, rudely constructed and covered with fern and withered boughs. Before he gave notice of his presence, the youth judged it prudent to ascertain the nature of the inhabitants. Accordingly he approached the small window without noise, whence he had a perfect view into the hut's interior. A young girl who seemed to be about 15, and whose patched garments declared her to be the child of poverty, sat upon a low stool by the hearth. Sometimes she fed the fire with dry sticks, and at others she cast different materials into an iron kettle, which was boiling before her. She frequently stirred its contents, and seemed extremely intent upon her occupation. Osbright doubted not that she was preparing the repast of her parents, or perhaps of her master, and he was on the point of lifting the latch of the door when he heard the girl speak as if addressing someone in an adjoining room. "Yes, yes," said she, "I hear you. All is going on well." And then, turning again to the cauldron, "Now then," she continued, "once again. First for father. Peace to his bones, may they sleep in the cell, ne'er mingled for mischief in poison nor spell. Rest in the coffin, all ghastly and pale. By night may his ghost never wander and wail. Joy to the soul, may he rise without fears, when the trumpet to sinners so dreadful he hears. Now for my grandmother. Feuds with the fiends, may the hag's evil eye ne'er cause.
Barbara, Barbara, screamed a cracked voice from the inner room. Idle hussy, what are you thinking about? I'm sure you're not repeating the 3 wishes.
Sure are you? Nay, for certain, if the saints are half as deaf as you are, I repeat them to little purpose. Set your heart at rest. I tell you, I warrant you, all goes right. Joy to the soul, may he rise. No, I said that. Where was I? Stay, now I remember. Feuds with the fiends, may the hag's evil eye ne'er cause our cow brindle to droop and to die. Mercy to man, may her limbs cease to ache, which the ague now forces to shiver and shake. Safety with saints, let not Satan succeed in laming her tongue when she's saying her creed. And now for myself, holy and sweet, may the knot soon be tied by the priest which shall make me some honest man's bride. Sorrow and joy, when in childbirth I lie, light be my labor and— Her eye fell upon Osbright, who, having lifted up the latch of the door softly, had entered, and was now standing beside her. "Oh, preserve me, all blessed saints and angels!" cried the girl with a loud shriek, and sprang from her seat. "Mercy upon me, Sir Knight! Who are you, and what brings you here?" "Be not alarmed, my pretty lass," answered Osbright. "My horse has fallen into a pitfall, and I need assistance to draw him out. Are there any men belonging to this cottage who—" "Oh, no, Sir Knight! There is no one here but myself and my old grandmother, who is confined to her bed with a terrible ague fit. But to the right you will find a narrow path which leads to the village of Gorenberg. There you may procure assistance in plenty. It is not above a mile off. And now, good Sir Knight, begone, I entreat you." And she turned again to the hearth. "To the right, I think you said?" inquired the youth. "My good girl, leave your cookery to itself for a few minutes, and just point out the path of which you spoke, and an ample reward—" "Oh, no! I could not stir a step out of this room for the universe, Sir Knight. So prithee, interrupt me no longer, or you'll certainly— Look you there now!" she exclaimed, running to the cauldron and beginning to stir it again with great eagerness. "I thought what would come of talking to me? The brewage was just going to boil over, and then all the charm would have been to do over again." "The charm?" No, not a charm. I did not mean to say charm. I don't know what I meant to say, but I wish that you would not interrupt me any longer. Now do go away. There's a good young knight. Now go." And she began again to mutter her rhymes.
"Barbara,"
called again the cracked voice from the inner room.
"For heaven's love, don't forget the ague."
No, replied Barbara, "nor the cow either."
"Did I tell you," resumed the voice, "did I tell you that the snail shells must be whole? If they are cracked in the least part, the broth will be spoiled, and then the child's finger will have no power or virtue."
"The child's finger?" Osbright started, and his heart beat violently at the sound. He recollected that Father Peter had mentioned the loss of Jocelyn's little finger of the right hand. Should this prove to be the same, here was a clue furnished, which might lead to the most important discoveries. While he made this reflection, Barbara answered her grandmother that she had observed in her caution respecting the shells, and bade her make herself quite easy.
Good, said again the old woman. "Only be sure that you put in cobwebs enough, for that is a prime ingredient."
And now Barbara resumed her entreaties that the stranger would leave the cottage. "By no means," answered he resolutely. "There seems to be something improper going on here. A child's finger is boiling in that cauldron, and I must know for what purpose you procured it, and in what manner you came by it, before I stir one step from this apartment." "Now, indeed, Sir Knight," cried the girl, evidently alarmed, "the purpose for which it is intended is a very harmless one. A child's finger is boiling yonder, I must confess, but it is only to make a spell of great virtue, though so innocent that the Virgin herself need not have scrupled to make use of it. That kettle contains the broth of good luck, and whatever wishes I pronounce while it is making, sooner or later will come to pass. And then, when it is done, the child's finger being passed 9 times through a wedding ring, it affords an infallible cure for the ague and the earache, and being wrapped in the skin of a dormouse with a sprig of St. John's wort and laid under the threshold of the door, it is better than an old horseshoe, and neither witch nor devil will venture to put their noses over it. And being dipped in bat's blood and well rubbed in, but mercy on me, what am I about? I ought to be alone while the broth is brewing, for my grandmother herself must not set foot in the room, because she is not a virgin. Now, dear good young knight, go along, for if any impure person is present, the charm is quite spoiled. Very possibly, observed Osbright. But though an impure person may do so much mischief, the presence of another pure person ought to make the work go on still better. Indeed, why, as to that point, my grandmother gave no instructions, and it may very well be as you say, Sir Knight. Stay a moment, and I'll ask her. By no means, resumed Osbright, detaining her with a look of feigned severity. It would be quite superfluous, as I am determined not only to remain where I am, but to know by what means the child's finger came into your possession. Oh, gracious, Sir Knight, my grandmother charged me not to say a word about the finger to any soul breathing. She said that it might bring us into much trouble in spite of our innocence. It will bring you into much more trouble if you do not obey me without a moment's hesitation, for I shall hasten to the next village and depose that I found you in the very act of composing an unlawful potion. Both yourself and your grandmother will be seized as witches and— Oh, all ye blessed saints protect us, cried the girl, trembling in every limb. That is exactly what we are afraid of. That is it, which has obliged us to take refuge in this wild forest out of the reach of every human eye. Indeed, Sir Knight, we are honest creatures, but my grandmother is a wise woman, and knows a power of strange secrets, and all the hidden virtues of herbs and plants. And so some ignorant, evil-minded person accused her of dealing in sorcery, and if she had not escaped in time, the poor innocent woman would most probably have been burnt for a witch, only because she knew a little more than her neighbors. Now, good Sir Knight, do not depose against us, only promise to keep our secret, and you shall know every syllable of the matter as faithfully as if I was kneeling at confession before the Father Abbot of St. John's himself. Osbright gave the required promise, and now he listened with interest, which almost deprived him of the power of breathing, while the girl related that a fortnight had scarcely elapsed since she found in the wood a young boy, apparently not above 9 years old, and at the point of death. She endeavored to save his life, but in vain. He had only time to tell her that while separated from his friends during the chase, he had been seized by a wolf, that he had drawn his little dagger, and that he had defended himself so successfully that though in the contest he gave himself several wounds with his own weapon, he achieved the death of the ferocious animal. But before he could accomplish this, his bosom was dreadfully lacerated, and he had lost so much blood before the girl's arrival that in spite of all her efforts to succor him, he soon breathed his last. Assured that he was quite dead, she left the fatal spot, but took with her the dead wolf, whose skin she knew would be an acceptable winter gift to her grandmother. The old woman, however, on hearing the story, informed her that she had left something behind much more valuable than the skins of all the wolves in the forest. This was the little finger of the child's left hand, which, being boiled with certain mystical ingredients, possessed 1,000 important and beneficial properties. Barbara greatly regretted her not having been aware of its virtue. especially as she had taken notice that in struggling with the wolf the boy had broken that identical finger, and as it seemed only to hang by the skin, nothing would have been more easy for her than to make herself mistress of it. However, it might possibly not be too late, and she hurried back to the scene of death. The corpse was still lying there, and no one observed her, and she secured the finger, but in 1 minute more she would have been too late. She heard footsteps approaching, and had scarcely time to conceal herself behind a bush when a man arrived at the place, whom she well knew to be a domestic of the Count of Orenburg, having frequently seen him at the castle when she occasionally ventured thither to dispose of the eggs of her poultry and the milk of the aforesaid cow Brindle. The man, she said, seemed to be greatly distressed and shocked at finding the poor child weltering in his blood. He lifted him in his arms, and she watched him to the river side, where she left him bathing the child's forehead, washing the blood from the wounds, and using all those efforts to recover him, which experience had already assured her must be ineffectual. However, she judged it unwise to tell him so, lest seeing her clothes stained with the blood which had trickled from the dead wolf, and perhaps missing the little finger from the child's hand, he might be induced to suspect her of having been accessory to his death. She therefore left him still engaged in his charitable endeavors, and returned to her grandmother with her important prize, the use of which, however, had been deferred till the present evening on account of the difficulty of collecting the other ingredients of the charm. Such was Barbara's narrative, and Osbright heard with rapture the confirmation of Gustavus's innocence. He asked the girl why she had not disclosed these circumstances, when inquiry was made respecting the child's supposed murder. But no such inquiry had reached this secluded hut, whose existence was unknown even at Orenburg, though so near, and whose inhabitants had no intercourse with the rest of the world, except when necessity compelled Barbara to venture with fear and trembling, either to the castle to dispose of her ware, or to the village to purchase those few articles of life which were indispensable. Osbright rewarded the girl's information liberally, and then, having received certain instructions for reaching the neighboring village, he set forward to request assistance for his embarrassed horse. His plans were now changed, and instead of prosecuting his journey, he determined to hasten to Sir Leonard of Cleborne with the explanation of those circumstances, which, as that warrior had assured him, formed the principal objection to his union with Blanche and to a reconciliation between the hostile kinsmen. End of section 6. Section 7 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright. Chapter 9 and 10. Chapter 9. To you my soul's affections move, devoutly, warmly true. My life has been a task of love, one long, long thought of you. Thomas Moore. Osbright found the castle of Cleborne in all the hurry of warlike preparation. The courtyard was strewn with swords and lances. On every side vassals were seen employed in furbishing up their shields and breastplates, and from every quarter resounded the noise of the busy armourers. The youth was too eager to impart the purport of his visit to Sir Leonard to allow himself time for inquiring the cause of all this bustle. He hastened to his friend's apartment, and started back in surprise and disappointment at the marked coldness with which he was received. With all the frankness and impetuosity of his age, he demanded the reason of this altered treatment, and he now learned with equal grief and horror the crime with which his father had burdened his soul, and the effect which it had produced at Orenburg. Sir Ottokar had always been particularly acceptable to Gustavus and his wife. his deference to their opinions, and the partial interest which he had ever taken in their concerns, had not only flattered their pride, but had even been of essential benefit on many most important occasions. His wealth, his power, his high birth, and military talents rendered his friendship and support a treasure to those on whom it was conferred. His evident adoration of Blanche had made them for some time past consider him as their future son, and the generosity with which in their last interview he had sacrificed his own pretensions to the wishes of Blanche and the welfare of her family had exalted their esteem to a pitch of the highest admiration, a sentiment which was shared by Sir Leonard, whose heart Audicar's disinterested conduct had completely won. When therefore the news of his murder reached Orenburg, the consternation, the astonishment, the grief, the thirst for revenge, and the bursts of frantic anger which it excited exceeded all powers of description. Ulrica poured forth without restraint the effusions of all that jealousy and mistrust which she had so long stifled within her bosom against the house of Frankheim. The gentle Blanche wept floods of tears, alternately pitying the kind youth, who from her childhood had been to her as a brother, and bewailing this fresh obstacle to a reconciliation with her lover's family, while Gustavus now mourned the loss of his friend, whom he considered as having fallen victim to the warmth with which he had espoused the interests of Orenburg, now expatiated on his numerous merits and his own extensive obligations to him, and now vowed to enact a dreadful vengeance for his death on the barbarous, bloody Rodrigo. Sir Leonard, inspired with similar indignation, agreed that no vengeance could be exacted too severe for such a crime. He promised to assist Gustavus in obtaining it with his whole power, and having sworn to renounce all intercourse with the house of Frankheim, he hastened to his own castle to arm his vassals, and lead them to the assistance of Gustavus. Osbright listened in the utmost consternation, while the above circumstances were narrated by his host, but the vehemence with which he reprobated Audicar's murder, and the agony which he evidently felt at hearing the guilt of his father, were such as speedily to remove from Sir Leonard's mind every unfavorable impression respecting the youth himself. The good knight, therefore, gave him his hand with his accustomed cordiality, and assured him of his undiminished anxiety for his welfare. Heartily did he wish his future happiness, but he added that after his solemn promise to Gustavus he must confine himself to merely wishing it. Osbright must now prosecute his love-suit entirely by his own address. If he could obtain the lady, no one would feel more joy at his success than Sir Leonard, but never more should the name of Osbright be pronounced by him at the castle of Orenburg. He had sworn it, and nothing could induce him to violate his oath. Entreaties that he would change his resolution proved unavailing, and Osbright departed with a heavy heart. Yet a hint which had fallen from Sir Leonard had not been wasted in the air. Could Blanche be induced to fly with him and unite her fate to his, the castle of Cleborne would afford them a secure refuge during the first storm of paternal indignation. He was himself innocent of any offense, and doubtless Gustavus would soon forbear to confound the son with the father. The irrevocable knot once tied, the two families must needs reconcile themselves to a measure which could no longer be avoided. Time, the great healer of wounds, might even obliterate the remembrance of this atrocious act from the minds of the different parties, and their respective interests be inseparably blended by this marriage. Mistrust, that odious and malignant monster for which so long had blasted the happiness of the hostile kinsman, must needs perish for want of aliment. That Blanche could be persuaded to abandon those parents whom she loved so passionately, Osbright with justice greatly doubted, but he resolved that at least the attempt should be made. An interview with her must be immediately procured. Then, if she refused to share his fate, he determined to bid an eternal adieu both to Blanche and to Germany, to join the Crusaders who were on the point of departing on their holy mission, and to lose on the ensanguined plains of Palestine at once his sorrows, his affection, and his life. But how was he to obtain this interview? Blanche was not to visit the grotto till informed of his return by Sir Leonard, and Sir Leonard had positively refused to interfere any further in the business. He in vain looked round for some other friend to render him this service, and after much deliberation he determined that under pretence of disposing of her ware at the castle, the young Barbara might easily deliver a letter to Blanche. He therefore hastened once more to the cottage in the wood. His liberality soon induced the girl to undertake the commission. Writing materials were procured at the next village, and Barbara soon departed with a most pressing letter, for the answer to which he determined to wait at the cottage. But Blanche was no longer mistress of her actions. In the height of their indignation at Ottokar's murder, her parents had insisted upon her renouncing all thoughts of a union with Osbright of Frankheim. Her heart would not allow her to make this renunciation. She protested against the injustice of implicating the son in the father's guilt, and avowed the impossibility of withdrawing her affection. Ulrica, whose passions were violent and whose understanding was not strong, was highly indignant at her daughter's disobedience, declared that she would see her no more till she was awakened to a proper sense of duty, and ordered her to be confined to her own apartment. As to Gustavus, though he disapproved in his heart of such compulsory measures, yet having entirely given up the management of Blanche to his wife hitherto, he forbore on this occasion also to interfere with her orders. Willingly would the poor Blanche have complied with her lover's request for a last parting interview, to which he had confined himself in his letter, thinking the plan of elopement more likely to be adopted by her if presented without allowing her time for consideration. But how was that compliance to be effected? She was a captive, and could not even leave her own apartment, much less the castle. In this dilemma she resolved to appeal to her nurse, the only person who had access to her, and one who had ever shown towards her the affection of a mother. The good woman at first remonstrated loudly against the impropriety of her lady's quitting her father's home clandestinely, and insisted upon the danger of her being encountered by the emissaries of the Count of Frankheim, from whose bloody designs she had so lately and so narrowly escaped. But the prayers and tears of Blanche conquered all resistance, and on her promising to be absent but a single hour, and to wear such a disguise as must effectually prevent her being recognized either by friend or foe, Margaret consented to assist her temporary evasion. Her son, a young peasant, was at that time on a visit to her and resident in the castle. His stature was nearly the same as that of Blanche. It was accordingly agreed that Margaret should procure permission for him to take leave of his young mistress, who was also his foster sister, previous to his quitting the castle, that Blanche, arrayed in a suit of his clothes, might easily elude the vigilance of her guards, while he remained concealed in her apartment till her return, for which his being supposed to have remembered something of importance to say to his mother would afford a plausible reason, and that, as the late occurrences had occasioned the private passage to be shut up, Barbara should wait near the drawbridge to conduct Blanche to the grotto by a path through the woods, by which means she would be less exposed to observation and discovery than if obliged to traverse the usual and beaten road. Blanche adopted this plan with eagerness, and rewarded her kind nurse for her invention with 1,000 benedictions and caresses. But as this discussion had lasted till the approach of night, it was agreed to defer the interview till the succeeding evening. This being arranged, Barbara hastened back to the cottage with a letter, whose assurances of undiminished affection filled the heart of Osbright with hope and joy and gratitude. to prevent by his presence even the possibility of danger, he engaged to meet Barbara near the drawbridge at the appointed hour, and he now sought the villager to whose care he had entrusted his wounded horse, and from whom he had borrowed a sorry beast for his excursion to the castle of Cleborne. He found his courser perfectly recovered, rewarded the villager for his attention, and he now resolved to return to Frankheim, where his plans made it necessary for him to furnish himself with gold and jewels for the expenses of his journey in case of his departure for the Holy Land, or for the sustenance of his wife, in case he should be so fortunate as to prevail on Blanche to accompany him in his proposed flight. His course was again directed to St. John's Chapel, where the intelligence communicated by Brother Peter respecting Ottokar's murder, Eugene's illness, and the state of Castle Frankheim confirmed him in the prudence of his determinations. He found that under the present circumstances there was no hope of getting his father to countenance his affection for the daughter of Gustavus, but his knowledge of Magdalena's character and of the warm, undeviating affection she had ever borne him, convinced him that he ran no danger of her betraying him should he venture to confess to her his love and his designs, and that if they were once made known to her, she would assist his wishes to the very utmost of his power. Accordingly, he requested Brother Peter to convey a letter to the Countess, which must be delivered with the greatest secrecy into her own hands. In this he disclosed to her his irrevocable vows to Blanche, entreated her to use every means to soften his father's heart towards the family of Orenburg, and finally requested her to transmit to him by the bearer a casket containing gold and some jewels of value, which she would find in a particular part of his bedchamber. The good friar, though still ignorant of the name of his young guest, already was too much fascinated by his manners and conversation to refuse him any honest service. Accordingly, without requiring to have his curiosity gratified by an explanation of its nature, he readily accepted the commission, and departed with the letter for the castle of Frankheim. Chapter 10. Horror and doubt distract his troubled thoughts, and in his bosom stir the hell within him. Now conscious wakes despair, which slumbered wakes the better memory of what he was, what is, and what must be. Worse, of worse deeds, worse sufferings must ensue. Milton. Anger had satiated itself with blood. The tempest was past. The voice of conscience could now be heard again, and dreadful was its sound in the ears of the guilty Rodrigo. Blinded by passion, he had persuaded himself that in putting Ottokar to death he had exercised a just retaliation for the murder of his herald. But now that the illusion was dissipated, he shuddered at perceiving that the two actions wore very different complexion. Gustavus at least had given no positive orders for the one, but no such excuse could be alleged for the other. The one at least was sudden, and might have occurred through accident. The other was premeditated, and could only have happened through design. Again, the herald was the partisan of a foe, and was indeed a foe himself. But Ottokar was a friend, was a kinsman, was a guest, who had trusted to the laws of knightly hospitality and knightly honor, laws which had been found insufficient to preserve his life. Conscience and his wife's reproaches had awakened Rodrigo to a full sense of his guilt, but instead of being beneficial, fatally dreadful were the effects which this conviction produced upon his character. He was not a villain. On the contrary, crimes filled his soul with horror and indignation. Nay, he possessed 1,000 noble, generous, and heroic feelings, but he was the slave of tempestuous passions. And even in the most laudable movements of his nature, he might rather be said to detest vice than to love virtue. Now then, when he saw himself on a sudden the object of his own abhorrence, of that abhorrence which he had formerly expressed so loudly and so warmly against others, When he heard the bitter reproaches of Magdalena, and felt in the agony of his soul that her reproaches were deserved, he sank at once into the deepest gloom of despondency, into all the horrors of self-loathing, and all the bitterness of mental misery. He indulged no wish of reparation. He formed no plan of repentance. He sought no excuse for his crime. He rather exaggerated its atrocity. What he now felt towards Gustavus was no longer suspicion or jealousy or ill will. No, it was the deepest, deadliest hatred. It was a burning thirst for vengeance, which the blood of the whole family of Orenburg seemed scarcely enough to quench. He was guilty. He was the most execrable of mortals. He was odious in his own eyes, and what punishment could be inflicted too severe on the man who had made him so? That man was Gustavus. On Gustavus he swore to be revenged with the most dreadful imprecations. The magnitude of this one crime made him consider all future ones as but of little account, and he became the more a villain from his very abhorrence of vice. When the first emotions of grief and horror had subsided, and Magdalena's heart no longer prevented her better judgment from exercising its influence, she regretted bitterly her having exposed her feelings so plainly before her lord. She was well aware that with his temper, reproaches could only serve to exasperate his passions, and unqualified opposition to confirm him in a course of error. With the dawn of morning, therefore, she hastened to his chamber, determined to remove as much as possible the impression which she had left on his mind at their last parting. She wished to soothe the agonies of his bleeding conscience, to convince him gently and gradually that all these mischiefs arose from the long subsisting and unnatural enmity of the two houses, and, if possible, by using the gentlest persuasion to win from him a consent that the occurrences of similar disasters should be prevented by the union of Blanche and Osbright, and consequently of the dearest interests of the two families. But her good intentions were frustrated. She was refused admittance to Rodrigo, who passed the next 24 hours in the solitude of his chamber, alternating execrating himself and others, and passing by turns from the depth of the blackest gloom to the extreme of the wildest fury. No one but Wilfrid was suffered to approach him, nor would he quit his chamber, till informed of the arrival of Eugene, whom, though his wound was not mortal, it had been at first judged imprudent to remove from the monastery of St. John. Though he had hitherto endeavored to conceal it, even from himself, partly through prudence, partly through pride, it was in truth this unacknowledged boy who possessed the whole paternal love of Rodrigo. The difference of his sensations towards him and Osbright partook of those which he had felt towards their respective mothers. His esteem, his admiration were bestowed in the highest degree on Magdalena, but his heart had never melted with love but for the unhappy Agatha. Osbright was his heir, was a hero. He was fond of him, but on Eugene he doted. In the one he prized the transmitter of that name, which was so precious to his vanity, but he cherished Eugene for his own sake. It is true, if he had been asked which of the youths should perish, he would have sacrificed Eugene without a moment's hesitation, for in the bosom of Rodrigo pride ever bore a sway far superior to that of tenderness. But had he been asked which of them he could consent never to see again, he would have felt as little doubt in answering Osbright, nor perhaps would have felt very deeply the deprivation, though the being his heir was the strongest claim to his attention. Still the reflection that he must be his heir made Rodrigo entertain some little jealousy towards him, and in the presence of Osbright, the father's self-love felt painfully wounded by being sensible that the perfections of his son made the defects of his own character appear in more glaring light. On the other hand, he saw in Eugene a poor defenseless being whom he had brought into a world of sorrow, where his lot was hard and against whose difficulties he was ill calculated to struggle. He pitied him for his destitute situation, and he loved him for his likeness to his wretched mother. In short, Eugene was dearer to him than Osbright, but the pride of blood was 1,000 times dearer to him than either. He would have sacrificed his own life to preserve Eugene's, but he would have sacrificed Eugene's as well as his own to preserve in Osbright the future Count of Frankheim. No sooner was he informed of the youth's arrival than he hastened to visit him, but he had scarcely passed the threshold of his chamber when Magdalena stood before him. He started back, and a deep gloom darkened all his features. In vain did she address him in the most soothing language, and endeavor to extenuate the atrocity of Ottokar's murder. He listened in silence, and only replied by a look of scornful incredulity. In vain did she recant the too hasty declaration of her sentiments towards him, and assure him of her undiminished affection. The bending of his head with constrained politeness and a smile of the bitterest irony was the only manner in which he expressed his gratitude. His coldness hurt, and his sullenness alarmed her. Her eyes filled with tears. She motioned to take his hand and press it to her lips, but he drew it back haughtily and gloomily, and passing her without uttering a word, proceeded to the chamber of Eugene. But no comfort awaited him there. He found the wretched youth tortured by one of his most violent paroxysms. He raved incessantly of his mother and of the murdered Jocelyn, of the lovely, cruel Blanche, and the happy, hated Osbright. Every word which fell from his lips either tore open a scarcely healed wound in his father's bosom, or inflicted upon it a new one. Rodrigo listened with horror and remorse to the recapitulation of the poor Agatha's injuries and sufferings. The mention of Jocelyn's murder rekindled in his heart the flames of vengeance against Gustavus. But when he collected from Eugene's ravings that the child of that very Gustavus was likely to become his daughter-in-law, that she whose fatal beauty had robbed his darling son of his reason and almost of his life had also fascinated the affections of his heir, and that the proud name of Frankheim was destined to be perpetuated through a descendant of the detested race of Orenburg. No sooner was this discovery made to him than his surprise, his alarm, his indignation were extreme, extravagant, ungovernable. He rushed from Eugene's apartment, hastened to that of Magdalena, and, entering abruptly, assailed her at once with such a storm of passion, of threats, of vows of vengeance against Blanche, against Osbright, against herself, if he should find her privy to her son's attachment, that it was long before the Countess could discover the origin of his frantic behavior. But when she did discover it, she found all efforts to appease his fury totally unavailing. On the contrary, the attempt to soothe him, and the bare suggestion of the advantages likely to result from Osbright's attachment, only served to increase his passion, and after loading his wife with the bitterest reproaches, he was rushing from the chamber when his eye rested on a letter which in her agitation had fallen from her bosom unobserved. At the same moment with her lord, she also had perceived the paper. With a cry of terror, she hastily caught it from the ground. But Rodrigo had recognized his son's handwriting, and Magdalena's evident alarm convincing him that it contained some mystery, and that a mystery of no slight importance, he rudely forced the letter from her. One half, however, remained in the hand of the Countess, and she hastened to conceal its contents from discovery by throwing it into a brazier which was burning on the hearth. It was Osbright's letter, which Brother Peter had delivered not an hour before. Pale and trembling with passion, Rodrigo read the avowal of his son's love for Blanche, expressed in the most glowing terms, his urgent entreaties that Magdalena would prevail on his father to consent to their union, and his confession that for several days he had remained in concealment at the cell of Brother Peter. He also mentioned that he was to have an interview with Blanche that evening, and here the letter broke off. The object of that interview, the place of rendezvous, the precise time of meeting, these points were contained in the burnt half of the letter, and on these points the alarmed Magdalena resolutely refused to give any information. Threats and entreaties were employed in vain, and having placed guards at her chamber door, lest she should make Osbright aware that his incensed father was apprised of the intended meeting, Rodrigo left her to meditate on the most certain means of getting the defenseless Blanche into his power. Wilfrid was summoned to his councils, but the seneschal refused his assistance till assured that his lord's designs aimed at the liberty, but not at the life of Blanche. Though perhaps, had he reasoned justly, he would have known that with a man like Rodrigo, whose passions were so impetuous, and who was ever swayed by the impulse of the moment, her liberty once lost, her life could not for one instant be secure. However, at present Rodrigo's object was, by getting Blanche into his hands, to prevent the possibility of her marriage with Osbright, and to inflict the bitterest agony on Gustavus by making him tremble with every minute for the life of his darling daughter. He also fancied that her presence might be of great efficacy in restoring Eugene to his senses, but he swore with dreadful imprecations that if she failed to produce that beneficial effect, she should be the lunatic's only nurse and continual attendant, and should pass the remainder of her existence in witnessing the frantic transports of the wretch whom her fatal charms had ruined. Such being his avowed objects, Wilfrid made no longer any scruple of giving his advice. It was accordingly agreed that St. John's Chapel should be watched, that Osbright should be followed to the place of rendezvous, and that Rodrigo should hasten thither with a small body of chosen men to seize and convey Blanche to the castle of Frankheim. But Wilfrid, who dreaded the resentment of his young lord, should he be known to have had any hand in this business, and in whose power he should be left entirely after Rodrigo's decease, stipulated that every possible means should be used to surprise the lady, either previous to her meeting with Osbright or after she had parted from him, but not when the lovers were together. By taking this precaution, he trusted that Osbright would be kept in ignorance of the persons by whom his mistress had been carried off. All resistance on his part would also be precluded, which otherwise was likely to be very desperate and dangerous to the assailants. And it might even be possible to conceal from him that the scene of his mistress's captivity was the castle of his own father. To these stipulations Rodrigo readily consented, and everything being now arranged, he waited with the utmost impatience for the information that Osbright had set forward from the chapel of St. John. End of section 7. Section 8 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Mistrust, or Blanche and Osbright, chapters 11 and 12. Chapter 11. Why does she stop and look often around as she glides down the secret stair? And why does she pat the shaggy bloodhound as he rouses him up from his lair? And though she passes the postern alone, why is not the watchman's bugle blown? W. Scott's Lay of the Last Minstrel. The time was arrived at which Osbright had engaged to meet Barbara near the drawbridge, but some suspicious circumstances had alarmed Brother Peter and made him intimate to his guest that spies were certainly watching near the chapel gate. There was no other outlet. Osbright, however, unwillingly thought it advisable to protract his departure for a short time, after which Brother Peter was sent out to examine whether the persons whose appearance had excited his suspicions were still loitering near the place. The old man soon returned with the report that all seemed quiet, and that in his belief his guest might now set forward without danger of discovery. But as much time had been lost by this hesitation, the youth doubted not that Blanche and her companion must have long since quitted the castle of Orenburg, and probably had already sheltered themselves within the cave. Thither he therefore hastened with all possible expedition, and found his conjectures verified. Blanche and Barbara were safe within St. Hildegard's grotto, and extremely uneasy at his not arriving. In 2 hours the drawbridge of Orenburg Castle would be raised, and Blanche's return prevented. While on the other hand, Barbara was uneasy at being so long absent from her decrepit grandmother, and yet could not think of leaving Blanche in the cavern without a companion. The arrival of Osbright at once dispelled their uneasiness. Blanche received him with mingled joy and sorrow, and Barbara, having congratulated the lovers on their meeting, stated her own presence now to be superfluous, and entreated permission to return to her grandmother, who, she was certain, must be extremely uneasy at her absence. The permission was readily granted, and she lost no time in profiting by it. And now did Osbright employ every resource of his eloquence to persuade Blanche that the hour was come when they must either part forever or must part no more. Blanche heard the assurance with agony, but the proposal of flight, of marriage unauthorized by her parents, was rejected by her, not merely with firmness, but even with abhorrence. She owned that to see Osbright no more was the bitterest of all earthly misfortunes, except to live under the consciousness of having merited paternal displeasure, she said. That in truth her parting with him would break her heart, but her flight with him would break the hearts of her parents. And she prayed that the vengeance of offended heaven might fall heavy on her head if she planted a single painful feeling in those bosoms, which from the first moment of her birth had only palpitated with love and with anxiety for her. In answer to this, Osbright said everything that despairing passion could suggest. In vain did Blanche assure him that no persuasion could induce her to act in contradiction to her sense of duty. The youth persisted in pointing out all the advantages likely to result from so slight and so temporary a deviation from the path of strict propriety, and he was still urging his hopeless suit when a stone fell through the chasm in the grotto's roof, which was at some little distance from the rocky bank on which the lovers were seated. Osbright turned round. A second stone fell, and was followed by a third, accompanied by a low murmuring noise. He listened and fancied that he could distinguish his own name. He rose and advanced to the chasm. "Is anyone above?" said he aloud. "Did anyone call?" "Hush, hush, Sir Knight," interrupted a voice still whispering. "Speak softly, for heaven's sake. I am Barbara. Oh, Sir Knight, I fear that we are all undone, or at least that the Lady Blanche has got into the saddest hole that ever poor lady put her head into. Would you think it, Sir Knight? I had scarcely set my foot on the outside of the narrow passage. I was going along gaily, singing to myself, and, Lord knows, thinking of no harm, all on a sudden, 'Seize her!' cries a voice like thunder, and in an instant I found myself surrounded by armed men. I fell on my knees and begged for my life, and with good reason, for one tall, terrible knife had got his dagger drawn as if ready to stab me. Only his companion caught him by the arm and bade him remember his oath. 'Right,' said the fierce one, 'then away with her to the castle. Confine her to the dungeons of the South Tower.' When I heard the word dungeon, I thought that I should have died outright, so I fell to crying and entreating more than ever, and as luck would have it, the moon just then happened to come from behind a cloud. 'Ha!' cried the quiet one, as soon as he saw my face. 'This cannot be the Lady Blanche.' 'Oh, no, no, no,' said I before I gave myself time to think. 'I am not the Lady Blanche indeed. She is yonder in the cave with Sir Osbright, disguised in boy's clothes, and—' 'You told them so? Imprudent girl, you have undone us all.' 'Alas the day, Sir Knight! I was in such a flutter that I scarcely knew what I did or what I said. But as soon as they knew who I really was, they released me and bade me go my ways. I would fain have returned to tell you what had happened, but they would not suffer me, and I was obliged to set forward as if going to my own home. Yet I could not bear to leave you in ignorance of their evil designs. So after a little while I stole back again without noise, and by help of the shrubs and bushes I crept behind the two, who appeared to be the chief of the party, so that I could overhear their whole design. And that design is to seize the Lady Blanche on her leaving the grotto and convey her to the castle of Frankheim, where she is to be shut up in a dungeon till she consents to marry some young madman, who it seems has lost his wits for love of her. The fierce one was for going to the grotto and dragging her away this moment, but his companion reminded him of his promise of seizing her if possible after she had parted with Sir Osbright.
But suppose, says the fierce one, he should not part with her till she is safe within the walls of Orenburg.
At last it was agreed between them that they should still wait an hour to see whether Blanche would come out alone. But if that time should elapse without your quitting the cave, Sir Knight, then the fierce one swore with 1,000 dreadful oaths that he would tear her from you with his own hand.
And if he resists,
continued he in a dreadful voice, and he clenched his hands, and I could hear him gnash his teeth.
If he resists, I will either plunge my sword in the hated girl's heart, or he shall bury his in his father's.
Your father, Osbright? Your dreadful father? Exclaimed Blanche, wringing her hands. Now you see in what danger even this trifling breach of duty has involved me. Oh, my parents, my dear good parents, how severely am I punished for having clandestinely left for 1 hour the shelter of your protecting arms. No, no, said Barbara eagerly, while Osbright vainly endeavored to calm the terrors of his mistress, though his own alarm was scarcely less. All is not lost yet, dear lady. Calm yourself, and listen to me, for as soon as I knew the designs of these villains, I bethought me of a means to save you, and it was for this purpose that I hazarded to climb the rock and steal hither unobserved to give you this intelligence. It seems that Sir Osbright is in no danger. They will let him pass forth without hindrance, and will rejoice in getting rid of him in order that they may bear you away to their horrible dungeons without resistance. Now mark what you must do. Throw off that long cloak in which Dame Margaret wrapped you up so carefully. Array yourself instead in Sir Osbright's armor, and then march forth with a stout heart, his shield on your arm and his helmet on your head. The shadows of the night will doubtless prevent the strangers from observing any difference in your height. The clattering of the armor will confirm them in their mistake, and though to be sure the moon shines brightly just at present, that is a circumstance in your favor, for I heard one of the villains tell the other that though you were in boy's clothes, there could be no mistaking you for Sir Osbright, who would be known by the device of his shield, and by the scarlet and white plumes on his helmet. Come, come, make haste, lady, for I warrant you there is but little time to spare. Osbright had already divested himself of his breastplate and his glittering casque, and now he hastened to adorn with them the delicate form of Blanche. Confused and terrified in the extreme, she yielded to his entreaties, but frequently compelled both him and Barbara to repeat their assurances that he ran no danger in remaining in the grotto. At length her disguise was complete, and with a beating heart and trembling limbs she set forward on her dangerous expedition. No sooner had the lady left the cave than Barbara resumed her discourse. "And now, Sir Knight," said she, it will be necessary for you also to play a part. I warrant you the lady will be no sooner out of hearing than the strangers will hurry hither to secure their prize. And should they discover her flight immediately, they may still be in time to prevent her escape. Therefore, wrap yourself up in her scarlet mantle and conceal your face under the large slouched hat which she has left behind her. They are aware that she is in male apparel, and by disguising your voice a little, you may easily persuade them that you are the person whom they seek, till she is safe at Orenburg. That's right. Now then the hat. Hark, I hear the noise of the armor. Keep up the deception as long as you can. You know, they can but carry you to your own castle, and as it seems that the chief of these strangers is your own father, at worst you have only to discover they are here. Hush! Barbara was correct. Count Rodrigo and his attendants had suffered the trembling Blanche to pass unmolested through the ambuscade. They only marked the clank of her arms and the waving of her party-colored plumes, while the faintness of her step and that she tottered under the weight of the ponderous shield passed entirely unobserved. Yet as she drew near the outlet of the rocky path, she once heard a voice whisper from among some bushes, "Now then, now!" and the sound appeared to her the sentence of death. Her pulse ceased to beat. She staggered and caught at a projection of the rock, but presently another voice whispered eagerly in reply, "No, no, be silent, fool. 'Tis Sir Osbright. I know him by that casque." And she felt her hopes and her spirits revive. She rushed forward with renewed vigor, and in a few minutes found herself in the great road leading to Orenburg. "Now praised be the Virgin!" she exclaimed in a rapture of gratitude. "I am safe!" When at that moment she found herself seized with violence. Her lance was wrested from her hand, and on looking round she perceived herself surrounded by armed men. A shout of exultation immediately followed her capture. "What is the matter?" exclaimed a warrior at whose approach the crowd gave way, and in whose voice Blanche recognized with shame and terror the voice of her father. But the visor of her casque was closed, and he little guessed that the warrior who stood before him was the daughter whom he believed secure in the castle of Orenburg. "The business is half done, my lord," was the answer. "I should know that helmet and shield among 1,000, and I here present you, without the capture costing you a single blow, with that redoubtable warrior Osbright of Frankheim." "Sir Osbright?" cried Gustavus. "Maurice, are you certain of what you assert? Nay, then, this is indeed a prize, but time permits not. Fear nothing, Sir Knight, your treatment shall be noble, but for the present you must remain my prisoner. Let 6 of you convey him to the castle, and confine him in the state chamber, adjoining to the great hall. Guard him honorably but closely, and see that no one has access to him. Now then, for Rodrigo, away!" Gustavus said, and hastened towards the grotto. And now Blanche found herself compelled to visit the castle of her parents as an enemy and a captive. However, her plan was already arranged. She determined to keep her secret till safe within the walls of Orenburg. Once arrived there, she meant to request an interview with her mother, confess to her the whole of her imprudence, and entreat her assistance in repairing it. She doubted not that the strength of maternal tenderness would soon conquer the first emotions of resentment, that Ulrica would find some means of enabling her to regain her own chamber undiscovered, and that as the disappearance of the supposed Osbright might easily be accounted for by his having effected his escape by bribing his guards, or any other artifice, her fault and her danger on this adventurous night might effectually be kept from the knowledge of her father. Such were the designs of Blanche, and having thus arranged them to her satisfaction, she prosecuted her journey to Orenburg with a less heavy heart. Chapter 12. Even-handed justice commends the ingredients of the poisoned chalice to our own lips. Macbeth. A domestic whom Count Rodrigo had chastised for some trivial fault with unjustifiable severity, in revenge had fled to the castle of Orenburg and informed its lord that both Osbright and his father were in St. Hildegard's grotto, slightly attended, and might be easily surprised. Gustavus failed not to employ so fortunate and unhoped-for an opportunity of getting his chief enemies into his power. He immediately set forward with all the force which he could muster, and so great was the superiority of his numbers that in spite of Rudiger's resistance, who exposed his life on this occasion with all the inconsiderate fury of a madman, and performed prodigies of valor most incredible, the small body of Frankenheimers were soon put to flight, and their chief was conveyed a prisoner to the castle of Orenburg. Now then, it was in the power of Gustavus to take full revenge on his furious kinsman, and secure to himself, by the deaths of Rodrigo and his son, the entire possessions of the haughty house of Frankheim. But to profit by this opportunity was not in the noble and forgiving nature of Gustavus. He meditated a more honorable vengeance. His own injuries were already forgotten. The death of Ottokar was still remembered, but remembered with grief, not rage. His enemies were totally in his power. That consideration was sufficient to make him view them no longer as enemies, and he seized with eagerness this opportunity of evincing the disinterestedness of his wishes, and the sincerity of his professions of goodwill, by a proof so clear and striking as should effectually banish all future mistrust, even from the suspicious bosom of Rodrigo. He communicated his intentions to Sir Leonard, who on that evening had arrived with his promised succours at Orenburg. The worthy knight sanctioned the plan with his warmest approbation, and Gustavus now hastened, with a heart glowing with delight at the thought of doing a great and generous act, to explain himself to his indignant prisoner. The great hall was the scene of this interview between the hostile kinsmen. His guards had caused Rudiger's wounds to be carefully dressed, but had thought it proper to restrain him by chains from committing acts of violence. Gustavus, however, no sooner observed this precaution than he ordered the fetters to be removed, but the sullen captive neither thanked the servants for their care of his wounds nor the master for the restoration of his liberty. He looked on all around him with an air of haughty indifference, but while he listened to Gustavus's professions of goodwill and proposals for a mutual oblivion of past injuries, the expression of gratified malice glared terribly in his burning eyeballs. "In short," said Gustavus in conclusion, "I am convinced that the numerous causes which have occasioned the mutual alienation of our hearts and families arose entirely from misinterpretation of accidental circumstances, and not from any intention of offense or desire to inflict a premeditated injury. Your suspicions are easily excited. Those of my wife are not more difficult to rouse. Every trifle was exaggerated, every fact was misrepresented, and suppositions were counted as facts. It is my most earnest wish to root out all misunderstanding forever, and I know of no more certain means than the union of our children, the union of Osbright and Blanche." "Blanche?" repeated Rodrigo. "Blanche? Nay, 'tis a most fortunate idea. I only doubt the facility of—" "Nothing can be effected more easily," interrupted Gustavus, rejoiced to find his proposal so favorably received. "They love each other, have loved each other long, and—" "True, I have heard so. Osbright loves your daughter fondly, and no doubt you love her fondly too." "Fondly, passionately. She is the joy of my existence, the being on whom alone I depend for the whole happiness of my future life." "Indeed, that is still better. I rejoice to hear it. There is a youth at home. His name is Eugene. He too loves her passionately, madly indeed, I might say. But she, you think, loves Osbright?" "Think it? I know it. It was but this morning that she assured me so ardently that her heart burned for him with such true affection."
Nay, it may be so. You must know best. And yet I cannot help suspecting that her heart feels colder towards him now than it did this morning. Your suspicions are unjust, Count Rodrigo. Blanche is no capricious, but you shall hear from her own lips declare her sentiments. She shall be called hither instantly, and by no means, cried Rodrigo hastily, while he detained his host. By no means. She is probably retired to rest. I do not wish her to be disturbed. I do not even wish to see her till Osbright shall present her to me as his bride. That may be done this instant. You are not yet aware, Count Rodrigo, that you are not the only captive of rank whom this night's adventure has thrown into my power. Your son inhabits yonder chamber. Instantly the expression of Rodrigo's countenance changed. He turned pale, and starting from his chair, grasped the arm of his seneschal, who had been captured with him in the cave, and had accompanied him to Orenburg. "My son here?" he exclaimed. "Here in your power?" A similar dismay seemed to have taken possession of the seneschal. "I warned you," he replied in broken accents. "I told you, I charged you." "Peace, babbler," interrupted his lord passionately, while Gustavus thus resumed his discourse. "Yes, Osbright, on leaving the cave, was seized by my followers and conveyed hither. But calm this agitation, Count, which doubtless is caused by your unjust suspicions respecting the death of your younger son. Your elder, your only one, is now in my hands, and with a single word I can annihilate your whole race. But fear nothing. I would rather perish myself than pronounce that word. Osbright's liberty shall prove to you that I am innocent of the death of Jocelyn. He shall be immediately restored to you, and I only ask in return your consent to his union with my sole heiress, with my darling child." "I consent!" cried Rodrigo eagerly. "I consent to that, to everything. Only give me back my son. Suffer us to depart this instant, and tomorrow name your own conditions." "You shall be obeyed," answered Gustavus, and ordered the doors of the captive's chamber to be thrown open and himself conducted to their presence. "But," he continued, addressing himself to Rodrigo, "surely you will not depart immediately. 'Tis late. The espousals may take place tomorrow. A messenger may be dispatched to inform the Lady Magdalena of the cause which detains you. Then tarry here this night, and—" "This night?" exclaimed Rodrigo wildly. "No, no, not an hour, not an instant. Count of Orenburg, would you extort my consent to this union? Would you believe this reconciliation to be sincere if made with your captives? No, be generous. Give me back my son without conditions. Restore us to liberty. Then send your herald to the castle of Falkenstein tomorrow, and receive my answer free and uncontrolled." "Be it so," said Gustavus, and at the same moment the captive knight entered the hall. The Count of Falkenstein, in spite of his agitation, which increased with every moment, recognized the well-known shield and helmet, and before Gustavus had time to explain what had happened, he hastily commanded the youth to follow him. But the youth obeyed not the command. Again it was repeated, and still he remained motionless. Rodrigo, whose impatience by this time amounted almost to frenzy, rushed forwards to grasp his son's hand and draw him by force from the apartment. The youth started back with a cry of terror, and retreating nearer to the Count of Orenburg, seemed to implore his protection against his incensed father. Gustavus endeavored to reassure him. "Fear nothing, noble youth," said he. "Your father knows your attachment and approves it. We are no longer enemies. Your union with my daughter is sealed, and you will only leave this castle tonight, that you may return to it tomorrow as the acknowledged bridegroom of your Blanche." "Indeed?" exclaimed the young knight in joyful surprise. "Oh, happy tidings! Now then I need nothing more to complete my happiness. Nothing but my father's pardon. Then pardon me, my father," he continued, at the same time throwing off his ponderous casque and falling at the feet of Gustavus. "Oh, pardon your penitent, your imprudent child." "Amazement!" exclaimed the Count of Orenburg. 'Tis Blanche. Blanche? Cried Rodrigo. Blanche in Osbright's armor? Oh, Wilfred, Wilfred, whom then? Speak, girl, speak, explain. Oh, lose not a moment. You know not the fears, the agonies. Speak, oh, speak. Agitated by hope, blushing at her imprudence, confused by the rapidity and violence with which Rodrigo questioned her, it was with difficulty that Blanche related the adventures of the cave to her astonished auditors. But Rodrigo soon heard enough to guess the rest. He understood that the lovers had been aware of his approach, that they had changed habits, that disguised as Blanche, Osbright had remained in the cavern. He required to know no more. A shriek of horror interrupted the narrative. His countenance expressed all the agonies of despair. He seemed to be some fiend rather than a human being. "The blow is struck," he exclaimed. "'Tis past, all is over, agony, madness, yet 'tis possible. To the cave, to save him or to die," he said, and rushed out of the hall. "Oh, follow him!" cried Wilfred, wringing his hands. "Drag him from the cavern. Nay, nay, detain me not. His brain will turn, his heart will break. He promised so solemnly, but his violence, his passions, a sudden burst of fury. Let me be gone. For the love of heaven, oh, let me depart this moment." And breaking from Gustavus, who wished him to explain the cause of this excessive agitation, the seneschal followed his master, who had already crossed the drawbridge with the rapidity of an eagle. After a few words to tranquilize his affrighted daughter, the Count of Orenburg judged it best to pursue the fugitives and learn the cause of their alarm, but before he could leave the hall a fresh incident obstructed his progress. A young girl, bathed in tears, pale as a spectre, and her garments spotted with blood, rushed wildly into the room and threw herself sobbing at the feet of Blanche. It was Barbara. "He is gone," she exclaimed, wringing her hands. "Oh, lady, lady, he is gone. From the rock above I heard the clank of the assassin's armor as he rushed into the cavern." "Blanche, Blanche," he cried, "Blanche of Orenburg." "Here I am," answered the poor victim. "What would you with Blanche?" "Ha, sorceress!" cried again the terrible voice. "Take this. 'Tis Eugene who sends it to you." And then, oh, I saw the weapon gleam. I heard a dreadful shriek. I heard no more. I lost my senses. When they returned, all was hushed. I ventured down from the rock. I stole into the cave. I dragged him into the light. He was bloody. He was cold. He was dead. Whom? Exclaimed Blanche, almost frantic with alarm. "Oh, Osbright, Osbright," answered the sobbing girl, and Blanche fell lifeless at the feet of her father. At the door of St. Hildegard's cave stood the wretched Rodrigo. Before him lay a corpse, on which he gazed for a few moments in silent agony. At length, with desperate resolution, he drew away the large hat which overshadowed the face of the dead person, and the moonbeams shone full upon his features. Rodrigo knew those features well. He tore off the scarlet robe in which the body was enveloped. He saw a large wound on the breast. He saw his own dagger in the wound. He snatched it forth, plunging it in his heart, and then murmuring the name of Osbright. The slave of passion sank upon his victim's body and sank to rise no more. Blanche was restored to life, but her happiness was fled forever. She languished through a few mournful years, and then sought the grave, whither her broken-hearted father soon followed his darling. The fatal inheritance passed to another family, and the proud race of Frankheim closed its illustrious line forever. At the expiration of some years, Eugene was unhappy enough to recover his senses, sufficiently to know that Blanche was already numbered among the dead. He visited her tomb, wept, and prayed there. then fixed the cross upon his bosom and wandered in pilgrim's weeds to the Holy Land. He was never heard of more, but with a frame so delicate, intellect so shattered, and a heart so wounded, doubtless his sufferings could not be long. Magdalena and Ulrica, these sisters in calamity, retired to the convent of St. Hildegard, where they soon after assumed the veil, and in whose chapel they caused a stately tomb to be erected over the ashes of their departed children. Here every day they met to indulge their common sorrows. Here every night they joined in prayer for the eternal happiness of those dear ones. Here during many years of unavailing anguish they bathed with tears the marble tablet, on which stood engraved these words so mournful, so fatal, and so true: "Here rest the victims of mistrust." Fini. End of section 8. Read by Christine Rottger, March 3rd, 2026.
Section 9 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Admiral Guarino. I have a weapon. A better never did sustain itself upon a soldier's thigh. I have seen the day when with this little arm and this good sword I have made my way through more impediments than 20 times your stop. Othello. The Admiral Guarino. Hark, and heed me, deeds reciting, sad to hear and sad to tell, how at Roncesvalles fighting Charles's choicest warriors fell. Dealing round eternal slumber, still Guarino kept his sword. Moorish monarchs, 7 in number, seized at length the Christian lord. Whose the knight should be, deciding, 7 times 7 the dice they shake, 7 times 7 the rest deriding, proud Marlotes wins the stake. More rejoiced that he possessed him than Arabia's realm to sway. Captive, thus the prince addressed him. Captive, hear, and then obey. Quit the faith to mayhem hateful. Cursed by heaven and cursed by me, follow mine. Thy master grateful shall thy friend and father be. Of 2 daughters high descended, this shall in your arms be pressed. That shall work your garments splendid, deck your bed, and watch your rest. And, because I prize thee dearly, thine Arabia's crown shall be. Now, Sir Christian, speak sincerely. Wilt thou more? I'll give it thee. Spoke the knight, to heaven appealing. Hark and heed the words he said. Subtly now is Satan dealing. Blessed Virgin, be my aid. More, I'll ne'er be Mayhem's servant, ne'er the name of Christ profane, and my heart, with faith most fervent, wears a Christian maiden's chain. Ha! The pagan roars in anger. Guards, in dungeons dark as night, instant plunge this haughty stranger, ne'er again to see the light. Heap on him from spur to shoulder, weight on weight, and chain on chain, till his sinews shrink and moulder, that he ne'er may fight again. Last, the slave before me bringing, bid his jailer thrice a year scourge him till the blood is springing, when the solemn feasts are near. Deep in dungeons, deep in water, shall he mourn his scorn and pride. Since he dares reject my daughter, now let sorrow be his bride. Days they came, and days they perished, till St. John the Baptist came, day by both religions cherished, day which both a fast proclaim. Moors were then seen myrtle strowing, Christians then burnt frankincense, and, a royal prize bestowing, bade the king the sports commence. At a shield, with jewels flaming, which aloft was seen to rise, all the Moors, their lances aiming, strove in vain to win the prize. From the lists, with shame returning, all confessed their skill too weak, till with scorn and anger burning, thus the king was heard to speak. Touch no breast shall babe complaining, man no bread shall dare to eat, till some knight the mark attaining lays it at my royal feet. Of the noise was well aware he in the dungeon's depths who lay. Holy Cross and Blessed Mary, wherefore shout the Moors today? Does their chief some blooming virgin home as bride in triumph bring? Or is come my time of scourging to delight the cruel king? Spoke the jailer. 'Tis no virgin who today must lose the name, nor is this your time of scourging, which the clarions now proclaim. 'Tis St. John's day, thus respected, and his feast to honour more hath the king a shield erected, bright with gems and precious ore. All the Moors, their lances throwing, vainly hoped the mark to reach, till with quick impatience glowing vowed the king in angry speech, till on earth the shield was seen, no bread should in his realm be broke. Say'st thou? Cried with joy Guarino. Hark and heed the words he spoke. Give me back my courser trusty, which was wont my weight to bear. Give my armour, now so rusty, which I erst was wont to wear. From its lofty station driven, soon I'll bring the buckler low. This I'll do, or else by heaven, on the block my blood shall flow. 7 long winters, spoke the jailer, in this dungeon hast thou seen, and another's force would fail here, when he scarcely one had been. Yet presum'st thou now to proffer deeds of strength and skill to show? Slave, farewell, thy daring offer soon the Moorish king shall know. Thus he said with taunts and chidings, then with speed he sought the king. Monarch, deign to hear my tidings, wondrous is the tale I bring. No, my prisoner boasts full loudly, steed and armour but restore. Yonder shield, now placed so proudly, soon he'll lay your throne before. This the king with wonder learning bade him straight the knight produce. Then Guarino's arms returning, spoiled with rust and long disuse, spoke Marlotes grimly smiling. Now, brave sir, your course pursue. Lies a warrior's lips defiling, mount, and make your boasting true. Soon his steed Guarino mounted, in the well-known weight, who joyed. 7 long years the beast had counted, in the vilest tasks employed. Then with speed of lightning flying, calm his eye was, mild his mane, hurled the knight his lance, and lying on the earth the shield was seen. Straight the Moors the victor leap on, envying sore that gallant feat, but Guarino's Spanish weapon makes them bleeding soon retreat. Though their numbers are so mighty they obscure the light of day, through the ranks of hostile fight he boldly hews his desperate way. Then, with vigour still unshaken, home his course Guarino shaped. Many a knight the Moors have taken, but like him hath none escaped. End of Section 9. Read by Avanos. Section 10 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. King Rodrigo's Fall. O lasso, quanti dolci pensier, quanto dicio meno costoro al doloroso passo. Dante. The unfortunate passion of King Rodrigo for Count Julian's daughter, which occasioned the conquest of Spain by the Moors, is too well known to require any recital of it here. This Spanish Helen is by some authors called Florinda, but La Cava is the name assigned to her in this ballad, and, I believe, is that by which she is most usually distinguished. King Rodrigo's Fall. The moon was full, and full the tide. The warring winds were heard to rave. The fish in anxious terror sighed, so rude a tempest shook the waves. when to that rich and royal tent, with gold and gems so bright and gay, his footsteps King Rodrigo bent, for there his loved La Cava lay. 300 silver cords sustained that proud pavilion's vaunted height. Twice 50 maids within remained, so costly clad they dimmed the sight. And half those maids delighted still on lyres and lutes soft airs to play, and half those maids with vocal skill breathed still some melting lovely lay. Oh, then a stranger damsel came, and thus the sleeping king bespoke, and Fortune was the damsel's name, whose voice the midnight silence broke. And dost thou, Don Rodrigo, sleep? Awake, Sir King, awake, and see, who evil sows must evil reap, and bad by worse must followed be. Awake, to see your subjects slain, your flying friends and conquering foe, your towns and towers and wide domain in one sad day laid waste and low. Your castles strong, your blooming land, shall now a stranger lord obey. And wouldst thou know whose fated hand shall work this ill? E'en that I'll say. 'Tis Count Don Julian. Too well thou know'st, alas, that injured name. His daughter's wrongs his bosom swell, by thee his daughter robbed of fame. And now he comes his word to keep, with many an oath that word was said, that just revenge shall never sleep, till thou a bleeding corpse wert laid. These words the king with trouble fill. He woke, and sadly thus quoth he, Thanks, Fortune, for thy news, though ill. A heavy heart thou leav'st with me. And now comes one whose letter brings to say Count Julian scours the coast, swift on his steed Rodrigo springs, and hastes to front the rebel host. But such their numbers, such their might, the monarch finds resistance vain. His chiefs and soldiers all in flight alike forsake the fatal plain. Adieu, Rodrigo's subject bowers, adieu his native groves and skies. He flies his regal halls and towers, alas, poor king, alone he flies. His courser roved as humour pleased, neglected flowed the guiding rein. Such deep despair the king had seized, that sense had nearly left his brain. All ghastly died in crimson gore, a band of fire he seemed from far. His casque, with gems encrusted, bore in deep-hewn dints the stamp of war. His arms were marked from head to heel, with many a bruise and gaping flaw. Such frequent strokes had hacked the steel, his trusty sword appeared a saw. And down he sadly drooped his head, like one with anguish worn and weak, and drops of pain and toil and dread defiled the luckless monarch's cheek. And thirst and anguish plagued him sore, his lip was parched and wild his eye. I wot to see what then he bore had cost the hardest heart a sigh. He gained a mountain's beetling height. He paused a while and looked below. He sought his troops, oh shameful sight, they fled before the shouting foe. He sought his standards' royal pride, and vassal banners waving round. He saw them scattered far and wide, and trampled on the unworthy ground. He sought the fields' once verdant hue, but streams of blood disdained the green. He sought his captains brave and true, alas! Not one could now be seen. Then, pondering on his piteous case, the weight of woes his temper broke, and gushing tears bedewed his face, while thus the vanquished monarch spoke. This morn I rose sole lord of Spain, and now no foot of land have I. This morn whole cities owed my reign, and now unhoused my limbs must lie. This morn did armies crowd my lists, of those who bent a subject's knee, and now on earth no soul exists would stoop to show respect to me. Then cursed that day and cursed that hour, which saw me born to wealth and sway, since all that wealth and all that power one luckless morn hath snatched away. O haste thee, death, my woes to end. my soul from this loathed body free, I'll thank thee as my truest friend, the only friend now left to me. End of section 10. Read by Avanos.
Section 11 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Bertrand and Mary-Belle. Pale shines the moon, the evening star illumes both grove and dell. Bright are its beams, but brighter far the eyes of Mary-Belle. Soft echoes from the hills repeat the nightingale's sad swell. Sweet are her notes, but far more sweet the voice of Mary-Belle. Of truth unchanged and happy love, now let each zephyr tell, while Bertrand through the midnight grove conducts his Mary-Belle. Through many a wood the fond ones passed, o'er many a meadow wide, and gained a valley's gloom at last, which Mary trembling eyed. There every object breathed dismay, there all was still and dread, the stars no light, the moon no ray, athwart the darkness shed. With wonder Bertrand saw the tear from Mary's eye descend. "What sorrow stains thy cheek, my dear? Why mourns my lovely friend? Weep you because in wealth and power no more your parents shine? Or weep you that the marriage hour has bound your fate to mine?" "I weep not that my friends no more can shine in power and wealth, since ease still loves my father's door, he still is rich in health. I weep not that by holy vows I now am Bertrand's wife, for since he first became my spouse, full blessed has been my life. But when this dreary vale I view, my tears unbidden stream, I tremble lest my dream prove true, my sad foreboding dream. Methought all in the dead of night, ere in this very vale, I saw 9 maids in garments white, their faces wan and pale. With solemn steps advanced the band, and on her breast each maid, imprinted by some cruel hand, a ghastly wound displayed. I heard their hollow voices swell, and this was still their song: "Thy hour is near, come Mary-Belle, and join our mournful throng." "And didst thou then 9 damsels see? Did their bosoms stain? O Mary-Belle, now list to me, while I thy dream explain. These damsels once to me were dear, as once to me wert thou. My wife has each a single year, and thou hast been so now. I loved them once, I loved no more, and I no more love thee. 9 wives have dyed my brand with gore, and thou the 10th must be." He said, and in his victim's side straight plunged his cruel glaive. Down Mary sank, yet ere she died, 3 piercing shrieks she gave. The first implored her sire so old, the next her God addressed. The last it named her brother bold, the one she loved the best. Young Oswald heard the fearful noise, as the vale he strayed. "Hark, hark, I hear my sister's voice, who shrieks to me for aid." Full swift he sought the fatal place, whence the dying groan, and there with sad and gloomy face Sir Bertrand stood alone. "O Bertrand, wherefore here so late? Where is my sister, say?" "Secure within my castle gate, she dreams the night away." "Then why does red thy weapon stain, which erst was pure and bright?" How should it not be read? I've slain a turtle dove tonight. That turtle dove my mother bore. That dove was good and true. That dove to me was dear and sore. Shalt thou its murder rue? Then Oswald with avenging zeal fierce on the villain rushed, while steel replied to clashing steel, and blood in torrents gushed. But guilt enfeebled Bertrand's sword, his heart received a wound, and sinking low his bosom poured its life streams on the ground. Then searched the brother through the wood, then searched he through the vale, and found at length all bathed in blood, sweet Mary, cold and pale. Low in the grave sad Oswald laid the corpse with pious care, and o'er her tomb was duly said full many a pious prayer. But Bertrand's limbs of life bereft, within the fatal wood, unhallowed and unentombed, were left to be the vulture's food. And angels mourned for Mary's fate, and sang her parting knell, while fiends caught Bertrand's dying breath, and bore his soul to hell. End of section 11.
Section 12 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by salmareads. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Lord of Falkenstein. It was the Lord of Falkenstein. He met a lass of form divine. Loose flowed her locks in robes of white, in sorrow dimmed her eyes so bright. And whither goest thou, lovely maid? The Lord of Falkenstein, he said, to yonder castle come with me, and there my love and lady be. And wherefore mourn'st thou, lovely maid? The Lord of Falkenstein, he said, O tell me whence thy sorrows flow, and let me soothe thy bosom's woe. To go with thee, Sir Knight, his name I know not, could but cause my shame, nor mayst thou wipe away the tear which streams for one most false, most dear. I am the Lord of Falkenstein, yon haughty castle towers are mine, like purest gold which gaily gleam and glitter in the morning beam. Art thou the Lord of Falkenstein, and are yon towers so haughty thine, yon castle towers which gaily gleam and glitter in the morning beam? A boon, Sir Knight, of thee I crave upon my bended knee. Behold my grief with pitying eye, and spare young Rupert doomed to die. Now hush, fair girl, an hapless maid was by his perjured arts betrayed, and soon abandoned. Long she sighed, and then in fond distraction died. So left her Rupert, so did he leave one who loved him better, me. So died the damsel, so will I of grief expire if Rupert die. There stands the tower in Falkenstein, his walls thy perjured love confine. There doth he now in fitter stay, and shall until his dying day. Stands there a tower in Falkenstein, whose walls my well-beloved confine? O let me thither haste to cheer my Rupert in his prison drear. My peace and shrieks shall reach his cell, my groans and sighs my truth shall tell, and when at length he breathes no more, I'll die his prison gate before. The tower then went she round and round. Art here, my love, in fetters bound? O speak one word, my Rupert dear, and tell me if my voice you hear. Then went she round and round the tower. Cold blows the wind, fast falls the shower, loud howls the storm, it chills my heart, more chill it they our loves who part. The Lord of Falkenstein, who heard the faithful damsel's plaintive word, unlocked in pity Rupert's chain, and gave him to her arms again. Receive thy lover, constant maid, the Lord of Falkenstein, he said, yet must he leave these lands of mine, nor evermore see Falkenstein. Now thanks, thou gallant lord, may fame thy mercy long record, blessings repay this gracious deed, and every wish of thine succeed. May joys unmixed thy steps attend, while far from hence our course we bend, and in some lonely forest gleam, the remnant of our days can seem. There many a tear shall Rupert pour, there long his sins of youth deplore, shall weep, and pray, and fast, and pine and bless the Lord of Falkenstein. End of section 12.
Section 13 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. Sir Guy, the Seeker. A legendary tale, inscribed to the Right Honourable Earl Grey. Io son l'occasione a pochi nota, dietro del capo ogni capel mi tolto, onde invan svatica un si avviene che io i abbia trapassato. Oh, s'io mi volto, dimmi chi è colei che teco viene? È penitenza, e però nota i intende, chi non s'apprenda mi costei retiene. Machiavel. Sir Guy, the Seeker. Like those in the head of a man just dead are his eyes, and his beard's like snow. But when here he came, his glance was a flame, and his locks seemed the plumes of the crow. Since then are o'er 40 summers and more, yet he still near the castle remains, and pines for a sight of that lady bright, who wears the wizard's chains. Nor sun nor snow from the ruins to go can force that aged wight, and still the pile, all chapel and aisle, he searches day and night. But find can he ne'er the winding stair, which he passed that beauty to see, whom spells enthrall in the haunted hall, where none but once may be. That once regret will not let him forget, 'twas night, and pelting showers did patter and splash when the lightning's flash showed Dunstanburgh's grey towers. Raised high on a mound, that castle frowned in ruin pageantry, and where to the north did rocks jut forth, its towers hung o'er the sea. Proud they stood, and darkened the flood, for the cliffs were so rugged and steep. Had a plummet been dropped from their summit unstopped, that plummet had reached the deep. Nor flower there grew, nor tree e'er drew its nurture from that ground, save a lonely yew, whose branches threw their baleful shade around. Loud was the roar on that sounding shore, yet still could the night discern, louder than all, the swell and the fall of the bellowing rumble churn. With strange turmoil did it bubble and boil, and echo from place to place, so strong was its dash, and so high did it splash, that it washed the castle's base. The spray, as it broke, appeared like smoke from a sea volcano pouring, and still did it rumble, and grumble, and tumble, rioting, raging, roaring. Up the hill Sir Guy made his courser fly, and hoped from the wind and the rain that he there should find some refuge kind, but he sought it long in vain. For fast and hard each portal was barred, and against his efforts proof, till at length he espied a porch spread wide, the shelter of its roof. "Gramercy, St. George!" quoth glad Sir Guy, and sought the porch with speed, and fast to the yew, which near it grew, he bound his Barbary steed. And safety found on that sheltered ground from the sky's increasing gloom, from his brow he took his casque, and he shook the rain off that burthened its plume. Then long he stood in mournful mood, with listless sullen air, propped on his lance, and with indolent glance watched the red lightnings glare, and sadly listened to the shower on the clattering roof that fell, and counted twice the lonely hour tolled by some distant bell. But scarce that bell could midnight tell, when louder roared the thunder, and the bolt so red whizzed by his head, and burst the gates asunder. And lo! through the dark a glimmering spark he espied of lurid blue, onward it came, and a formal flame soon struck his wandering view. 'Twas an ancient man of visage wan, gigantic was his height, and his breast below there was seen to flow a beard of grizzled white. and flames o'erspread his hairless head, and down his beard they streamed, and in his hand a radiant wand of burning iron gleamed. Of darkest grain, with flowing train, a wondrous robe he wore, with many a charm to work man's harm, in fire embroidered o'er. And this robe was bound his waist around with a triple chain red hot, and still came nigh that phantom of fire, till he reached the self-same spot where stood Sir Guy, while his hair bristled high, and his breath he scarce could draw, and he crossed his breast, for I wot, he guessed, 'twas Beelzebub's self that he saw. And full on the knight that ghastly wight fixed his green and glassy eyes, and he clanked his chain, and he howled with pain, ere his words were heard to rise. Sir Knight, if your heart be right, and your nerves be firm and true, Sir Knight, a beauty bright, endurance waits for you. But Sir Knight, if you ever knew fright, that dame forbear to view, or Sir Knight, that you feasted your sight, while you live, you'll sorely rue. That mortal ne'er draw vital air, who witnessed fear in me. Come what come will, come good, come ill, lead on, I'll follow thee. And now they go both high and low, above and underground, and in and out, and about, and round, and round, and round. The storm is hushed, and lets them hear the howlet's boding screech, as now through many a passage drear a winding stair they reach. With beckoning hand, which flamed like a brand, still on the wizard led, and well could Sir Guy hear a sob and a sigh, as up the first flight he sped. While the second he passed, with footsteps fast, he heard a death bell toll, while he climbed the third, a whisper he heard, God's mercy on thy soul. And now at the top the wanderers stop, a brazen gate before, of massive make, and a living snake was the bolt which held the door. In many a fold round the staple 'twas rolled, with venom its jaws ran o'er, and that juice of hell, wherever it fell, to a cinder burned the floor. When the monster beheld Sir Guy, he swelled with fury, and threw out his sting. Sparks flashed from each eye, and he reared him on high, and prepared on the warrior to spring. But the wizard's hand extended his wand, and the reptile drooped his crest, yet strove to bite in impotent spite the ground which gave him rest. And now the gate is heard to grate on its hinges, turning slow, till on either side the valves yawn wide, and in the wanderers go. 'Twas a spacious hall, whose sides were all with sable hangings dight, and whose echoing floor was diamonded o'er with marble black and white. And of marble black as the raven's back 100 steeds stood round, and of marble white by each a knight lay sleeping on the ground. And 100 shafts of laboured bronze the fettered roof upheld, and the ponderous gloom of that vaulted room 100 lights dispelled. And a dead man's arm by a magic charm each glimmering taper bore, and where it was lopped still dropped and dropped thick gouts of clotted gore. Where ends the room doth a crystal tomb its towering front uphold, and on each hand 2 skeletons stand which belonged to giants of old. That on the right holds a falchion bright, that on the left a horn, and crowns of jet with jewels beset their eyeless skulls adorn. And both those grim colossal kings, with fingers long and lean, point towards the tomb, within whose womb a captive dame is seen. A form more fair than that prisoner's ne'er, since the days of Eve was known. Every glance that flew from her eyes of blue was worth an emperor's throne, and one sweet kiss from her roseate lips would have melted a bosom of stone. Soon as Sir Guy had met her eye, knelt low that captive maid, and her lips of love seemed fast to move, but he heard not what she said. Then her hands did she join in suppliant sign, her hands more white than snow, and like dews that streak the rose's cheek her tears began to flow. The warrior felt his stout heart melt when he saw those fountains run. "Oh, what can I do?" he cried, "for you? What mortal can do shall be done." Then out and speaks the wizard, hollow his accents fall. Was never a man, since the world began, could burst that crystal wall. For the hand which raised its magic frame had oft clasped Satan's own, and the lid bare a name, young knight the same, is stamped on Satan's throne. At its maker's birth long trembled the earth, the skies dropped showers of gore, and she, who to light gave the wondrous white, had died 7 years before. And at Satan's right hand, while keeping his stand, the foulest fiend of fire shrunk back with awe when the babe he saw, for it shocked its very sire. But hark, Sir Knight, the riddle aright, the riddle I'll riddle to thee. Thou'lt learn a way without delay, to set yon damsel free. Seest yonder sword, with jewels rare, its dudgeon crusted o'er? Seest yonder horn of ivory fair? 'Twas Merlin's horn of yore. That horn to sound, or sword to draw, now, youth, your choice explain. But that which you choose, beware how you lose, for you never will find it again. And that once lost, all hopes are crossed, which now you fondly form, and that once gone, the sun ne'er shone a sadder white to warm. But such keen woe as never can know oblivion's balmy power, with fixed despair your soul will share, till comes your dying hour. Your choice thou make for yon beauty's sake, to burst her bonds endeavour, but that which you choose, beware how you lose, once lost, 'tis lost for ever. In pensive mood a while now stood Sir Guy, and gazed around. Now he turned his sight to the left, to the right, now he fixed it on the ground. Now the falchion's blaze attracted his gaze, on the hilt his fingers lay, but he heard fear cry, "You're wrong, Sir Guy!" and he snatched his hand away. Now his steps he addressed towards the north and the west, now he turned towards the east and the south, till with desperate thought the horn he caught, and pressed it to his mouth. Hark! The blast is a blast so strong and so shrill, that the vaults like thunder ring, and each marble horse stamps the floor with force, and from sleep the warriors spring. And frightful stares each stony eye, as now with ponderous tread they rush on Sir Guy, posing on high, their spears to strike him dead. At the strange attack full swift sprang back, I wot, the startled knight. Away he threw the horn, and drew his falchion keen and bright. But soon as the horn his grasp forsook, was heard a cry of grief. It seemed the yell of a soul in hell, made desperate of relief. And straight each light was extinguished quite, save the flame so lurid blue on the wizard's brow, whose flashings now assumed a bloody hue, and those sparks of fire which grief and ire from his glaring eyeballs drew. And he stamped in rage, and he laughed in scorn, while in thundering tone he roared, "Now shame on the coward who sounded a horn, when he might have unsheathed a sword." He said, and from his mouth there came a vapour blue and dank, whose poisonous breath seemed the kiss of death, for the warrior senseless sank. Morning breaks, again he wakes, lo, in the porch he lies, and still in his heart he feels the dart which shot from the captive's eyes. From the ground he springs, as if he had wings, the ruin he wanders o'er, and with prying look each cranny and nook his anxious eyes explore. But find can he ne'er the winding stair which he climbed that dame to see, whom spells enthrall in the haunted hall, where none but once may be. The earliest ray of dawning day beholds his search begun, the evening star ascends her car, nor yet his search is done. Whence the neighbours all the night now call by Guy the seeker's name, for never he knows when hours repose from his wish to find the dame. But still he seeks, and aye he seeks, and seeks in vain, and still he repeats to all he meets, "Could I find the sword again?" Which words he follows with a groan, as if his heart would break, and oh, that groan has so strange a tone, it makes all hearers quake. The villagers round knew well its sound, and when they hear it poured, "Hark, hark!" they cry, "the seeker, Guy, groans for the wizard's sword." Twice 20 springs on their fragrant wings for his wound have brought no balm, for still he's found. But hark! what sound disturbs the midnight calm? Good peasants, tell, why rings that knell? 'Tis the seeker, guys, we toll. His race is run, his search is done. God's mercy on his soul. End of section 13, read by Inkell.
Section 14 of Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Anaconda, an East Indian Tale, Part 1. As those we love decay, we die in part. String after string is severed from the heart, till lengthened life at last but breathing clay, without one sighs, glad to fall away. Unhappy they who latest meet the blow, condemned to weep o'er many a friend laid low, led slowly on from partial death to death, till dying all they can resign is breath. Thompson. She speaks poniards, and every word stabs. Much ado about nothing. "The Lord in heaven forbid!" exclaimed the old man, while every limb was convulsed with horror. The blood forsook his cheeks, and he clasped his hands in agony. "But the thing is impossible," he resumed after a few moments passed in reflection. "Absolutely impossible. What? Everard, a boy whose childhood was passed under my own roof, under my very eye, whose manners are so mild, who was ever so gentle, so grateful, so kind, whose heart I know as well as I do my own. Bless my soul, Sister Milman, what a fright you have given me! But it's no great matter now, for when I reflect upon this history of yours, I see clearly that the thing is quite impossible, and so there's an end of it." "Now, was there ever anything so provoking? Brother, let me tell you that at your time of life it is quite a shame to suffer yourself to be so blinded by prejudice. His childhood was passed under your roof, forsooth, but where did he pass his youth, I should be glad to know? Why, among tigers and alligators that swallow up poor dear little children at a mouthful, and great ugly blackamoor monsters who eat nothing but human flesh, heaven bless us! And where's the great wonder that, living in such graceless company, Everard should have picked up some of their bloody tricks? Nay, brother, to tell you a bit of my mind, for my own part I always suspected that there was something awkward in the manner by which he came by such a sight of money, though to be sure I never imagined that the business was half so bad as it proves to be." "Proves to be, sister, proves to be indeed. Let me remind you that you have proved nothing, though God knows you have asserted enough to make every hair on my head stand an end. And as to his fortune, I make no doubt that Everard can give as satisfactory an account of his making it as the honestest man within the bills of mortality." "I should be glad to know, then, why he so obstinately refuses to give any account at all. It's above a year since he returned from the East Indies, and yet there isn't a human being a bit better informed on the subject than we were on the first day of his landing, though I'm sure it's not for want of asking, for many and many a good hour have I passed in pumping, and yet here do I sit at this moment no whit the wiser. He always puts on such a solemn look, and takes the first opportunity of turning the conversation to something else. Nay, the other day, when I wouldn't be fobbed off with a cock and bull story about heaven knows what, and put the question home to him in so many words, 'By what means did you, Everard Brooke, get so much money?' he turned his back plump upon me, and stalked out of the room, which was no great proof of his good breeding, you'll say, but mercy upon us, good breeding isn't what the gentleman values himself upon, for it was but last Friday that he bounced out of the room to call Towser off. He was barking at a little, dirty beggar boy, though he saw that I had dropped my teaspoon and was obliged to stoop it for myself. A great bear! But indeed I expected nothing better from a man who has lived so long among Hottentots." "Well, sister, I dare say that he ought to have stopped to pick up your teaspoon, though to be sure I can't find in my heart to blame him very much for having gone first to rescue the beggar boy, being afraid that I should have committed exactly the same fault myself. But you know I never pretended to good breeding, and in all matters of politeness, Sister Milman, I must give way to your better judgment and experience. However, I cannot be equally submissive respecting the material point, and in spite of all that you have advanced, I must still maintain my opinion that Everard came by his money honestly, whatever you may have heard to the contrary." Then why won't he let a body know how he came by it? Let me tell you, brother, that when a man has anything good to tell of himself, he isn't so fond of holding his tongue. Nay, for that matter, to hold one's tongue at all isn't natural, and I warrant you, whoever does so has some good reason at bottom for submitting to such disagreeable restraint, if one could but get him to own it. And so think the Williamsons and the Joneses, and my cousin Dickens, and all the family of the Burnsbys. For I am not of so uncommunicative a temper as your darling Everard. Heaven be praised for it. No, if I get a bit of information, I am too generous to keep it to myself, and have no peace till all my neighbours are as well informed as I am. So this morning I no sooner got possession of this bloody story than I ordered my chariot and drove round the village to communicate it to all our friends and relations. To be sure, they were mightily shocked at the account, as who wouldn't be? But they confessed that they always expected to find something wrong at the bottom of this mystery. And they think it a mercy that I should have discovered the truth, before things were gone too far between Everard and your daughter Jessie. And so you have been carrying this fine story all round the village. I protest now, Sister Jane, it seems to me that you have been giving yourself a great deal of very unnecessary trouble, and if after all your assertions should prove to be unfounded, I know not what recompense you can make poor Everard for this attempt to blast his character. The most innocent circumstances may be so construed as to wear an awkward appearance. There are always enough ill-natured people in the world ready to spread about scandalous reports, and Everard has too much merit not to have excited plenty of enemies. And here you have just now picked up a strange, unaccountable rigmarole tale from one of these, and— "From one of his enemies?" exclaimed Mrs. Milman, fanning herself violently. "Very fine, truly, when I heard the whole story with these ears of mine from the mouth of his own little coffee-coloured barbarian. Yes, to be sure, Mirza is a violent enemy of Mr. Everard's that cannot be denied." The old merchant's face underwent a considerable change at hearing these last sentences. He looked distressed, and rubbed his forehead for some moments in evident anxiety. "Mirza," he repeated after a pause. "Sister Jane, recollect yourself. This is no trifling matter. Are you quite sure that Mirza asserts the truth of the story, which I have just heard you relate?" "I tell you, brother, for the second time, that I heard him tell it with my own ears. Not indeed all at once, for the wicked little heathen knew too well how little it was to his master's credit that the fact should get abroad. Ah, he is a cunning hand, I promise you. But I went round about, and wormed and kept beating the bush till I got it all out of him. I confess I was obliged to promise faithfully that his master should never know a syllable about it, for he said that it would give him pain to hear it mentioned, as to be sure well it may. But when I found what a horrible secret it was, I had a great deal too much conscience to keep my promise, and lost no time in making the monster's guilt known to the whole neighbourhood." "Well, well, sister, I won't pretend to say that you did wrong, and I doubt not you acted from the best motives, but yet I cannot help wishing that you had acted otherwise. This Everard, poor dear wicked fellow, he was once so good, so affectionate. I would have betted all I have in the world that it wasn't in his nature to kill so much as a fly, and to murder a woman, too, that he had promised to marry. Aye, and to murder her in such a shocking manner, too. First to shoot at her from behind a hedge, and when he found the poor creature was only wounded, to have the heart to run up to her and actually beat her brains out with a club. Why, Mirza said that he verily believed that she was above half an hour dying." "I never heard of anything so horrible." "But what is worse, he wasn't contented with destroying the poor girl's body. He had previously ruined her precious soul. It seems that her name was Nancy O'Connor, an Irish family, I suppose. I once knew an Irish officer of that name myself. I was but a girl then, and danced with him at the Hackney Assembly. And a mighty genteel, comely-looking man he was, though he had but one eye. But that's neither here nor there. Well, as I was telling you, this Nancy was either the daughter or the wife of a rich planter, with whom Everard lived as clerk or factor or something of that kind. Well, and so this poor girl fell in love with Everard, and he on his side was wonderfully attentive to Nancy, for Mirza says that he passed whole days and nights in watching her, and ogling her, so that she actually could hardly stir without his knowing it, till at last he worked himself so totally into her good graces, and got such an influence over her mind, that knowing his patron to have made a will entirely in Nancy's favour, he persuaded her to poison poor Mr. O'Connor in order that she might share his wealth with her abominable lover. Poison her father! Monstrous! Her father, or her husband, for, as I said before, I am not certain which, but I should rather suppose it was her father, for it seems the poor deceived old man made it his dying request to her that she should make Everard her husband, as soon as ever the funeral was over. So you may judge how artfully the hypocrite must have played his cards. Well, now it was supposed that Everard would immediately have made Nancy Mrs. Brooke. The settlements were all drawn up. The clothes were bought. The wedding day was fixed. When, lo and behold, what do you think the ungrateful monster did? He persuaded the poor young creature to dispose of all her property, and when it was converted into money and jewels and such like, he enticed her into a wood, where he robbed and murdered her in the manner which you have just heard, and then getting on board a vessel with his plunder in all haste, he managed to escape from Ceylon, before the officers of justice had time to discover what was become of him. The only thing which surprises me is that he should have brought away Mirza with him. But as the young heathen was then quite a child, I suppose his master thought it probable that he knew nothing of this bloody business, or would certainly forget it during the voyage. And now, brother, what have you to say in behalf of your fine Mr. Everard? Ah, how often have I told you, over and over again, I was certain that something bad would come out against him, all in good time. But you were obstinate. You still let him come dangling about your house, and keep hankering and hankering after your daughter Jessie. And now you may think yourself well off if the girl's heart isn't fixed upon having the vagabond, and getting her brains knocked out in her turn like poor Miss Nancy O'Connor. Partial as the old man was to Everard, he could not but feel his faith in him a good deal shaken by this long string of horrible circumstances, and by the positive manner in which they were advanced. And now flocked in one after another the Joneses and the Williamses, and all the family of the Burnabys, with their wondering and their blessing themselves, and their exclamations and their pity for poor Miss O'Connor, and their having long suspected nothing better. The good old man listened in silence and sighed while they assailed him thus on all sides, but though he could not venture to contradict them, he could not find in his heart to join in their censures of the man, whom he had so long esteemed, and whom he still loved so tenderly. But when at length cousin Dickens made his appearance, a man of great importance in this family, for he was rich, a bachelor, advanced in years, and Jessie's godfather, and announced his thorough belief in Mrs. Milman's story, it was no longer in old Elmwood's power to remain neutral in the business. He declared his submission to cousin Dickens' better judgment, and his intention of declining any further communication with Mr. Brooke, for he no longer dared to call him by the familiar and affectionate appellation of Everard. This declaration was received with great satisfaction by all present, and the resolution was pronounced nem con, to be extremely judicious. The delinquent was at this time in London, whither he had repaired, as it was suspected, for the purpose of ascertaining the exact state of his property, in order that on his return he might lay it before Elmwood, accompanied by a formal demand of his daughter's hand. This absence was thought very fortunate by the company, as it afforded the best opportunity for putting Jessie upon her guard, and it was determined to summon her without loss of time, make known to her the true character of the man with whom she had so imprudently been suffered to associate, and insist upon her making a solemn promise in full convocation that she would from that moment give up all communication with him. Jessie made her appearance. Alas, the fate of her heart had been long decided. As she listened to the strange and horrible tale, she sometimes colored with indignation against the accusers, and then again her cheeks grew pale through fear, lest the accusation should prove well-founded. The charge was concluded, the promise was demanded, yet still Jessie spoke not, but sat absorbed in terror and grief. In vain was her lover's guilt repeated. In vain was she called upon to declare her abhorrence of him. Still Jessie only answered with her tears. Her friendly relations turned up the white of their eyes at her blindness and delusion. Mrs. Milman was loud in exclaiming against the obstinacy and wrong-headedness of young people, who would fancy themselves wiser than their parents, and the formidable cousin Dickens, assuming one of his most severe and dignified looks, insisted upon her giving an immediate answer. Terrified almost out of her senses at this formal address, the trembling Jessie now contrived to sob out, a hope that her aunt had been mistaken, that Everard would still be able to prove his innocence. Innocence, so impossible a supposition, was of itself sufficient to set the whole assembly in an uproar. The Wilkinsons, the Joneses, cousin Dickens, and all the family of the Burnabys gave tongue at once, and above a dozen voices were still busy in affixing the least flattering epithets possible to the name of Everard, when the door opened, and Everard himself stood before them. He was just returned from London, and had hastened to assure himself of Jessie's welfare. In the next moment you might have heard a pin drop. The debate had been carried on in too loud a tone to permit his being ignorant of the nature of their discourse. But at all events the evident and universal embarrassment which his presence created left him no doubt that himself had been brought upon the carpet, and that in a manner by no means to his credit. His sunburnt cheek glowed with indignation as he gazed round the circle, and requested to know the meaning of those appellations by which, while ascending the stairs, he had heard himself described. The question being general, no person thought it necessary to take it to himself. Each looked towards his neighbor, as if he expected the answer to come from thence, and consequently all continued silent. Everard now found it needful to particularize, and turning to cousin Dickens, whose voice had been supereminently loud, he demanded of him the desired explanation. "Why, really, sir," stammered out cousin Dickens, adjusting his neckcloth in order to conceal his embarrassment, "really, Mr. Everard, as to what was said, I can only say that I said nothing. That is to say, not that I quite said nothing, though to say truth, it was almost as good as nothing, for it was nothing from my own knowledge. I only observed, that if what Mrs. Milman said was true—" "Mrs. Milman," interrupted Everard. "That's enough. Now then, we get a step nearer to the source of the business. Will you then, madam, have the goodness to explain your reason for applying such opprobrious epithets to the name of Everard Brooke, a name which, I am bold to say, deserves them as little as that of any person in this society? I wait for your reply, madam." "Well, sir, and by my faith you shall have it," answered Mrs. Milman, who by this time had recovered herself and was now resolved to carry the business through with flying colors, by assuming a double quantity of assurance. "You shall have it, never fear, and if it turns out that your name is really as good as anyone's in the company, and that you really did not poison the old gentleman, and beat Miss Nancy's brains out, why then so much the better for you. That's all, and there's no harm done." "Poison the old gentleman? Beat out Miss Nancy's brains? What Miss Nancy? What old gentleman? Why, in the name of heaven, Mrs. Milman, where did you pick up this farrago of nonsense?" "I pick up, indeed. Let me tell you, sir, that I never picked up anything or anybody in my life, and that if you talk of picking up, you are the much more likely person to pick up of the two. And now I'm about it, I'll let you into another piece of my mind. It's extremely rude in you to call my conversation a farrago of nonsense. But truly it's no wonder, for I'm not the first lady that knows you have treated with rudeness, heaven knows, and more's the pity, Miss Nancy for that." "Miss Nancy again!" exclaimed Everard. "And who the devil, then, is Miss Nancy?" "What, then, you don't know Miss Nancy? No, never heard of Miss Nancy O'Connor, I warrant?" "No, madam, I never did." "Well, come now, that is a good one. To beat a lady's brains out and then to cut her acquaintance and pretend you know nothing about her is the finest piece of modern good breeding that I ever heard of. Nay, indeed, I never expected much good breeding from you, sir, ever since that affair of the teaspoon. But one thing I can tell you, your little copper-colored Hottentot, Mirza, sings a very different song from you on this occasion, for I had the whole story from his own lips." "From Mirza's? Impossible." "It's not mighty polite in you to contradict one so plump, sir, but no matter for that. I repeat it. Mirza told me himself that you had poisoned a gentleman and beat his daughter's brains out. And now, so much for that, and butter for fish. Nay, if you don't choose to believe me, call the boy hither and ask him. I desire no better, and I see him playing in the garden at this moment." "And it shall be done instantly," cried Everard, at the same time throwing up the window. "Mirza! Mirza!" Mirza was soon in the room. "Pray, Mirza, what is the meaning?" began Everard, but Mrs. Milman immediately interrupted him. "Silence, if you please, sir. I'll examine the boy myself. Come here, Mirza. Well, and how do you do, my dear?" Pray, Mirza, what was that pretty story you told me this morning about poisoning somebody and killing somebody with a club and—"
Oh, missy, cried Mirza. You no say that. Massa tell me no talk. Massa grieve, massa angry. No, child, he'll not be angry. He wants to hear how prettily you tell the story, and so you must tell it all, mustn't he, Mr. Brooke?
Everard gave a sign of assent.
You know, Mirza, it was all about how your master made his fortune. Well, and so, Mirza, upon my word, you're a very nice lad, and there's a sixpence for you. Well, and so you say, Mirza, and so you say, my dear, that your master killed her in a wood. What, did he kill her quite? Is quite? She quite dead. Massa beat her brain out with a great club.
I, Mirza? Exclaimed Everard. Did I?
Yes, that you did, massa, and God him bless you for it.
Bless him for it, whispered Mrs. Milman to Cousin Dickens. There's fine morality, the wicked little heathen, but you'll hear more presently. Then turning again to the boy, Well, but, Mirza, you told me something, too, about poisoning, what I suppose before your master killed Miss Anne O'Connor.
Conda,
interrupted the boy.
Condor, was it? repeated Mrs. Milman. Well, Connor or Condor, the name makes no great difference. Well, Mirza, and so you say that this Anne O'Condor, instigated by your master, I suppose? Oh, my massa, shrieked Mirza in a tone of agony, at the same time pointing to Everard, who, pale as death and with a countenance expressing the most painful agitation, rushed to a table on which stood a decanter of water, of which he hastily swallowed a draught, though so violently did his hands shake that the goblet was carried to his lips with difficulty.
Forgive my leaving you so abruptly, said he in a faltering voice. I will return in a few minutes. And he hastily quitted the apartment, followed by Mirza. Now then his guilt was past doubting. Mrs. Milman spread out her petticoats, fanned herself with an air of triumph, and began a sermon upon the wonderful effects of conscience. Surprise had checked the course of Jessie's tears, the blood had deserted her lips and cheeks, and she sat motionless, looking like a marble statue. The good old Elmwood felt in his own the wound which his darling's heart had just received, but he had nothing to offer her relief, except a fond pressure of her hand, and a sigh of compassion. The rest of the company shrugged up their shoulders at the depravity of human nature, and nodded their heads significantly at one another, as if they had been so many Chinese josses. Suddenly the door opened, and Mrs. Milman was still in the full flow of her eloquence, when Everard re-entered the room, to all appearance perfectly recovered from his late disorder. Mrs. Milman, said he, I am now master of the whole of this business. Your ignorance of circumstances peculiar to the East, the singularity of my adventures, and the broken English in which you heard them related have led you into a most extraordinary mistake. I cannot clear it up without subjecting myself to the most agonizing recollections, and rending open afresh those wounds which, it's true, are scarred over, but which are too deep and too deadly to be ever thoroughly healed. If, therefore, the opinion of the world were alone concerned, that opinion which is so little necessary to my own happiness, I should leave you in your error rather than subject myself to the pain of an explanation. But I see in this circle two persons, one of whom possesses too dear an interest in my affections to permit my leaving a single thorn in her gentle bosom, which I have it in my power to remove, while the paternal kindness which the other showed to me while I was still a boy demands that I should convince him that it was not shown to one unworthy. To calm their feelings I will sacrifice my own, and much as I shall suffer while making the recital of my adventures, shall still be made. Be attentive, then, and everything shall be explained. Curiosity now became the predominant expression. Elmwood breathed freer, held up his head higher than before, and shook his daughter's hand affectionately. A roseate blush stole over the lovely fair face of Jessie, while a look of silent gratitude thanked her father. The rest of the company drew their chairs closer together, and prepared to listen with all of their ears. Everard seated himself, and thus began. The Narrative of Everard Brooke. Oh, I have suffered with those whom I saw suffer. Tempest. You are already aware that my fortune was made in the island of Ceylon. It was there that I was so lucky as to find employment in the house of a man whose virtues rendered him as much the object of universal esteem as the favors which he conferred upon me entitled him to my peculiar gratitude. I was engaged by him as his secretary, but all other names were soon forgotten by us both and that of friends. He was an Englishman as well myself, and perhaps this had no slight influence in producing so strict an intimacy between us. A variety of untoward circumstances had compelled him to abandon his native land and sail in pursuit of fortune to the east. His toil had not been in vain. The capricious goddess, who fled from him with such disdain in Europe, now showered her favors upon his head with the most unwearied profusion. He had consumed but a few years in Ceylon, and was already rich and possessed of a distinguished situation. It seemed as if fortune was at length resolved to convince the world that she was not always blind, for had she searched the whole island through, she would have found it difficult to bestow wealth and honor upon a wiser or a better man. But of all his treasures, that which he counted most precious, that for which he thanked heaven's bounty at every moment of his existence, and with every pulsation of his heart, was a wife, who united all the beauty and graces of her sex with all the firmness and judgment of ours. One only blessing was denied them. Louisa was not a mother. My friend and patron, his name was Seafield, possessed a villa at a small distance from Colombo. The place, it's true, was of no great extent, but it united in their fullest perfection all those charms which render nature in that climate so irresistible and enchantress. This was Seafield's most beloved residence, and hither he hastened whenever the duties of his station permitted his absenting himself for a few days from Colombo. In particular, there was a small circular pavilion designed by his own hand, and raised under his own inspection, to which he was particularly partial, and in which he was accustomed to pass the greatest portion of his time. It stood some few hundred yards from the dwelling-house, and was situated on a small eminence, whence the prospect over land and sea was of a description rich, varied, and extensive. Around it towered a thick circle of palm trees, resembling a colonnade. Their leafy fans formed a second cupola above the roof, and while they prevented a single sunbeam from piercing through the coolness of their embowering shades, their tall and slender stems permitted not the eye to lose one of the innumerable charms afforded by the surrounding landscape. This delightful spot happened to be the residence of Seafield's whole family, when accidental business of importance required Louisa's presence at Colombo. Conscious that her husband considered every day as lost, which he was compelled to pass at a distance from his beloved retreat, she positively refused his attendance, but accepting me as her escort, she departed for the city. Diligence and impatience to return home enabled her to dispatch her affairs in less time than she had expected them to occupy. And in the very first moment that she found herself once more at liberty, she ordered the palanquins to be prepared, and her slaves to hold themselves in readiness for departing. Our journey was performed by night for the double purpose of reaching home the sooner, and of escaping the ardor of the noonday sun. We arrived an hour after daybreak, yet Seafield was already abroad. As usual, he ascended the hill to enjoy the beauty of the rising sun. Thus said Zadie, Seafield's old and attached domestic, in whose favor his master made an exception to his general opinion, that in all their transactions with Europeans, the natives of this island were totally devoid of gratitude, honesty, and good faith. "We shall find him in the pavilion, then?" said Louisa. "Not an hour ago I left him there, writing," was the answer. "We will go thither and surprise him," she said, addressing herself to me. "Wait here while I change my dress. A few moments will suffice for my toilet, and I shall expect to find you here when I return." In the meanwhile, I remained leaning against one of the columns which supported the small portico, by which the door was sheltered. From hence I enjoyed an uninterrupted view of the hill and its pavilion, which, surrounded by its light and beautiful garland of palm trees, attracted the sight irresistibly. While my eye dwelt with satisfaction on their broad sheltering heads, I fancied that I could discover a large excrescence upon the stem of one of them extremely unusual in those trees, which in general rear themselves perpendicularly toward the sky, regular and straight as the pillars of a colonnade. It resembled a large branch extending from one stem to its neighbor, and what puzzled me the more in this appearance was that it seemed occasionally to be waved backwards and forwards, though the breathing of the sea gale was so gentle that it scarcely moved the leaves on the neighboring branches. I made a variety of guesses to account for this phenomenon, but everything which my memory or my imagination could suggest seemed inadequate to solve this difficulty entirely to my satisfaction. I was still puzzling myself with conjectures when Zadi drew near me with some slight refreshments. I pointed to the branch, whose apparent motion had excited so much of my attention, and inquired whether he could at all account for the strong effect produced upon it by the sea breeze, while the slighter boughs were so gently agitated. He immediately turned himself toward the palm trees, but no sooner did his eye rest upon the spot in question than the silver basket with its contents dropped from his hands. The paleness of death spread itself over his swarthy countenance. He caught at one of the columns to save himself from falling on the ground, and while his eyes expressed the deepest horror and consternation, he pronounced with difficulty, "The Anaconda! That is the Anaconda! We are undone!" What could have produced an effect so sudden and so violent upon a man whom I well knew to inherit from nature the most determined courage and most remarkable self-possession was to me absolutely incomprehensible. But though I was ignorant of its cause, the sight of his extreme alarm was almost sufficient to shake my own presence of mind. I saw that he was on the point of sinking on the earth, overpowered by his emotions. I sprang towards him and caught him in my arms. "For the love of heaven!" I exclaimed. "Compose yourself, old man. Tell me, what terrifies you thus? What mean you by the Anaconda? What can occasion these complaints and this alarm?" He endeavored to recover himself. He strove to speak, but in vain, and before I could understand the accents of his stammering tongue, Louisa joined us, and without observing the slave's agitation, put her arm within mine, and advanced toward the pavilion. This action seemed to restore to Zadi the lost powers of his body and mind. With a loud cry he threw himself on his knees before us, and in words interrupted by sobs and accompanied by tears, he forbade our crossing the threshold. "Your first step without these walls," he exclaimed, "leads to inevitable destruction. Every door must be bolted, every window must be barred. This mansion must resemble a sepulchre, where nothing living is to be found." And while he spoke, he hastily closed and locked the folding doors through which we had a prospect of the pavilion. Louisa observed his singular behavior and the agitation of his countenance, with looks which expressed the most lively astonishment. "Are you distracted, Zadi?" she asked after a few moments. "What mean these tears, and these expressions so alarming, and why do you forbid our going to your master?" "You're going to... Almighty God, my master! He is yonder! Oh, he is lost! He is lost beyond the power of saving!" "He is lost, say you? Answer me, old man. What mean you? What fear you? Oh, how my heart beats with terror!" Her frame trembled with anxiety while she gazed with wide-stretched eyes upon the messenger of evil tidings, and pressed my arm with a convulsive grasp. "Recollect yourself, my good Zadi," said I. "What is this Anaconda which you speak of with such terror? I have seen nothing except the branch of a palm tree, which the wind moved backwards and forwards, singularly enough, it's true, but still there was nothing in it alarming." "Not alarming!" repeated the Indian, wringing his hands. "Not alarming? The Lord have mercy on me, miserable old man! Ah, Mr. Everard, that branch of the palm tree! Alas, alas, it is no branch. It is a snake, a terrible snake. We call it an anaconda, and its kind is in size the most enormous, in nature the most fierce, and in appetite the most ravenous of any to be found through all Ceylon. See, see!" he continued, approaching one of the windows. "See how the monster plays among the branches. It always twines and twists itself into those folds and knots and circles when it prepares to dart itself upon the ground like lightning to seize its prey. Oh, my master, my poor dear master! He never can escape. Nothing can save him." Half of this alarming explanation was more than enough to throw the wretched Louisa into a state of distraction. Her features so distorted by terror that she was scarcely to be known for the same woman, her eyes stretched almost to breaking, and her hands folded together with as strong a grasp as if she meant them never to be again separated, she exclaimed in a voice so hollow and so expressive of suffocation that it pierced her hearers to the very heart, "My husband! My husband! Oh, help me to save him! Good men! Forsake him not! Oh, forsake him not!" But at this moment the wife required assistance not less than the husband. Overpowered by her sensations, she fainted in my arms. Zadi flew to summon her female attendants, and I bore the pale, insensible Louisa back to her own apartment, though Zadi's dreadful narrative had almost deprived me of animation myself. Our endeavors to rekindle the extinguished flame of life were at length successful. Her eyes opened. She cast around her a look of apprehension. "Oh, why are you still here?" said she to me in a feeble voice. "Is his life, then, of so little consequence? Fly to his succor, rescue him, or let me die. In preserving him, you will preserve me. If he perishes, I am lost." "He lives! He lives! Heaven be shanked, he still lives!" thus shouted the faithful Zadi as he rushed into Louisa's apartment. His anxious vigilance had induced him to examine every part of the mansion, and ascertain with his own eyes that it was perfectly secure against danger. He now returned out of breath from the balcony, whence he had discovered to his great satisfaction that his view was unimpeded over the whole pavilion. He remarked that the door and all the windows, as far as the power of vision extended, were closely fastened, and hence he very reasonably concluded that his master had been aware of the enemy's approach in full time to take every necessary precaution for his safety. "Hear you that, my dear lady?" I exclaimed while I took Louisa's hand. "Surely this intelligence is alone sufficient to restore your strength and tranquillity. We had nothing to apprehend for Seafield except his being surprised by the monster while unprepared. But you see that he has had time to shut out the danger. He has now nothing to do but to remain quietly within his retreat, and the snake will either not discover his being so near, or at any rate will be unable to break through the bulwarks, which separate them. The whole business, therefore, is a disagreeable blockade for an hour, or perhaps less, at the end of which the Anaconda will grow weary of waiting for its prey, and by retiring to seek it in some other quarter will release our friend, and then we shall all be quit for the fright." The satisfaction with which I thus endeavored to reassure the agonized heart of Louisa was thoroughly established in my own, but Zadi, whose own feelings were too much agitated by his master's situation to permit his attending to those of others, hastened with too little consideration to destroy the hope which I so fondly indulged, and with which I strove to soothe the afflicted wife. "Oh, no, no, no!" he exclaimed. "We must not reckon upon the snake's leaving us so soon. When the Anaconda has once chosen a group of trees for her abode, and is seen to sport among the branches in the manner in which we saw her amusing herself, she will remain there for whole days and weeks, watching patiently for her prey, till every chance of success fails her, and absolute famine compels her to emigrate. But her capacity of existing without food is almost inconceivable. Until she removes of her own free will, no human power is able to drive her from her retreat." "Almighty powers!" stammered out the trembling Louisa. "Then he is lost indeed. Even should those slight barriers be sufficient to protect him from the monster's fury, he must still at last fall prey to the assaults of hunger." My frowning looks easily made the old man aware of the imprudence which he had just committed. But the mischief was irreparable. Everything which his imagination could suggest to soften the effect produced by his ill-judged confession was unable to blunt the arrow which had carried with it into the heart of his mistress the poison of despair. "But, after all," said I, "why are we to take it for granted that our friend is actually exposed to this urgent danger? By your own account, Zadi, above an hour had elapsed between your leaving your master in the pavilion and your discovery of the Anaconda. And what then can be more likely than that the day being so delightful he should have gone out to walk, and have quitted the pavilion before the snake's approach?" "Angel of comfort!" exclaimed Louisa, while she seized my hand and pressed it to her lips. "Blessed, ever blessed be you for that suggestion. Why should it not be as you suppose? Why should not his absence have rescued him?" "Ah, dear heaven!" sighed the old man, and shook his head. "The door's closed. The windows are fastened." "Prove nothing," I interrupted him. "When did Seafield ever leave his favorite retreat without taking those precautions? Perhaps at this very moment that we are trembling for his safety he is at the distance of miles from the place of danger. Perhaps nothing more is requisite for his full security than that we should take the precaution of warning him in time, lest he should return to the dangerous pavilion, instead of coming straight to the house. Come, Zadi, let us hasten to find him. Summon together all the male domestics, as well as our palanquin bearers. Let us divide them into small parties, and send them into every path by which it is possible for Seafield to regain the hill." "Yes, hasten, hasten!" cried Louisa. "The thought that you may come too late pierces me to the very soul. Yet on his having already quitted the pavilion hangs my only hope. Hasten, friends, oh, hasten to find him." Her eagerness would not suffer us to remain a moment. We consigned her to the care of her female attendants. We then collected the male inhabitants of the house together with all speed, and having armed them in the best manner that time would permit, we approached in different quarters, as near the fatal hill as the protecting shelter of the trees and branches would allow us, without running the risk of being discovered by the Anaconda. Zadi remained with me. On our way I endeavored to compose my thoughts and to make myself master of every particular respecting the danger to which the friend of my heart was exposed. My own alarm in Louisa's presence had hitherto prevented my obtaining a thorough knowledge of the nature of Seafield's situation, and what he had to apprehend. But now that I was alone with him, I lost no time before I questioned Zadi. "You see, old man," said I, "how your fatal outcry, an anaconda, has palsied every soul through excess of terror. Now your imprudence will have been most unpardonable should it turn out that you spoke without being quite certain of the fact, or if you should be found through your own natural timidity to have exaggerated the danger. Recollect yourself, therefore, and then answer me calmly and frankly. Are you positive that what you saw was really an anaconda? And in the dreadful account which you have just given of her, have you not in some degree overstepped the limits of truth?" "Sir," answered the good old man, "though it were the last word which I have to utter in this world, I should still repeat my former assertions. Why, the very name of this creature is enough to make every native of this island feel the blood freeze in his veins. And that I have not deceived myself is, alas, but too certain. I have already seen the Anaconda twice at no greater distance than now, though never one of such a monstrous length and thickness as that which is at present before us. This country would speedily become a wilderness, if fortunately these reptiles were not very rarely met with. For in general they remain concealed within the recesses of the deepest woods. There, clinging round the branches of some gigantic tree, they remain waiting with inexhaustible patience for an opportunity of darting down upon their prey, the first man or animal who is unlucky enough to pass beneath them. How it happens that this snake should have advanced so far into the open country is what I can least comprehend. But as the rainy season is but just over, it is most probable that she has been swept away by the irresistible violence of some of the mountain torrents." During this conversation we had continued to advance under favor of the thick-woven underwood, till we were scarcely more than 100 paces distant from the monster. We could now examine it with the most perfect distinctness, and the eye was able to take in at once the whole extent of its gigantic structure. It was a sight calculated to excite in equal degrees our horror and our admiration. It united the most singular and brilliant beauty with everything that could impress the beholder with apprehension. And though while gazing upon it I felt that every limb shuddered involuntarily, I was still compelled to own that never had I witnessed an exhibition more fascinating or more gratifying to the eye. The anaconda was still employed in twisting itself in 1,000 coils among the palm branches with such restless activity, with rapidity so inconceivable, that it was frequently impossible for the sight to follow her movements. At one moment she fastened herself by the end of her tail to the very summit of the loftiest tree, and stretched out at her whole length, swung backward and forward, like the pendulum of a clock, so that her head almost seemed to graze the earth beneath her. Then, in another, before the eye was aware of her intention, she totally disappeared among the leafy canopies. Now she slid down the stem, winding herself round and round it, and now again only the extremity of her tail remained twisted round the root, while she stretched out her body upon the grass, and with elevated head and high-arching neck, described a large or a small circle as her capricious pleasure prompted. These latter movements gave us an opportunity to discriminate with more exactness, during a few seconds at a time, the singular richness and beauty of her tints. The long, slender body was covered with a network of glittering scales, girdling it round with rings above rings, and effectually securing it against every attack. The head was of a yellowish green, and marked in the middle of the skull with a large dark spot, from whence small stripes of pale yellow were drawn down to the jaws. A broad circle of the same color went round the throat like a necklace, on either side of which were 2 olive-colored patches, in shape resembling shields. Along the back ran a chain of black waves with sharp-pointed edges, from whence on both sides narrow flesh-colored rings and broad bands of brightest yellow, alternately, and in the most regular order, descended in zigzag fashion towards the silver-white stomach, where they lost themselves imperceptibly. But what served more than all to dazzle the eye with the brilliance of variegated coloring were innumerable spots of a rich and vivid reddish purple, sprinkled without order over the whole surface of the upper skin, for which the animal's slightest movement, all these points and spots and contrasts of variegated hues melted together in the sunbeams, and formed one universal blaze composed of all the colors of the rainbow. Much as I admired the splendor of its garment, not less did I wonder at the enormous thickness of this terrific creature, which did not yield in bulk to that of a man of moderate size. Yet by comparing its thickness with its length, Cbteddy was decidedly of opinion that the Anaconda must have been greatly reduced by a fast of unusually long duration. But the tranquillity of our observations was suddenly disturbed by perceiving that she desisted abruptly from her airy gambols and remained motionless at the foot of the palm tree with her head elevated and turned towards the pavilion, as if in the act of listening. At that moment, oh God, with what violence did my heart beat against my bosom! If, as from every circumstance appeared but too probable, my friend was really shut up within the pavilion, it was beyond a doubt that the monster had discovered his being so near her, and was now on the point of making a serious attack. We could see distinctly the shape of her hideous head, and the flames of her great piercing eyeballs, reflected from the glass windows, whose shutters had been closed from within. But the sight of her own terrors seemed to scare even the snake herself, for she instantly recoiled, and then, laying herself down close to the threshold of the circular pavilion, she encompassed it entirely, as if she was determined to secure her destined victim irrevocably, by enclosing him within the impassable limits of her magic ring. Deeply penetrated with the sense of danger by which my friend was menaced, I forgot my own, and, seizing my gun, placed it to my shoulder. The ball whistled through the air. I was an excellent marksman, and was certain that I had pointed my piece exactly at the monster's head, and yet, whether too great anxiety made my hand shake, or that the animal at the very moment made some slight change in her attitude, I know not. But it is at least certain, though not the slightest shrinking gave me reason to believe, that she felt herself at all injured. In the meanwhile, Cbteddy had seized my arm and drawn me forcibly into a deeper part of the thicket.
"Ah, Mr. Everhard," sighed he, "I was well aware that the Anaconda can set all our firearms at defiance. Her scaly hide renders her invulnerable, except when one is quite close to her, and all that you have done is to put your own safety in danger, without advancing a single step nearer to my master's relief."
However, it did not appear that our enemy had paid much attention to my assault upon her. On the contrary, she only busied herself in renewing her attempts to gain an entrance through the pavilion's windows, till at length, seemingly wearied with her unavailing efforts, she retired slowly and concealed herself under the verdant umbrella of the palm trees. We had also regained our former lurking place, though we were now more irresolute than ever as to the means most proper to be adopted towards the rescue of my friend. While we stood thus with our eyes fixed immovably upon the pavilion, we observed the door to be slightly agitated. After a minute the lock was gently drawn back, slowly, and with the utmost caution did the door expand about the breadth of half a foot, and out sprang the little Psyche, a beautiful Italian greyhound, Seafield's favorite playfellow and inseparable companion. As if conscious of her danger, she rushed down the hill with her utmost swiftness, but with still greater swiftness did the Anaconda in one monstrous spring dart rattling down from its airy covert. The poor little animal was seized. We could just hear a short, half-suppressed cry which marked its dying agony, for the dreadful jawbone moved but twice or thrice, and lo, the dog's chine was broken, and every bone in its body splintered. The snake then dragged her prey to the foot of the palm tree, for, in order to produce the proper exertion of strength, it seemed necessary for her to have the stem or strong branch of some tree to cling to, where she stretched herself out upon the grass at her ease, and began with her black tongue to separate the flesh from the bones of the crushed little animal. The distress occasioned in my mind by this sight, in itself so painful and disgusting, was converted into agony by the reflections to which it gave birth, after the first moments of horror and surprise were past. That fact was now confirmed, which, till this moment, in order to preserve at least a gleam of comfort, however faint, I had obstinately refused to believe. Seafield, then, was actually in the pavilion. The discharge of my musket had in all probability made him aware that his friends were at no great distance. No one but he could have unclosed the door so cautiously in order to leave his little favorite at liberty to quit their common shelter, and Zadi was positive that he had observed a riband fastened round the neck of the animal, to which something white appeared to be attached, in form resembling a letter. It was then a message to us, a cry for assistance, a sacred injunction that we should not abandon him in the season of his utmost need. What agony of soul must he have endured? What agony of soul must he even at that moment be enduring? To what a pitch of desperation must his mind have been worked up before his trembling hand could have resolved to draw back the bolt which was the only barrier between himself and annihilation? How bitter a pang must it have given his tender, benevolent heart when he drove out his fond and faithful companion and exposed her to such danger, and then flattering himself, as no doubt he did, that the little animal's speed would surely enable her to escape. Oh, what a cruel wound must Psyche's expiring half-heard cry have given to his feelings! These reflections, or at least others nearly similar to them, almost deprived poor Zadi of his senses altogether.
"Oh, powers of mercy!" he exclaimed repeatedly. "What did his letter mean to tell us? That at this moment he is struggling with despair? Alas, alas, we know it, we feel it, and yet here we stand inactive, without counsel, without resolution, without hope."
"Patience, patience," said I, interrupting him. "It is evident that our waiting here is of no advantage. Let us return home and endeavor to find means of giving some more effectual assistance than our tears." End of section 14. Section 15 of Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Ben Tucker. The Anaconda, Part 2. We found the domestics returned from their unavailing expedition, and the greatest part of them assembled in the courtyard, whose lofty walls afforded them a secure refuge. Being all natives of Ceylon, they were well acquainted with the nature and pursuits of the Anaconda, either from their own experience or from hearsay. But almost deprived of the power of thought by their terrors, no one was able to point out any means for attacking her with success. I immediately dispatched 2 of them to Colombo to explain our situation and demand assistance. I also desired that medical aid might be sent to Louisa, and that if they could possibly find one, they should bring back with them a speaking trumpet. I then repaired to poor Louisa, and endeavored to comfort her heart with a faint gleam of hope which my own was incapable of admitting. I failed in the attempt. She was a prey to the most abject despair, nor was I more successful in my endeavors to persuade her to withdraw from the scene of horror, and accompany my messengers to Colombo, a measure which was advisable both on account of her own security, and because her absence would leave us at liberty to bestow our undivided attention upon her husband. But finding her resolved not to remove from the scene of Seafield's danger, I returned to the courtyard, where the dejected domestics were still lamenting over the situation of their master, and expatiating on the dreadful properties of the Anaconda. "Friends," I exclaimed, "there is not one among us all to whom the master of this house has not been a benefactor. Now that he is threatened with destruction, now is the time for us to show our gratitude for his kindness. Come then, let everyone follow me who loves his lord, and who bears an honest heart in his bosom. Let us despise the danger of the attack, and set forward in a full body to deliver him by force. We are armed, in numbers, in reflection, in skill. The advantage is on our side. The bolder that we rush upon our enemy, the less dreadful will she appear to us. My life for it, she will be alarmed at the attack, and will fly before us, and thus we shall enjoy the inestimable pleasure of rescuing our friend from death. Now then, let all who are of my opinion show themselves to be men, and range themselves on this side of the court." Alas, Zadi was the only one who obeyed this invitation. The rest, poor timid wretches, in number between 20 and 30, stood there trembling, gazing upon each other with doubtful looks and whispering together, as if desirous of discovering an excuse for the cowardice of each in the ignominy of his neighbor. After a few minutes, one of them, whom the rest had appointed to be spokesman, advanced towards me and stammered out their general assurance that to attack the famished snake with force would be nothing better than absolute madness. This hope disappointed, I next resolved to try what effect of terror might be produced upon the monster by the united shouts and outcries of so considerable a body, assisted by the general and repeated discharge of our firearms. Our preparations were soon made. Louisa was apprised of the clamor which was going to be made, and in truth we raised an uproar so loud and so well sustained that it seemed almost capable of waking the sleepers in the grave. From all the casements we discharged at the same moments our muskets provided with a double charge, and a hail of bullets rattled about the head of the gigantic snake, who afforded us a fair aim. Yet still she continued to play her gambols quietly among the trees. Nay, she did not even give any sign by which we could judge that she was sensible of our attack. After a few moments spent in this manner with no better effect, we found that our provision of ammunition was exhausted. Besides, we were ourselves too much fatigued to continue any longer an attempt, which afforded us so little prospect of producing any advantage. By this time the day was drawing rapidly to its close. By dint of turning the painful subject frequently in my mind and making every possible conjecture, one means of scarring the Anaconda had suggested itself, which appeared to me well worthy of attention. But in order to put it in execution, the darkness of the night was necessary. I had often read in books of travels what powerful aid had been derived from fire against the attacks of wild beasts, and how lions and tigers had often forgotten their thirst of blood and betaken themselves to flight, like the most timid animals, when scared by a firebrand whirled around, or the blaze of a flaming heap of straw. Armed with such weapons, I was determined, as soon as night should be set in, to approach the Anaconda, and put her courage to the proof, even though the faithful Zadie should be the only one of sufficient courage to assist me in my venturous design. The night arrived. An awful stillness reigned all around us. Our enemy, however, still was watchful, for from time to time we could hear her rustling among the branches. I passed the twilight in endeavoring to comfort Louisa with the prospect of a serious attack to be made upon the snake the next day, from which, as I assured her, much better success might be expected. But I judged it prudent to conceal from her our nightly enterprise, the effect of which appeared even to myself too uncertain to make me venture to ground upon it any promise of advantage. Besides, her exhausted strength made it absolutely necessary that she should pass some moments in tranquillity, a state which seemed to me absolutely incompatible with the tumults of expectation, which the knowledge of our proposed adventure would naturally excite in her bosom. At length a sign given by Zadie made me aware that all our preparations were completed. Louisa was reclining on a couch with her eyes closed, and seemed to have fallen into a kind of lethargy. I stole softly from the apartment, and was on the point of quitting the house, when a means suggested itself to me of communicating my design to my friend even before the arrival of the speaking trumpet, which I expected the next day from Colombo. I recollected that I had lately taught Seafield a common European trick of combination, by which two persons separated from each other, having first agreed upon their measures, could convey their sentiments without the help of words. A certain number of blows, corresponding with the number of the place which each letter of the 24 holds in the alphabet, enabled the striker to form words and sentences by which the hearer, without other communication, was made aware of the steps, which without his knowledge it had been settled for him to take. This trifle had but lately served us to puzzle Louisa, and pass away an idle evening hour, and I flattered myself with the possibility that it might still exist in Seafield's remembrance. At any rate, I resolved to make the trial without loss of time, and the stillness of night seemed to afford me the most favorable opportunity for executing my plan with success. A thin, smooth board, well calculated for reverberating sounds, and a strong hammer were easily procured. With these I hastened to the balcony, and began by striking as many blows as the alphabet required, that is, 1 to A, 2 to B, 24 to Z, etc., till I had gone through it regularly. I trusted that this orderly manner of proceeding would awaken his attention, and having completed the alphabet, I told him, in the same manner, if he comprehended my meaning, to strike 3 blows within the pavilion, as loud as he possibly could. Oh, heavenly powers, I had not long to wait. It was not long before 3 faint sounds informed me that I was understood, and never did music seem so sweet to my ear. I hurried to tell Louisa that I had found a means of communicating with her husband, and that I was going to command him to be of good cheer in her name and for her sake. A silent, melancholy smile, a convulsive pressure of my hand were my reward. And I now hastened again to the balcony to assure the poor prisoner that I was laboring for his relief, that Louisa was well, and begged him to be patient and composed, and that I requested to him to keep up his spirits, and resist the attacks of despair, since he might depend upon it that I would either rescue him or perish in the attempt. I concluded by desiring him to assure me that he would confide in the activity of my friendship by repeating his former signal. I now suffered my hammer to rest. I listened. Again, more audibly than before, did I hear the 3 wished-for blows given from within the pavilion, and I now hastened to prosecute my nightly plan with fresh spirits and renovated ardor. Excited by Zadie's remonstrances, about a dozen of the bravest among the domestics and palanquin-bearers were assembled with torches in their hands in the courtyard. My design was to steal as near the hill as the underwood would permit, under favor of the darkness, and only guided by a single dark lantern. When we could approach no further without hazard, we were to light our torches as fast as possible, and whirling them round and round to rush toward the pavilion with loud shouts, in order that our attack might be accompanied by all the terrors and advantage of surprise. Zadie, to whose care the guiding lantern was confided, went foremost. I followed close upon his footsteps, and thus with extreme caution and in profound silence did we press through bushes and brambles, till we arrived above half as near again to the pavilion as the position which we had occupied during the day. The Anaconda now lay right before us, quiet and unsuspecting, nor could we have wished for a better opportunity for executing our plan with every probability of success. We now turned to our companions. But just heaven! Who can express our astonishment and vexation, and how did our hearts sicken at perceiving that the faithless cowards had shrunk from the danger now that it was so near at hand, and had profited by the darkness to steal away one by one. I was alone with Zadie. We concluded with justice that for only 2 persons to make the attempt must be unavailing, and the old man flattered himself that he should be able to shame his comrades into a resumption of their more manly resolutions. I had but little hopes of his success, yet no choice was left me but to follow him and endeavor to give double strength to his persuasions and reproaches. Both were employed in vain. Their terrors had subdued all sense of shame completely. They called us madmen for wishing to expose ourselves to the fury of the famished Anaconda, and instead of promising any further assistance, they declared that they would only wait for daybreak to secure themselves by flight from a danger so imminent. In the meanwhile, Zadie was busy in fastening several torches together in pairs.
"Come, sir," he cried to me. "Let us lose no more precious time in endeavoring to inspire these heartless knaves with courage. Let us leave the cowards, and try whether perhaps the glare of these torches, doubled as you see them, may not of themselves be sufficient to dazzle and scare away the monster. At worst, we can but perish with our dear master, and it is better to die than not perform our duty."
I obeyed him. We hastened back to the pavilion. Already were we on the point of ascending the hill when I felt my arm seized by someone with a convulsive grasp. I turned hastily round. A thin figure, breathless through speed and anxiety, whose white garments fluttered in the breeze of night, stood beside me. It was Louisa. Our dispute with the slaves had not passed so quietly, but that our voices had reached the ear of Seafield's sorrowing wife, whose couch anguish of heart permitted not slumber to approach. She questioned her attendants. By artful interrogatories, she contrived to draw them from the peculiar nature of the enterprise on which we were engaged. She feigned to sleep, and as soon as her women were thrown off their guard, she stole from her apartment, seized a torch, and followed us, determined to share with us the danger and its reward. My whole resolution failed me when I recognized the newcomer, and when she made known in a few short expressive words her desperate resolution, in a low voice I conjured her to return to the mansion house. I protested that her presence robbed our arms of strength and our hearts of courage, and I asked her whether it was not enough agony for us to tremble for an existence so dear as Seafield's, without being obliged to risk the loss of another life equally precious. my life for his, was the only reply which she gave to my remonstrances. My life for his. What, shall I rest my hands idly before me, while strangers are active in his defense? Shall I have to blame myself during the remnant of my existence for having done nothing for him in the time of his extreme need? Nothing! Shall my husband actually be rescued by his friends, while his careless wife has not even attempted to preserve him? No, Everard, no! My life for his, my life for his. I listened with admiration to the overflowings of this noble heart. How to resist her vehemence I knew not. I was compelled to give way to her, and yet was conscious that her presence must entirely destroy every chance of our success. It would have been madness to venture in her company to that extreme point of danger to which Zadi and myself had before not scrupled to advance. The Anaconda, too, appeared at this moment to be more restless than formerly. Doubtless the sound of our footsteps and our whispering dispute must already have betrayed our being in her neighborhood. Nevertheless, we hastily kindled our firebrands, one of which we held in each hand, and as we whirled them rapidly backwards and forwards, we sent forth shouts and shrieks with all our strength. The dead stillness of all round us rendered our outcries doubly dreadful. A rushing sound among the tops of the palm trees, as if branch by branch they were forcibly snapped asunder, was the answer given to our challenge. It was the Anaconda, whether excited by fear or by anger I will not pretend to decide, who darted herself from tree to tree with tremendous leaps, while the slender stems were bent and shaken by her burthen. At the same time we were alarmed by a loud hissing, so piercingly sharp that it seemed close at our ears, and her eyes, blazing with their own vindictive fires, shot lightnings through the gloom of night. In truth, this appearance was in every respect so dreadful that it required no ordinary courage to witness it without agitation. I cannot deny that while gazing on it, I felt my hair stand on end, and my blood run cold, and I observed that Zadi strove to keep his teeth close together, in order to prevent me from hearing them chatter. I turned with apprehension to Louisa. Alas, there lay the wretched wife on the earth, deprived of consciousness. The sight was sufficient to banish every other consideration. I threw my torches hastily, clasped the unfortunate in my arms, and with Zadi's help bore her with all speed back to the mansion house. Prosperous in this alone that we retired unpursued by the Anaconda. Here, after a long interval of insensibility, we at length succeeded in recalling Louisa's flying spirit. She revived, but it was only to dwell upon the midnight scene, from which we were just returned, and which her inflamed imagination painted in colors, if possible, still more dreadful than the reality. She called without ceasing upon her husband and upon me, and since it was out of my power to give more active assistance elsewhere, it would have been barbarous in me to leave her, without endeavoring by soothing and persuasion to dissipate the gloomy ideas by which her heated brain was distracted. Thus passed away the remainder of the night, which left us even with less hope and resolution than we possessed when it arrived. The melancholy morning at length dawned, but the sun was scarcely risen when Zadi rushed into the apartment. His eyes sparkled, and the beating of his heart almost choked his words before he was able to give them utterance.
"Oh, Mr. Everard!" he exclaimed. "My master, my dear master! He has still hope. He has still courage. He endeavors to communicate with us. We shall soon know how matters go with him, what he wishes to be done, what he expects us to do. Yes, we will soon know it."
It was some time before he was sufficiently calm to explain to me the cause of this emotion. At length I learned that in examining the pavilion he had just discovered a sheet of paper thrust through the crevice of the door, and which, apparently detained by one of its corners, fluttered loosely in the air, unable to effect its shape. Doubtless it was a letter which Seafield hoped some favorable gust of wind would carry within our reach, but which he had not sufficiently disengaged from its narrow passage. As to reading the contents, even if the distance had permitted it, Zadi was not possessed of the knowledge requisite. He therefore had hastened in all diligence to communicate to me this discovery, from which I also derived some hope, though fainter than that which filled the bosom of the faithful Zadi. We hurried to the hill, approached still nearer than we had ventured to do hitherto, and with the assistance of an excellent telescope, I endeavored to decipher the characters traced upon the important paper. Alas, that there actually were characters traced on it was all that I could distinguish, for the light paper fluttered continually in the wind and was never suffered to rest for 2 seconds together. My inexhaustible patience, my unwearied exertions, long struggled against the evident impossibility of success. I gained nothing by them except the conviction that to prosecute the attempt further would only be to throw away a greater portion of my time. Zadi, in breathless silence and his eyes fixed on my face unalterably, watched my every movement.
"Then you give up the point,"
said he at length, while a livid paleness overspread his dark countenance, and such a trembling seized him that I could see his every limb shaken.
"Well, then, there is no more to be said. Let us return to the house and take courage. I will fetch you the paper."
"Old man," I exclaimed, starting at this unexpected assurance, "what say you? Your good intention is worthy of your good heart, but you would make an unavailing sacrifice to your fidelity. You may bring destruction on yourself, but you never will bring the paper from thence. To do that is out of any mortal power."
Maybe so, repeated the Indian. "But at least the trial shall be made. It seems as if my master's voice cried to me that his safety depended on that paper, and should I be worthy to belong to him, if I were deaf to my master's cry? By the God of my fathers, I will either come back to you with that paper, or never will come back again."
And with every word that he spoke, his tone became stronger, his step firmer, and the fire of resolution illuminated his large dark eyes. During this contention we reached the courtyard. In silence, and absorbed in himself, did this unequaled servant make the necessary preparations for his undertaking. His plan was to conceal his whole person from head to foot under a covering of boughs and cocoa leaves, resembling as much as possible the broken branches with which the snake's gambols or indignation had strewn the hill all around her. Under this verdant shield he flattered himself that he should be able to creep gradually to the pavilion door, unperceived by the Anaconda.
"I have been accustomed," said he, "to this kind of work from my earliest infancy. In my time I was reckoned an expert elephant hunter, and by means of this artifice have frequently made the enormous animals my prize."
But a few minutes were past, and already was Zadi accoutred in this singular disguise. He provided himself with no weapon except his dagger. He obstinately refused to suffer me to accompany him, assuring me that I should only put my own life in danger without being able to afford him the least assistance. He was so positive that I was obliged to give up the point. But I was at least determined to accompany the noble-minded fellow with my eyes, as well as with my fervent prayers and wishes. From the balcony of the mansion house, I had extensive and unimpeded view over the surrounding objects, and from hence I saw Zadi set forward on his perilous adventure, taking through precaution a wide circuit in order to reach the hill itself. With equal prudence he made his approach on that side, where the pavilion would screen him from the enemy's observation. From time to time I lost sight of him among the underwood. Even when he was before my eyes, I occasionally doubted whether it was he indeed, so cautiously and so artfully did he make his approach, creeping on his hands and knees, sometimes remaining without stirring, sometimes stealing forwards with a movement so imperceptible that it almost eluded the keenness of sight. He was a living example to me of the discretion, assiduity, and skill which the savage employs in laying his ambuscades and stealing upon his unsuspecting enemy. And now, favored by the long grass and fragments of boughs with which the ground was covered, had Zadi, by 1,000 serpentine movements, reached the wall of the pavilion. My heart beat violently, as I saw on one side the Anaconda, as yet, it's true, suspecting nothing, but still dreadful from her appearance, and exhibiting every moment awful proofs of her strength by the powerful leaps with which she darted herself from bough to bough, and on the other hand, separated from her by the distance of 10 yards at most, I beheld a poor, infirm, and aged man, whose force consisted only in his courage and his discretion. Zadi, in the meanwhile, remained so tranquil and so motionless in his present position near the pavilion door that the monster could not fail of being deceived by so unsuspicious an appearance. The Indian's eye was fixed immovably upon the snake, and followed all her twistings and windings with incessant application, while she swung herself with unwearied activity backwards and forwards, now here, now there, now above, now below, till at the very moment when she shot herself over him in a bound of prodigious extent, I suddenly saw the invaluable paper disappear from its place, without being able to perceive the means by which it was brought into the power of the successful lurker. I clasped my hands in ecstasy, and poured out my thanks to God from the very bottom of my heart. But all was not yet done. It required no less caution and dexterity to retire than to approach, and never did I offer up more fervent vows than at the moment when the animated thicket began to set itself again in motion, slower than the hour hand of a dial, now moving forwards, now backwards, now right, now left. It stole itself down the hill. Still it went on, and lower, till, with inexpressible delight, I saw it almost at the very foot of the hill, and now at length I began to draw my breath without pain. The noble fellow is safe, said I to myself. At that moment, whether joy at the successful issue of his attempt had deprived him of part of his former caution, or whether some accidental derangement of the sheltering branches discovered enough to excite the reptile's suspicion, at that moment I saw the Anaconda dart from above, and in the quickness of a thought she reached the bottom of the hill and enveloped the unfortunate in her folds. A piercing shriek of horror burst from me. I felt all my blood congeal itself within my veins. Yet even in this dreadful situation, wonderful was the presence of mind which Zadi still preserved. Wonderful was the courage, the activity, and the skill with which he defended himself against the monster. Grasping his dagger with firm and steady hand, he struck it with repeated blows between the impenetrable scales of his enemy, sought out with inconceivable address the most tender parts to strike, and at length succeeded in giving her so deep and so well placed a wound that it must needs have worked her up to the most extreme pitch of pain and fury, for suddenly I beheld him only girdled by a single fold of the Anaconda's tail, with which, in the same manner that one who has unexpectedly grasped a nettle throws it away, she hurled the poor wretch into the air far away till I lost him among the surrounding bushes. As for the snake, she hastily regained her former hiding place, where she lay quiet and concealed for some time, before she resumed her usual sports, though when she did resume them it was evidently with less sprightliness than before. My agony is not to be described. Nothing was to be seen of the unfortunate Indian. What was become of him? Had he been killed by the violence of the fall? Or was he at that moment struggling in the pangs of death? His preservation I considered as beyond the limits of possibility, and yet it seemed to me inhuman and ungrateful quite to abandon him to his fate, without having first exhausted every possible means of assisting him. Irresistibly carried away by these sentiments, I rushed from the balcony, and hastened towards the hill by the same course, which he had pursued himself, and which I could easily track by the depression of the dewy grass. Towards that side also had he been thrown by the Anaconda, and it was probable that the thicket might shelter me, till I could reach the spot where he lay dying. In the eagerness of this hope, I totally overlooked the extreme risk of an undertaking, the very idea of which but 24 hours sooner would have made me shudder through every limb. So true is it that violent emotions communicate a force to the mind which enables it to rise above itself, and gives it courage to encounter danger and even death without the shrinking of a single nerve. Suddenly my attention was arrested by a faint murmur. It came from a thicket at no great distance. I listened again. Oh, heavens! It was the voice of Zadi. I lost not a moment in hastening to the place. He heard me. He opened his eyelids, which seemed already closed in eternal sleep, recognized me as I raised him in my arms, and a faint smile stole over his countenance as he stretched out his hand to me with difficulty.
"Take it," he said. "God be thanked that I am able to reward your kindness so well. Even in the monster's grasp, I still kept fast hold of it. Oh, take it, take it!" It was the paper which he had purchased so dearly, and which the faithful creature extended towards me. "Read it," he continued. "Lose no time, before I am deprived of my senses again, and forever. At least let me have the satisfaction to know what my master wished me to do. Alas, alas, now you will be left alone to assist him."
"And assist him I will, doubt it not, thou noble heart," I replied, while I strove to raise him from the ground. "But my first assistance must be given to yourself." It was in vain that he conjured me to leave him to his fate, and only think of effecting his master's rescue. Without heeding him, I managed to lift him upon my shoulders, and tottering beneath his weight, I endeavored to effect our escape from the dangerous vicinity of the pavilion. With difficulty I succeeded in regaining the open ground. Fortunately, some of the other domestics saw us from the house, and hastened to relieve me from my wretched burden. Assisted by them, I at length saw Zadi safely deposited on a sofa in the mansion house. He was again on the point of losing all sensibility. but a cordial of powerful virtue being administered without delay, his strength was restored sufficiently to preserve him from a relapse. It's true, none of his limbs were fractured, but he was dreadfully bruised by his fall. His breast and ribs had been almost crushed together by the close-drawn folds of the serpent. He was totally unable to move so much as a finger, and his condition was such as would have excited pity even in the most insensible nature. As for me, I almost sank beneath this addition to that general calamity which seemed to increase with every succeeding moment. I was now a single man to whose hand Providence had committed the lives of 3 afflicted creatures. Never did mortal pray to heaven with more fervor or more unaffected zeal than I did while imploring the divine grace to assist me in fulfilling a mission so sacred and so difficult. But as for Zadi, he seemed to have already forgotten himself, his past dangers and present pains. He implored me to waste no more time in striving to mitigate his sufferings, and assured me that the letter of his dear afflicted master would be the best balsam for all his wounds. In compliance with his earnest entreaties, I prepared to peruse the paper, but the tears gushed into my eyes on recognizing the well-known handwriting, and it was with difficulty that I deciphered the following words. "Oh, I understand you well, my friends, my beloved ones, your voices. Still more your unremitting and desperate exertions to relieve me. All convince me that you are near me, that you feel for me, that you spare no labor to effect my rescue. Alas, you will labor in vain. Death has already enveloped me in his dark circle. There is no escape. I have already bade my farewell to life. I cannot long survive in this atmosphere, corrupted as it is by the pestilential vapors, constantly exhaling from the monster's jaws. I die resigned. But do not embitter this last and heavy hour by the apprehension, lest your exertions in my behalf should be the means of involving you in my danger. By all that is sacred and dear, I conjure you, abandon me to my unhappy fate. Fly, oh, fly far from hence. It is my last, my only, my most earnest request. Everard, oh, Everard, my poor wife, do not abandon my Louisa." A cold shuddering ran through my bones. The poisonous air robbed us even of our last wretched hope, that the Anaconda might at length retire wearied out with her vain expectations, and leave my friend at liberty to quit his retreat. But now it was evident from his letter that long ere this could happen, Seafield would be no more. Immediate help must save him, or none. Zadi sobbed aloud. It was an addition to my own grief to think that I had been obliged to give a fresh pang to his faithful bosom, and it wrung me to the very soul when I saw him give way openly to this burst of sorrow. Suddenly he uttered a shriek so loud that it startled all who heard him. "No, no!" he exclaimed in the most violent agitation. "No, no! He shall not bid farewell to life forever! There are still means! Oh, wretch that I am! Curses, eternal curses on my old head that I did not think of it till now, and now it comes too late. I might have saved him. I might have saved him. Had I but thought of it sooner, my master would have been safe at this moment. Now it is too late. He must die, and 'tis my heedlessness which kills him." "For mercy's sake," I cried, "explain yourself, old man. You see that our messengers are not returned from Colombo. Every moment that we lose is inestimable. If you really do know any means of rescue, tell it. Discover it. Delay not an instant. Speak. To what means do you allude?" "It is not too late. It is not too late," he repeated. "No one but myself could have carried it through, and here I lie without the power to move a limb, and no one else will undertake a task so desperate." The means! I exclaimed again, almost frantic with agitation. "Well, then," he resumed, his words frequently interrupted with groans, "the Anaconda is, as I told you formerly, the most voracious animal in nature. She is invincible while stimulated by hunger, but she can be overcome by a very child as soon as she has satiated herself with food. Then she loses the flexibility of her joints, and instead of her restless activity, she seems plunged in a benumbing torpor, and remains unable to move, overpowered by the burden of her immoderate meal." "Excellent, dear old man," said I, in rapture at the ray of hope with which his words inspired me. "Is what you say certain? Could we but satiate this Anaconda?"
my master were rescued," he replied. "But to effect this requires the risk of a life. And who will venture that? Oh, were but these old limbs as they were 2 hours ago! Could I but remove the mountain load which weighs upon my chest and prevents my breathing." "Oh, if I am but right in my guess," I interrupted the old man, "you would have driven her prey to the Anaconda." The whole herd, shouted Zadi, and he sank back exhausted by the violence of his emotions. "This thought," he continued in a low voice after the pause of a moment, "this thought suggested itself to my recollection long ago, but wretch that I was, I believed its execution to be impracticable. The plague which lately prevailed here among the cattle has occasioned them to be removed from this part of the country, and they were gone too far to be recalled in time to afford the required assistance. In despair, therefore, I banished the scheme from my thoughts. But now that I am rendered unable to put it in execution, I remember." "What? What?" I inquired, almost breathless with anxiety. "You know well Van Derkel, the rich Hollander, whose estate joins this. He is the most positive man breathing, and having once declared our fears of the plague to be groundless, he refused out of pure obstinacy to suffer his cattle to accompany those of his neighbors. They remain on his estate at this moment. A herd might easily be procured, and then... But it is too late. Now it is too late. None but his faithful servant would dare." "What?" said I, interrupting him. "Will not his faithful friend?" Zadi's looks met mine. They burned with new fire, while he confessed that on me alone now rested his only hope. The flames in his eyes seemed to have communicated themselves in my heart. And the blessings with which he loaded me, and the effusions of gratitude to heaven and to me which he poured forth, confirmed the resolution which I had already adopted. "Be of good comfort, friend," said I, as I turned to leave him. "The man whom you sought is found. I will tread that path which no other will tread, and I now leave you for the purpose of seeking it." Zadi's eyes were now filled with tears of joy. "May the God of my fathers bless you," he said, raising his eyes to heaven. "Now then I can die contented. Now then the hour of my master's deliverance will strike at last." I lost no time in hastening to Van Derkel's. I offered his herdsman the whole sum in my possession if he would assist me in driving the beasts under the palm trees, but he shuddered at the proposal and rejected my proffered gold. I was not yet discouraged. By his master's authority I promised him freedom, provided he would but venture so far as to advance with the herd to the extremity of the little grove, which on the north side separated the hill from the open country. He hesitated. Again I pressed him, and at length he stammered out his consent, but in a voice so faint, and with a look of such irresolution, as convinced me that I could place little dependence upon his promised help. However, I at least neglected none of the means which might contribute to our mutual safety. I caused the slaves to prepare with all diligence a couple of machines similar to those under which Zadi had performed his hazardous undertaking. Covered with these, we began to drive the cattle slowly before us, and as the general agitation had caused them to be totally neglected by their keepers during the confinement in a place which afforded no herbage for their nourishment, hunger made them more obedient than we should probably have otherwise found them, and thus did we advance towards the hill, though the little resolution of my companion evidently grew still less with every step which we took forwards. To encourage him, I bade him observe the tranquillity of the Anaconda, who had gradually withdrawn herself into her green shelter, so that we might almost have doubted her being really there. "That is the very thing which alarms me," answered the trembling slave. "I am sure that she has already discovered us, and now lurks concealed among the leaves, in order that she may make her prey the more secure. Now then, not one step further will I advance. What I have already ventured is enough to merit liberty, but at all events I had rather pass the rest of my days in fetters than purchase my freedom by advancing a single foot beyond this spot." And with these words he hurried away. However, I was the less disturbed at his forsaking me when I perceived that without him I could manage to drive the cattle forwards, and that no natural instinct made them aware of the neighborhood of their enemy. It was not long before we arrived at the hill foot. I was now obliged to leave the animals to their own guidance. Feeling themselves no longer annoyed by my goad, they gave way to the impulse of hunger, and dispersing themselves carelessly,
began to feed upon the welcome herbage. But how great was my joy at perceiving the bull separate himself from the rest of the herd and begin to ascend the hill. We arrived near the group of palm trees. Everything was hushed and tranquil. Not a sound was to be heard except the noise of the scattered branches as the bull trampled them beneath his feet. The anaconda seemed to have disappeared altogether. But on a sudden a loud and rattling rush was heard among the palms, and with a single spring the snake darted down like a thunderclap and twisted herself with her whole body round her devoted victim. Before the animal was yet aware of his danger, he already felt his dewlap enclosed between the wide expanded jaws of the monster, and her teeth struck into it deeply. Roaring aloud, he endeavored to fly, and succeeded in dragging his tormentor a few yards away with him. But instantly she coiled herself round him in 3 or 4 wide folds, and drew these knots so close together that the entangled beast was incapable of moving, and remained as if rooted to the place, already struggling with the terrors and pangs of death. The first noise of this extraordinary contest had been sufficient to put the remaining cattle to flight. Unequal as was the strife, still it was not over instantly. The noble beast wanted not spirit to defend himself, nor was his strength easily exhausted. Now he rolled himself on the ground and endeavored to crush the enemy with his weight. Now he swelled every nerve and exerted the power of every muscle to burst the fetters in which his limbs were enveloped. He shook himself violently. He stamped. He bit. He roared. He pawed up the earth. He foamed at the mouth, and then dashed himself on the ground again with convulsive struggles. But with every moment the anaconda's teeth imprinted on his flesh new wounds. With every moment she drew her folds tighter and tighter, till after struggling for a full quarter of an hour, I at length saw the poor animal stretched out at full length and breathless, totally deprived of motion and of life. Now then, I expected to see the anaconda gratify the hunger by which she had so long been tormented. But I was ignorant that it is not the custom of this animal to divide its prey, but to swallow it in one enormous morsel. The size of the murdered bull made this impossible without much preparation, and I now learned from the snake's proceedings the necessity which there was for her always remaining in the neighborhood of some large tree. She again seized the bull with her teeth, and dragged it to the foot of the stoutest palm. Here she endeavored to place it upright, leaning against the trunk. Having effected this, she enveloped the tree and the carcass together in one great fold, and continued to draw this closer, till she had broken every individual bone in her victim's body into 1,000 pieces, and had actually reduced it into a shapeless mass of flesh. She was still occupied in this manner when I hastened back to the mansion house to rejoice Louisa and Zadi with the assurance of my success. The roaring of the bull had already prepared the latter for my tidings. He limped to meet me at the door in spite of his bodily agonies, and overpowered me with thanks and benedictions. He also informed me that the expected succours from Colombo were at length arrived, and that a physician had accompanied them. I immediately requested to see the latter, and commissioned him to impart the good news of Seafield's approaching deliverance to Louisa with such precautions as might prevent her enfeebled constitution from suffering through excess of joy. I also recommended Zadi to his care, and then hastened back to complete my work. Zadi having assured me that it was absolutely necessary to watch for the moment when the anaconda should have swallowed her prey, and be enervated and overcome by the torpor of indigestion.
"You will be in no want of assistance," he added. "My fellow servants are all ready to accompany you, not only because I have succeeded in convincing them that all danger is now at an end, but because among the natives of Ceylon the flesh of the anaconda is looked upon as most delicious food."
In fact, on entering the courtyard, I found the whole body of domestics, women and children as well as men, prepared for the attack with clubs, hatchets, and every sort of weapon which had offered itself to their hands. The party from Colombo were well provided with ammunition, and we now all set joyfully forwards for the hill, though on approaching it we judged it as well still to use some little precaution. I advanced beyond the rest. The anaconda had by this time entirely covered the carcass with her slime and was in the very act of gorging this monstrous morsel. This task was not accomplished without violent efforts. A full hour elapsed before she had quite finished her dreadful meal. At length the carcass was entirely swallowed, and she stretched herself out at full length in the grass, with her stomach distended to the most astonishing dimensions. Every trace of her former liveliness and activity had disappeared. Her immoderate appetite had now yielded her up, impotent and defenseless, a prey even to the least formidable foe. I hastened to conclude this long and painful tragedy. I discharged my musket at the monster at a moderate distance. This time the ball struck her close by her eye. She felt herself wounded, her body swelled with spite and venom, and every stripe of her variegated skin shone with more brilliant and vivid colors. But as to revenging herself upon her assailant, of that she was now totally incapable. She made one vain attempt to regain her old retreat among the boughs of the palm trees, but sank down again upon the grass motionless and helpless. The report of my musket was the signal agreed upon to give notice to the expectant crowd, that they might approach without danger. Everyone now rushed towards the snake with loud shouting and clamors of joy. We all at once attacked her, and she soon expired under 1,000 blows. But I did not wait to witness this catastrophe. A dearer interest occupied my mind. I hastened with all speed to the pavilion and knocked loudly at the door, which was fastened within. "Seafield, my friend!" I exclaimed. "'Tis I! 'Tis Everard! Open, open! I bring you life and liberty!" A minute passed, another, and still I listened in vain for an answer. Had fatigue overpowered him? Was he asleep, that he answered not? I knocked again. I spoke a second time, and louder. I listened so attentively that I could have distinguished the humming of a gnat within the pavilion. Heaven and earth, was it possible that after all I had come too late? The thought was distraction. I snatched an axe from one of the slaves, and after a few blows the pavilion door flew open. I rushed into the room, and looked eagerly round for my friend. I found him. Oh, heaven! His eyes were closed, his cheeks pale, every feature of his noble countenance so changed that he was scarcely to be recognized. He lay extended in his armchair, and the noise of our entrance seemed to rouse him from a long stupor. He saw me. A faint smile played round his wan lips while he attempted to stretch out his hand to me, but it sank down again from weakness. I threw my arms round him and pressed him to my heart in an agony of joy. "You are safe," I endeavored to say, but the attempt to repress my gushing tears choked my voice, and the sounds were unintelligible.
"Yes," said he with difficulty. "This is being a friend indeed. But tell me, Louisa."
"She lives, and expects you," I replied. Come, my friend, rouse yourself, make an effort, and shake off this lethargy. Look upon your danger as no more than a frightful dream, and awake to the real happiness which awaits you."
"It waits not for me," he answered faintly. "I have received my death warrant in this chamber. My minutes are counted. Louisa, oh, bear me to Louisa."
The chamber was hot and close even to suffocation. We removed him with all speed into the open air, 4 of the slaves bearing him as he sat in his armchair. But as we conveyed him down the hill, we took care to turn his face away from the spot where lay the breathless but still horrible Anaconda. The purer atmosphere seemed immediately to produce a beneficial effect upon the sufferer, and his strength was still further recruited by a few drops of a cordial, with which I had taken care to provide myself, and which I administered with the utmost caution. On our arrival at the mansion house, we found that Zadi's attention had already provided everything which his master could possibly need. His bed was prepared, every kind of refreshment was in readiness, and the physician was waiting to afford his much required assistance. But we soon found that the most effectual medicine for Seafield would be the sight of Louisa. And as the physician was of opinion that the lady was more likely to suffer from anxiety to see her husband than from the agitation of the interview, my friend was indulged in his wish, and we supported him to the chamber where his wife so anxiously was expecting his approach. I will not attempt to describe this interview, nor that which afterwards took place between Seafield and the faithful Zadi. The feeling heart of itself will fill up this chasm. Yet I cannot omit mentioning that it was not till I had explained to my friend the whole extent of his obligations to the faithful Indian, until the repeated orders of his master compelled him to appear before him, that Zadi indulged his ardent wish to throw himself at the feet of his beloved lord. And why, then, did he deprive himself so long of a pleasure which he desired so earnestly? The noble fellow was unwilling to afflict his master by showing him how much and how severely he had suffered for his sake. I cannot tell you how much both the reunited couple and myself were affected by this uncommon mark of delicacy and consideration. Oh, how happily and how swiftly fled away the first days which succeeded the deliverance of my friend. Alas, those first days were the only ones destined to pass happily. It was soon but too evident that Seafield's sufferings in that fatal pavilion had injured his constitution irreparably. With every succeeding day his strength visibly decreased, and the blighted flower bowed itself still nearer to the ground. His malady defied the power of medicine. He seemed to perish away before our eyes. And the physician was at length compelled to acknowledge that all the powers of art were insufficient to sustain any longer Seafield's exhausted frame. Not the unsatisfied demands of nature, not the hunger which gnawed his entrails, nor the burning thirst which dried up his palate, not the agonies of his mind and his painful wrestling against despair. None of these had affected him so fatally. No, it was the pestiferous breath exhaling from the jaws of the Anaconda, which had penetrated into Seafield's close and sultry prison, and whose force concentrated and increased by confinement had fallen upon his constitution like a baleful mildew, and planted the seeds of dissolution in the very marrow of his life. What Louisa and myself endured while watching his slow but constantly progressive journey to the tomb, no words can utter. He gave Zadi and his 3 sons their freedom, and made over to him a small estate near Colombo, fully sufficient to secure the comfort of the good old man for the remainder of his existence. During the last days of his illness he frequently reminded me of the letter which he had written in the pavilion, and of which Zadi had obtained possession at such extreme risk. This paper he frequently charged me to consider as his dying testament. He as frequently repeated the same thing to his wife while she wept by his bedside. His last words were like his letter: "Forsake not my poor Louisa." His last action was to place her hand in mine. He sank back a corpse on his pillow, and Louisa fell lifeless at my feet. Yet she saw him once more. She insisted on pressing her lips once again to his. I trembled for the convulsive agonies which her delicate frame would undergo during this last and most painful scene, yet was I still more alarmed when I witnessed the composure of her affliction. She held his hand in hers. She spoke not one word. She heaved not one sigh. Not a single tear escaped from her burning eyes. She stood long motionless by his bedside. She bent down and pressed her colorless lips upon his closed lids, and then slowly and silently she withdrew to her widowed chamber. I chose for Seafield's sepulchre the place which he had always loved best, and where he had suffered the most. His tomb was raised in the fatal pavilion. Zadi and myself laid our friend in the earth. We should have thought his coffin profaned had we suffered any other hands to touch it. Seafield in his sufferings slept in the grave. His less fortunate friends still lived to lament him. My benefactor had left his property jointly to Louisa and myself, and his wishes respecting us had been expressed too clearly to be misunderstood. Louisa was among the loveliest of her sex, but I should have counted it profanation had my heart suffered itself to harbor one thought of her less pure than is offered at the shrine of some enfranchised saint. I loved not Louisa. No, I adored her. Alas, it was not long before she became a saint indeed. She complained not, but she sorrowed. She suffered, but it was in silence. In vain did she forbid her lips to confess the progress which grief made in her constitution. Her emaciated form sufficiently betrayed it. A few melancholy weeks had elapsed since the death of my friend, when one morning her terrified women informed me that she was not in her apartment, nor apparently had been in bed all night. My heart instructed me well where to seek the unfortunate. I flew to the pavilion. She was stretched on the marble stone which covered her husband. In the agony of grief, she had burst a blood vessel, and her limbs were already cold. Her countenance was calm, and a faint smile seemed to play round her lips. It was the only smile which I had seen there since Seafield's death. She was deposited in the same grave with her husband. For myself, I was unable to sustain the weight of grief imposed upon me by this second calamity, and a long and dangerous illness was the consequence of my mental sufferings. The skill of my physician saved my life, and no sooner was I able to quit the house than I resolved to withdraw from a land rendered hateful to me by such bitter recollections. In consequence of Louisa's decease, the whole of Seafield's property by his will devolved to me. I endeavored to prevail on Zadi to accept some part of it, but he declared that his master's liberality had gone beyond his utmost wishes.
"Yet one request," said he, "I will venture to make. My 2 eldest sons are grown up and able to take care of themselves, but the third is young, and I feel that my death can be at no great distance. His brothers may treat him ill, or at least may neglect him, but condescend to take him into your care. Let him be your servant, and I shall not have a wish in this world left unaccomplished. Under the protection of an honest man, my boy cannot fail to become an honest man himself."
Mirza, for that was the lad's name, the same who is now with me, was in the room, and joined his entreaties to his father's with such earnestness that I could not refuse their request. I soon after left Ceylon, followed by Zadi's blessings. The good old man is still alive, and by a third hand I hear from him frequently. But the letters which he dictates embrace but 2 topics: anxiety for the welfare of his son, and regret for the loss of his beloved master. "You are now informed," continued Everard after a moment's pause, addressing himself to the whole society. "You are now informed by what means I acquired my fortune. It was the gift of gratitude. But never can I recollect the dreadful service which I rendered Seafield, and alas, which I rendered him in vain, without feeling my frame convulsed with horror, and my mind tortured by the most painful recollections. It is this which has ever made me unwilling to discourse on the means by which I became possessed of my wealth. Yet I cannot but think it somewhat hard that mere silence should be construed into positive guilt, and that I should be treated as if convicted of the most atrocious crimes because I have not thought it necessary to make public my private life, and to rend open anew the wounds of my heart for the gratification of idle and impertinent curiosity." Everard was silent. So were all around him. Confusion blushed on every cheek except on Jessie's, whose tender heart had been deeply affected by the mournful story, and whose mild blue eyes still floated in tears, though every now and then a smile beamed through them in approbation of her lover's conduct. Her father at length mustered up his courage, and broke through this embarrassing silence.
"My dear good Everard," said he, "I know not how to excuse my friends here for telling me so many slanders of you, nor myself for having been credulous enough to believe them. In truth, there is but one person in the room whose lips are worthy to convey you our apology. There, then, let them make it."
And with these words he placed the blushing Jessie in Everard's arms. And Jessie's lips wisely expressed the apology in a kiss, and Everard acknowledged while he pressed her to his bosom as his bride that the apology was not only sufficient, but a reward in full for the sufferings which he had experienced through the vicissitudes of his whole past life. End of section 15.
Section 16 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Christine Rottger. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Dying Bride. "Speed, speed, my courser," Albert said, and swiftly onward hied. He went to see his lovely maid, and claim her for his bride. Now to the castle gate he came, now entered he the hall, and there he saw an ancient dame, who many a tear let fall. "Good morn, good evening, dame," he said, the matron when he spied. "Where shall I find my lovely maid? Why tarries my sweet bride?" "Oh, she is on her deathbed laid," that ancient dame replied. "Go love, Sir Knight, some other maid, and choose some other bride." "Oh, she is sick at heart, is sick and like to die, and in the gloom of yonder room expiring doth she lie." The warrior went with steps of woe, nor dared a word to speak, while oft a silent tear would flow adown his sunburnt cheek. Yet strove he, when he reached her door, his tears concealed to keep, for well he knew his lady sore would grieve to see him weep.
He entered, and he softly said, and while he said he sighed, "Are you not better, gentle maid? Not better, my sweet bride? Oh, never shall I better be, no more your bride am I. An hour, and you my grave shall see, a moment, and I die. This heart, so fond, must beat no more, these eyes no more must shine, nor long wilt thou her loss deplore, whose love so long was thine. By this door they will bear me out, by that will guests come in, and soon forgetting me, no doubt, a second bride you'll win. The selfsame bells which mourn my doom shall hail your marriage morn. The selfsame flowers which deck my tomb your bridemaids shall adorn. And on your couch of damask laid, close by your new love's side, no more you'll think on me, poor maid, you'll kiss your second bride." She said, his hand she fondly wrung, while painful came her breath. "Adieu," still faltering on her tongue, but sank unsaid in death. The trembling knight her lips he pressed, cold were those lips so sweet. The trembling knight he touched her breast, her heart had ceased to beat. And did he see that fair cheek fade, which roses lately dyed? And did he love another maid, and chase another bride? No, lady, no. Death's gathering mist obscured his failing eyes. The beauty's lips once more he kissed, then sank no more to rise. Close to her cheek his cheek he laid, and murmured as he died, "See, love, I loved no other maid, and chose no other bride." End of section 16.
Section 17 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hannah Carr. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Four Facardins, Part 1.1. The Four Facardins. An Arabian Tale. Part 1. On a banni les démons et les fées. Sous la raison, la grâce étouffée. Livre nos cœurs et l'insipidité. Le raisonner tristement, sacredite. En cœur, Allah, après la vérité. Ah, croyez-moi, l'erreur est son mérite. Voltaire. Oh! Wonderful, wonderful, and again most wonderful, wonderful. And yet again wonderful, and after that, out of all whooping. As you like it. At the court of Shahryar, that monarch whose method of preserving his honor by cutting his wife's head off has rendered him so justly celebrated throughout the world, was educated the heir of the small principality of Trebizond. At an early age he departed in search of adventures, and, having consumed 2 years in this pursuit, he unexpectedly returned to the capital of India. Hearing of his arrival, the Sultan was desirous to know the history of his travels. In consequence, one evening the prince was ordered to attend the monarch, whom he found already in his bedchamber. The fair and wise Scheherazade reposed by his side, and her sister, Dinarzade, occupied, as usual, a snug little camp bed in the corner. This latter was not the person least anxious to hear the prince's history. She had perceived that he was young and handsome, and had even been kind enough to let him know that she thought him so. To her great surprise, he had taken no notice of her hints, and, anxious to know the reason for this backwardness, she waited for his narrative with impatience. At the Sultan's request, he began it in the following words. History of the Prince of Trebizond. It is not to the ears of your most august and sublime majesty that fictitious tales should be related. For my own part, valuing myself upon the most scrupulous veracity, I shall follow your beautiful Sultana's example, and inform you of adventures no less true than they would appear fabulous from any other lips than mine. I shall only mention my birth so far as it relates to my mother's strange superstition that the happiness or misfortunes of my life would depend upon my name. Accordingly, not finding one to her taste among those adopted by my ancestors, she was on the point of consulting the oracle of Bactria, when her favourite parrot, for whom she had a great regard, took it into his head to repeat Facardins several times. This was enough to fix her irresolution, and she was determined to honour me with this illustrious appellation. I proceed to that period of my life which is remarkable for the adventures about to have the happiness of being related to your majesty. I quitted your court some days before the revolution, which took place on account of your first sultana. When the news reached me, I had still 2 days' journey to perform before I could reach my own dominions, and I must take the liberty to say that I then disapproved your leaving court no less than I disapproved your conduct since your return. In my opinion, you had better not have married again at all than have secured your wife's fidelity by not giving her time to be unfaithful. That is to say, by beheading her on the morning after your nuptials. I stayed at Trebizond no longer than was necessary to restrain my vassals within the limits of their obedience, for they were on the point of rebelling against your edict, by which it was supposed that all other sovereigns would regulate their conduct. I assured my subjects that I had not the least design to introduce the fashion at Trebizond. Then, having purchased the list of tournaments for the present year, as also a description of the most dangerous adventures to be met with throughout the universe, I set out with the design of rendering my single name as celebrated as appears uncommon. Without vanity, I may venture to say that I have not quite failed in the attempt. My preparations were quite different from those made by adventurers in general. Instead of a squire to carry my armour and relate my exploits, I took with me a secretary to write them down, and never had a poor secretary so much to do. Fortune favoured me where I went. No beauty could resist the grace of my person, and no hero the valour of my arm. However, I soon grew tired of being always beloved without ever loving. And if luckily I had not found every day some monster to kill or enchantment to destroy, I know not what I must have done for amusement. My secretary, who was naturally a man of sense, and who was much improved by living in my society, endeavoured to comfort me by demonstrating that there were misfortunes in life, even greater than those which I complained. "Heaven grant," said he, "that the happy Facardin may never know them, and that fortune may guide his steps far from the fertile plains and dangerous climates of Astrakhan." It was midday, and we found ourselves in the midst of a thick and pleasant forest. I was on the point of selecting some shady tree, beneath whose boughs I could seat myself to hear at my ease my secretary's accounts of the same Astrakhan, when we perceived 2 strangers advancing towards us, mounted on camels. The first attracted my attention, as well by his appearance as by the action which he performed as soon as he came near us. His figure was the most noble and elegant that I had ever beheld, and his features were so beautiful that, although accustomed to see me every day, my secretary could not forbear expressing his surprise and admiration. We had full time to examine him, for stopping his camel opposite to us, whom he did not observe, he took his helmet from the hands of his attendant, but instead of putting it on as I expected, he sighed several times and fixed his eyes tenderly upon a bird sparkling with gold and diamonds, which I took for an eagle, and whose extended wings overshadowed the helmet. After contemplating this image for some time, he kissed it respectfully, then returned the cask to his squire. He passed on, still plunged in the same profound reverie which had prevented his observing us. It was then that I reflected upon the words of my secretary. I could not but own that a man really in love must be extremely discomposed at finding in his way such a rival as this stranger. I could not resist my curiosity to know his name, and my secretary, having stopped the squire to ask the question, returned in dismay to inform me that he was called Facardin. "Just heaven!" cried I in astonishment. "Facardin!" At this exclamation, the handsome knight, thinking that I had called him, turned his camel's head and inquired my business. "I would only ask," said I, "whether it is possible that your name should be Facardin."
"It is too true," he replied. "Would to heaven that it were not. Since I attribute to a secret fatality attached to this villainous name the greatest part of my misfortune."
"May I inquire," demanded I, "what those misfortunes are?"
"You shall know," answered he very politely. "I should be the most constant man upon earth, if I were not as unfortunate in love, as for some time past my heart has been susceptible. Still, I cannot complain that my mistresses have deceived me, for none have ever pretended to love me. It is true, the most adorable of mortals, the only woman ever to beheld me without aversion, seemed for a moment to return my passion. But alas, she only proved her regard by putting me to a trial, whose remembrance makes my blood run cold. But to return to what I was saying, it is impossible that although I want all other recommendations, my assiduity, attention, and compliance should be unsuccessful elsewhere, if this ridiculous name did not bring me bad luck.
"How," said I, "can a man like you have offered his heart in vain? And can a person of so much sense as you seem to possess imagine that your name is the cause of your rejection?"
"It is plain truth," continued he. "To convince you of it, I need only relate my adventures. But doubtless you must have more weighty employment than listening to the history of my disappointments."
I assured him that just then I had nothing better to do. And to give him some little hope that his fortune would change, I addressed him as follows. "Be assured," I said, "noble stranger, that a name is only lucky or unlucky, according to the fortunes of the person who bears it. I know not from what country you come, but to judge by the wonders which you relate of their rigour and cruelty, the fair ones who inhabit it can be no other than wildcats. I am called Facardin as well as yourself, but to show you how little the name signifies, know that I have met with 100 beauties in my travels, some of whom were of the first distinction. None of them ever cost me more than a single sigh. My secretary shall give you a list of them, with their addresses. Pay them a visit, and when we meet again you will tell a very different story."
"Alas," replied the unknown, "though you found them lambs, to me they will prove tigresses. In every woman who I address, never have I failed to excite disgust, the matron of Mount Atlas excepted, who must have excited disgust herself in hearts the least dainty and most susceptible. Listen to me for a few minutes, and you will be convinced of the truth of this assertion."
We now quitted our camels, and while our attendants gathered dates and pomegranates for our refreshment, we chose in the thickest part of the forest a convenient place to repose. The stranger then addressed me as follows. End of section 17. Section 18 of Romantic Tales. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read by Hannah Carr. Romantic Tales by Matthew Lewis. The Four Facardins, Part 1.2. The History of Facardin of Mount Atlas. I have vowed never to discover myself, so long as my heart shall remain thus ridiculously susceptible of first impressions, and my person thus universally scorned even by those very damsels who to all others are very far from being cruel. You must excuse, therefore, the concealment of my birth. Neither will I mention the kingdom which I quitted with the design of signalizing myself by some remarkable action. Suffice it to say that my first object was probably the same which brought yourself and so many other adventurers into the field. I mean the conquest of Muselina the Serious, heiress of Astrakhan. But although, as you already must know either by experience or by report, she is the most perfect of mortals. I undertook this adventure less from curiosity to behold or wish to possess her, than from ambition to perform a task so difficult, I may say indeed so impossible. Glory was then my heart's only passion. On the subject of love, I felt the most absolute indifference. As yet, I have met with no more than 2 adventures which can merit your attention. The first happened in the Isle of Lions, and gave rise to the second, which took place upon Mount Atlas. The circumstances were as follows. At 2 days' journey from that famous mountain, on whose summit, if poets tell the truth, heaven and the zodiac recline, a vast forest extends itself to the very brink of the sea. This forest is filled with animals of every kind, those of prey alone excepted, and we met them in such multitudes that it was frequently by no means easy to force a passage through them. The inhabitants of a small town, which is situated on its confines, afterwards informed us that all the lions of the surrounding desert used formerly to quit them for the sake of hunting in this forest, and that having eat up the stags, goats, and hares, they proceeded to eat up the men, women, and children. In this distress, the people had recourse to the enchanter Carmusal, who resided on the mountain summit, by whose spells the whole lion nation was banished to a small island, which I easily saw from the part of the shore where the sea bathed the foot of Mount Atlas. Unluckily, the consequence of this emigration, the stags and hares had multiplied so prodigiously that the distress was nearly as great as during the reign of the lions. The enormous herd, which I had observed in my way through the forest, spreading their ravages to all quarters and devouring the whole produce of the country. To remedy this complaint, a hunting match was made every year into the neighbouring isle, not with the intention of disturbing or hurting the lions, but of taking a dozen and turning them loose in the forest. I was also informed that this hunting match was to take place in 2 days, and that if I chose it, I might be present at it. By any other than a knight-errant, a lion hunt might not have been thought a party of pleasure, but I accepted the offer with great joy. The rendezvous of the hunters was on the shore opposite to the Isle of Lions. The isle seemed to be tolerably extensive, of a wild aspect, and much wooded. The preparations of this chase surprised me not a little. I expected to find plenty of huntsmen, armed with darts, arrows, and clubs, besides dogs of all sorts and sizes. Instead of this, I only saw 20 men, accompanied by the same number of girls, young and by no means ugly. Each girl held a cock upon her wrist, and the boats in which we embarked were well supplied with strong nets. As we approached the isle, we could hear roaring howls so loud and terrible that my squire, though naturally brave enough, was evidently by no means at his ease, yet not one of our nymphs was in the least disconcerted. The shore was soon entirely covered by troops of these polite lions, who waited impatiently to receive us. I did not see the possibility of disembarking in front of our enemy so tremendous, but 3 of our vessels touching the shore before the rest, 3 stags were instantly turned out, whom the lions pursuing. The entrance of the isle was left clear for us. As soon as we landed, we advanced into the depths of the forest, and here, while the men spread their nets, the women covered the cocks with small hoods, similar to those which are put on falcons. Scarcely were the nets spread, when the lions returned to us at full speed. There were about 24 of them, and all, as far as I could judge, were lions with good stomachs. But, as we only wanted 3 or 4 at a time, one of the girls unhooked her cock and pulled him twice or thrice by the tail. The spot in which we stood was so dark that the birds imagined that day was breaking and began to crow with all its might. The lions, at this, were so terrified that they fled from us with all expedition, one excepted, who fell into our toils. He was immediately embarked with one of the huntsmen, and the girls whose cock had just crowed. Though the lion was sufficiently entangled in the net to prevent his doing any harm, it was thought right to put a kid in the same boat, to prevent his thinking the voyage tedious. This mode of hunting, which appeared to me not more novel than entertaining, lasted till every sportsman had embarked with his lion, his lady, and her bird. I insisted upon being the last, the person who brought up the rear running the greatest risk, and I sent off my squire in the last boat which left the island, the one which had brought me remaining for my own use. Being a stranger, the girl of the best courage and the cock with the shrillest voice were assigned to me for fear of accidents. The damsel began to instruct me, respecting the best means of retreating, but enraged to see the cock carry off all the honour of the expedition, I begged her to keep her silent till I had measured my strength against one of the lions, observing that in case several attacked me at once, she would always have time enough to come to my assistance and interrupt a combat so unequal. I saw by her looks that she did not above half like the proposal, but at the moment that she prepared to reply, the lions returned to the attack. Drawing my sword, I advanced to meet them. At their head was the most formidable monster that I ever beheld. His mane bristled and his eyes glared with rage. By accident, too, this lion was deaf as any post, which I soon discovered, for my companion, terrified at his enormous size, made her cock crow without a moment's delay, and its cry was so horribly discordant and so shrill that it went through and through my head completely. All the lions, except that which I have just mentioned, were immediately seized with a sudden panic and tumbled over each other in their hurry to escape. The girl and the cock squalled and crowed until they were hoarse, and the noise which they made was even more disagreeable than the company of the lion. Without vanity, the beginning of our engagement well deserved the observation of more calm and illustrious spectators. I soon drew blood from my antagonist in several places, but in return he gave me a scratch, which, beginning at my right ear, descended like a scarf to the extremity of my left heel. I had but little skill, neither indeed had my adversary, but then he was furnished with a tail which annoyed me even more than his claws. As it grew late, I took my sword in both hands, meaning to end the contest at once before the night arrived. The lion, who, according to all appearance, had the very same intention, rose immediately upon his hind legs, at the same time opening for my accommodation a mouth so enormous as to exceed all measure, all rule, all probability. In her terror at the sight, the girl let the cock slip from her hand. The lion left me to run after the cock, and I left the girl to run after the lion. I soon overtook him, but not time enough to save the unfortunate cock, whom he had already seized and whom he swallowed before my eyes, as you would do a sugar plum. This affront added fresh fuel to my wrath. So much was I transported with rage that without observing the attitude into which the lion had put himself, I struck off his right paw, with which he endeavoured to make me understand that he was willing to capitulate. The ground was deluged by the blood which gushed from the wound. I still kept upon my guard, not doubting that the violence of his attacks would be redoubled by the thirst for vengeance. But vengeance was the last thing in his thoughts. On the contrary, supporting himself against a tree, he cast on me a piteous glance and sighed, "Ah, Facardins." This appeal affected me, and I was on the point of approaching to assist him when the cries of my companion summoned me to her succour. She was exerting all her strength to retain the boat which had broken its cord during the battle, and she knew this to be our only resource. She made every possible effort to prevent its escaping. Finding as soon as I joined her that instead of embarking I prepared to fasten the boat again to the shore, she was ready to go distracted. I told her that I would sooner die than abandon in such a forlorn situation the unfortunate lion, who had addressed me in a manner so affecting that I was going to search of him in order that I might transport him with me to the continent, and that it was my firm resolution to give him all the assistance in my power. She exclaimed vehemently against a proposal which appeared to her the height of extravagance, and besought me on her knees not to expose her, as well as myself, for the sake of an old dead lion, to the fury of all the living lions on the islands. She talked in vain. I returned to the place where I had left him, but it was without success, and I sought him both there and in the adjacent parts of the forest. In consequence, I was obliged to regain the boat, heartily ashamed of not bringing back a lion like the other hunters. But my companion's distress is not to be described. She told me that the loss of her cock had dishonoured her and her whole family forever, and that she never could survive so signal a disgrace. I was still endeavouring to alleviate her despair, which I thought not a little ridiculous, when we reached the foot of Mount Atlas. It was almost dark. I had lost much blood, and suffered greatly from thirst. Having, in spite of his request to stay, had the attention to send back my squire, I expected that he, in return, should have the attention to wait for me on the river's bank, or else at the foot of the mountain, but nobody appeared. My companion, growing more desperate with every moment, resolved to attempt gaining the summit of Mount Atlas, and implore Caramusal's assistance, or, in case the magician refused his aid, to precipitate herself from such place as might seem to her most convenient. To prevent the execution of the latter design, I followed her as long as it was possible, but losing her in the obscurity which prevented my observing the winding paths through which she passed, after much wandering around the cliffs, I was obliged to seat myself in that part which seemed to be most level, and resolved upon passing the night in that situation. Scarcely had I taken my place when I heard the distant and agreeable noise of a rivulet, which flowed among these solitary rocks. So tormenting was my thirst, that heedless of fatigue or the dangerous precipices by which I was surrounded, I bent my step towards the spot whence the sound proceeded. I was certain that I approached it. Still, I should have found it difficult to reach if, by dint of examining, I had not discovered just above me a faint ray of light. I took this for my guide. As I approached, by degrees the light grew stronger, and I fancied that I could distinguish the noise of spinning wheels. I was not mistaken. By the blaze of 2 large torches, placed on each side of the door of a wretched hut, I perceived 2 lean and withered arms, with hands suitable, which, passing through the 2 holes in the door, managed to wheel and spun with more grace than their appearance promised. Having admired for some moment this discreet and mysterious mode of working, I pushed against the door without knocking. It opened without difficulty, and I beheld the spinner, the rest of whose person was certainly worthy of the specimen which I had already seen. Her face was like an old parchment pasted upon a death's head. She was naked to the waist, and never was a corpse more dry or wasted than her miserable body. I turned away my eyes and demanded something to quench my thirst.
"In this abode," she replied, "you shall want nothing, if you will but have patience, and can resist your inclinations and conquer your dislikes."
Thus saying, she embraced me before I was aware of her intentions. Then, placing me by her, she perceived that my clothes were bloody. She shuddered, alarmed at my situation, of the danger of which I was myself ignorant.
"Your death would have been inevitable,"
said she,
"had the succour which I am going to give you been delayed another hour."
Thus saying, she began to undress me, and examining my wound from top to bottom. She pressed me in her odious arms most affectionately, every now and then kissing the place from whence she wiped the blood. The intolerable disgust with which her endearment inspired me did not escape her, but in spite of these marks of aversion, she continued to anoint my wound with an essence whose odour perfumed the whole hovel.
"Senseless youth," said she, "knew you the treasure which you reject, and which I see you will lose, how fervent would your gratitude, how different your emotion."
I was so much recovered and refreshed by this first dressing that I needed not a second to be in perfect health. I now only wished to quench my thirst and free myself from my disagreeable hostess. I therefore requested her to satisfy the first and most urgent of my necessities, since the succour which she had given me would be unavailing if she suffered me to die of drought.
"I must put you to that trial,"
said she,
"which I foresee you will be unable to sustain. Follow me."
So decrepit was she, that she raised herself with the utmost difficulty, and her person gave me so much disgust that I could not bring myself to afford her any support. She was quite bent double, and in spite of the crutch on which she leaned, I thought she never could drag herself out of the first apartment, the most dirty and miserable one that I ever beheld. The next was rather better, and the third much larger and tolerably furnished, but the last was the most magnificent room perhaps in the universe. It appeared to be rather the fabled habitation of some fairy than the apartment of a mortal. Nothing was to be seen but glasses, admirable pictures, and furniture the most costly. On one side stood an elegant toilet, displaying a variety of jewels, on the other a bed, covered with Chinese gold and oriental pearls and embroidery, seemed only to wait the divinity's arrival, for whose use they were prepared. Not far from the toilet I perceived an undress, fit for the wearing of an empress of 18. It took us a considerable time to reach this chamber, for besides that the old lady moved very deliberately, she never suffered me to enter any apartment before she had passed her hand through 2 holes in the door, and spun for a few moments, as I found her doing on my arrival. My thirst was much irritated by this delay. Still, its violence was suspended for some instants while I gazed on the objects contained in the latter chamber. But my companion soon interrupted this examination. "Come," said she, taking my hand, "let us to the fountain. What you behold here can only serve to excite flames in your bosom, and what you want is water to cool those which burn there already. Follow me, and you shall be satisfied." It was unnecessary for her to say this twice. I followed her eagerly. The fountain was within a few yards of the magnificent chamber, and from thence had the sound proceeded which first induced me to search for water. As soon as I beheld it, I rushed open-mouthed towards the largest sheet which fell from the rock above. But the provoking old woman detained me by the arm. "Hear me for the last time," she cried. "If, resisting your inclination to quench your thirst, you can resolve to pass a whole hour in my arms without tasting this water, I will reconduct you to the chamber through which I led you, and you shall be at liberty to pass the remainder of the night with me on that superb couch which you have just beheld." Wishing to accompany this proposal with a tender glance, she turned upon me 2 little pig's eyes, which rather resembled a dog's just dead of the mange than a human creature's. As for me, in the perfect indifference to beauty which I then felt, and the violence of thirst so immoderate, I should have preferred 3 glasses of cold water to the 3 graces. I therefore shook off her hold rather rudely, ran to the fountain, and began to drink as eagerly as if I feared seeing the stream fail before my thirst was satisfied. The lady, to whom I had not thought proper to sacrifice this pleasure, retired while I was drinking, and probably not in the best humour. That, however, was to me a matter of absolute indifference. I now found myself perfectly easy and contented. Sleep came upon me, and I accepted its advances without hesitation. It was broad day when I awoke, and much was I surprised to find myself in a spot the most horrible that I had ever seen. I gazed around me, striving in vain to comprehend how I had got into such a desert, or how I should get out of it. The stream, of which I drank the night before, gushed from the summit of a rock seemingly detached from the rest of the mountain, and I found myself stationed upon this summit. I could perceive the roof of the hut and the enchanted palace, which had excited in me such admiration, but I was separated from them by a precipice so tremendous that I shuddered whenever my eye dared to measure its depth, and on every side I was surrounded by beetling rocks, which, instead of offering me passage, seemed leaning forward for the express purpose of tumbling themselves upon me. Fully persuaded that I had not been transported to this place through the air, I persisted in my perilous search after some outlet, and at length I succeeded in my inquiry. It was the entrance of a cavern, equally obscure and deep, which seemed rather the retreat of some wild beast than a passage to scenes less tremendous. However, I resolved to examine it, and drawing my sword, I descended into the gloomy cave, hopeless of finding any other issue than by which I had entered. But, after many difficulties, I felt that the ground rose and perceived a feeble glimmering of light, which guided me to the spot where day penetrated into this subterranean abyss. This second outlet was totally different from the first. It was a spacious grotto, ornamented with shells and marble statues. A bow of polished steel hung on one side. On the other was a quiver, ornamented with gold and jewels, and filled with arrows. And, in the middle of the grotto, a large cage of jet, inlaid with ivory, was suspended from the roof. I was so eager to get out of the scrape in which I found myself, that without staying to reflect on what I saw, I hastened out of the cave, and was near treading upon something sparkling, which lay a few paces from the door. It was a shoe, whose buckle was formed of 4 diamonds, the most perfect and brilliant I had ever beheld. But the shoe itself was so small and so exquisitely shaped that I bestowed no thought upon the immense worth of the buckle. Having read that Pallas, when she walks, makes the earth tremble and the forest shake, and that the immortal Juno takes but one stride from Mount Ida to the Isle of Samos, I was tolerably certain that I had not found the shoe of a goddess. But I determined to discover the mortal, if it were possible, whose foot could be worthy to wear so delicately formed a slipper. I brought it away with me, though I did not expect to retain its possession long, for I guessed it to be the lady's property, whose hunting accoutrement I had seen in the grotto, or else that it belonged to another invisible nymph, for whom the toilette was prepared in the old woman's hovel. I was still hesitating whether I should return there to seek her, or had better wait in the grotto till someone should come thither to look for the shoe, when I was induced to abandon both designs by hearing cries and lamentations proceed from the rock above. I ascended it in haste, for the voice seemed to be a female's, and since my finding the slipper, my heart was wonderfully softened in favour of a sex, for which till then I had felt the most perfect indifference. I soon discovered that the mourner was no other than my nymph of the cock. As soon as she saw me, she fell at my feet, entreating me to plunge my sword into her bosom. I was by no means disposed to grant her this favour, for she had already inspired me with a tender inclination. I raised her respectfully, and having assured her that I would hazard my life in the attempt to extricate her from her difficulties, I was on the point of seating myself by her, in order to hear at my ease the cause of her affliction, when she gave me a look of surprise, eyed me from head to foot, as if she had never seen me before, and removed immediately to some distance.
"Be good enough," said she, "to sit a little further off, for you seem to me so disagreeable that I cannot suffer you to come so near me."
I obeyed with all humility, and the impertinent creature, turning away her head that she might not see me while she spoke, addressed me as follows.
"Before I disclose the cause of my despair, which perhaps appears to you ridiculous, you must know that the cocks which you have seen are only entrusted to those damsels who, like myself, are distinguished either for rank or merit. 3 grand hunting matches are held every year, similar to that unlucky one at which you were present yesterday, and those young women who in 4 years bring home 12 lions are united to the lovers who attend on them during those 4 years.
In the meantime, they see their admirers at all hours. But 'tis as much as their lives are worth, to grant the least favour till the 12 lions are taken. Should a cock make his escape, 'tis a sign that there has been some little impropriety in the conduct of his mistress. However, if the bird is found again, the crime is not capital. But at the end of 3 days, if he is still absent, it is a convincing proof of a criminal intercourse, and the seceder from virtue is immediately buried alive. It is this which causes my despair. My cock never can be found again, since I saw it with my own eyes devoured by that brute of a lion. Wretch that I am! Why did he not devour me at the same time? Why did I not perish without knowing the most amiable of mankind? Or why did all the men whom I have ever known appear to me as ugly and disagreeable as you do?
Insults so broad would have offended most people, but the worse that she treated me, the more did I admire her, and I was still endeavouring to express my growing passion when her lover made his appearance. I immediately recognized him for one of our hunters, nor was my companion slow in showing his recollection of him. She instantly flew towards him with open arms, and professed herself happy before she was deprived for ever of the light of day, once more to behold the beams of his bright eyes. Now this lover of hers was bandy-legged, pug-nosed, and copper-coloured, and the bright eyes which she raved about, like a Chinese pig's, never had known what it was to be quite open. Having embraced her tenderly, he told her that, guessing her distress, he had provided a boat, which then waited at the foot of the mountain, and that he could easily carry her off if I, who had reduced her to this extremity, would for 1 hour protect them from the matron's monster. "And who is the matron's monster?" said I. "You will know but too soon," he answered, "for he is looking for his lady's slipper, which I see in your hand." This said, he clasped his mistress in his arms, and hastened with her toward the sea with all expedition. At first I felt a little jealous, but no sooner were they out of sight that I thought no more of them. Adventures had succeeded each other so rapidly on this mountain that scarcely could I persuade myself that I was not in a dream. But more were yet behind, for it now happened.
"'Tis you who dream,"
interrupted Dinarzade impatiently.
"You are desired to relate your own adventures, which in the present posture of affairs you should have told as concisely as possible. And instead of this you weary us with another person's, accompanied with details so uninteresting that it is a doubt whether they are most tedious or trifling."
"Then what does it signify?" cried the Sultan. "Whose adventures he relates, so that they amuse me and last out the night? What have I better to do than to hear them? Go on, Facardin," he added, "and heed not the remarks of these chatterboxes, who never are satisfied, but when they are talking themselves."
Dinarzade bit her lip with impatience. The fair Sultana, who had now passed 1,000 nights in bed with nothing better to amuse her than tales only fit to set one to sleep, raised her eyes devoutly to heaven, and Facardin of Trebizond proceeded thus. If I remember rightly, I was interrupted in that part of the stranger's history where he informed me that he fancied himself to have been dreaming while revolving the variety of events to which so short a space of time had been given. I now endeavoured, he continued, to regain the grotto, but instead of taking the path by which I had ascended the rock, I followed one which, after a tedious journey, conducted me to the matron's abode. The door was open, the spinning wheel was still there, but no hands were employed in turning it. Finding no longer so insuperable an aversion for a female, whose first appearance had so much disgusted me, I resolved to enter and review the wonders of the beautiful apartment. I held the slipper in my hand. I ceased not for a moment to admire it, and I frequently pressed it to my lips as fondly as if it had been a portrait of a mistress most passionately beloved. Just as I prepared to enter the hut, I was stopped by an enormous giant, armed with a huge club and covered with rough hair from head to foot. His manner of accosting me surprised me considerably, for his gestures were much less gentle and his looks much more savage than the lions whom I had had the honour of killing the day before. The first thing which he did on seeing me was take his club in both hands and gnash his teeth like a wild boar. The second was to thank heaven for throwing the thief in his way who had stolen his lady's slipper, and he then proceeded to assure me that he should already have dashed out the few brains which the gods had given me, if the matron, his mistress, had not commanded him to reserve me for torments the most excruciating. From the sound of the voice which uttered it, I fancied that some bull was pleased to make me this civil speech. After which the giant, continuing his discourse, ordered me to surrender the slipper and follow him without delay.
"I should find it less trouble," said he, "to take it from you by force, than to ask you for it. But my mistress has commanded me to make you restore it through fear of my prowess, and therefore down upon your knees this moment."
"Are those your mistress's commands?" said I. "Then pray present my best respects to her, and tell her from me that neither you nor all your fellow monsters put together shall make me surrender a shoe whose beauty has charmed me, and which I did not obtain by dishonourable means." As I said this, I saw that the wild dromedary had already raised his club to crush me, and I instantly drew my sword. His strength was prodigious, but as he was not very expert, I easily avoided his blows, the gentlest of which was sufficient to shiver the rocks in pieces and overturn the surrounding trees. However, as I contrived to draw blood from him every time that he missed me, I should probably have finished the combat unhurt, had it not been my fate to get snatched in this land of wonders. It seems that the giant had a nail on the great toe of his right foot, which the Erymanthian boar might have been proud of. This I did not discover for some time, but at length I had good reason to perceive it, for, as I stooped to escape a blow from his club, which he pretended to aim at me, he found an opportunity of giving me a slash by no means inferior to that which I had received from the lion the day before. This incensed me so highly that with a furious blow I lopped off the leg to whose foot was attached the weapon which had favoured me so respectable a wound. His fall was like that of a tower's, and the earth trembled as he touched it. I threw myself upon him, intending to strike his ugly head from his shoulders, but a voice, which proceeded from the hut, made me hold my hand.
"Valiant knight," cried the voice, "kill not my monster."
I obeyed, and quitting him entered the hovel, intending to present the matron with the slipper, which force could not oblige me to surrender, and to explain that I had not obtained it by discreditable means. I now supposed that it must belong to some daughter or niece of hers, for whom in all probability the chamber and clothes were prepared which I had seen the night before. But in vain did I traverse the various apartments. No one appeared, and part of the garments which I had seen near the toilet had been taken away. Hoping to obtain from him some intelligence of his mistress, I returned to the place where I had left the giant, but he also was gone, and had carried away his leg with him. Though I had lost a considerable quantity of blood, I did not find myself much weakened, and was only sensible of hunger for a degree not less violent than had been the thirst which tormented me the night before. I resolved to look for something to appease the first, where I had so lately succeeded in appeasing the second. But the hovel door closed at my approach, nor could all my efforts suffice to open it. The grotto was now my only resource. I sought it for some time without success, nor perhaps should I ever have found it had I not been conducted thither by an agreeable smell of roast meat. With an appetite like mine, I could not have met with a guide more acceptable. I followed it with joy, and no sooner did I reach the grotto than I had more than ever convinced I must certainly be dreaming. How beautiful was the form which on my entrance presented itself to my admiration! A nymph in a hunting dress was reclining on a magnificent sofa, and looked in that attitude as if the Queen of Love had borrowed Diana's garments, to follow to the chase some new Adonis. Part of her bosom was uncovered, and that part which was in my opinion worth all the treasures which the caverns of the earth, the billows of the sea, of the woman in the universe could possibly manage to conceal. Her petticoat was tucked up to one side, and fastened above her knee by a diamond buckle, similar to that which ornamented the beautiful slipper, and the leg, which by this means was displayed, was so exquisitely turned as to make me certain that it could not possibly be the property of a mortal. As soon as she saw me, she gazed on me for a few moments with attention.
"Though the aversion with which your ridiculous deformity inspires me," said she, "and the esteem which I cannot deny to your valor are now combating within my bosom, I am still willing to offer you the means of securing your own happiness, and at the same time of contributing to mine. You have found my slipper," she continued, "and your presumption in touching it is expiated in some degree by the intrepidity with which you asserted your claim to it. Had you surrendered it to the giant, there would have been an end forever of your hopes and mine. For in the man who would possess me, courage is an indispensable qualification. But before I proceed, let me prove to you that this shoe is really mine. Here is my foot. Approach and put it on."
I obeyed with mingling tenderness and respect, and while kneeling before her, my transports were so violent that I scarcely knew what I was about. The shoe was put on with all imaginable ease, after which she bade me take it off again, and then inquired what had conducted me to the grotto. I now, for the first time, recollected my necessities, and I told her that I was dying of hunger, with a look as fond and languished as if I had told her that I was dying of love.
"What?" she exclaimed. "Ever these gross and sensual desires? Last night you visited the matron because you were dry, and this morning your only reason for visiting me is because you are hungry? But no matter. I shall soon discover whether you deserve the misfortune which you have drawn upon yourself by drinking, and whether you will make yourself worthy of that glorious fate which will be yours as soon as you shall have eaten sufficiently, as I am patient to know whether you really merit the advantages which the stars appear to promise you. Take this bow without delay, and let me see whether you can bend it."
I obeyed, persuaded that I would find this task as easy as putting on her slipper, but it was not without considerable effort that I at length succeeded. No sooner was the deed performed than the string of the bow produced a sound so melodious that it could only be equalled by that which proceeded from the cage of Jet, whose door opening at that moment, a large bird flew out with such swiftness as to prevent my distinguishing its species. Surprised at the adventure which I had just accomplished, the nymph surveyed me with attention, but almost instantaneously turned away her head again, as if her eye had been shot by some disgusting object.
"Take an arrow from yonder quiver," said she. "Look upwards, and aim at whatever you see in the air."
I left the grotto and thought I could distinguish a fly far above me. As nothing else was to be seen, I discharged my arrow at it, which was soon out of sight. But just when I supposed it to be in the middle region of the air, so long was it ere it descended, I saw it fall at my feet, loaded with the largest cock I had ever beheld. The nymph ran towards the bird, kissed it thrice affectionately, and drew out the arrow, on which the cock sprang into the air as if nothing had happened, and disappeared in a few moments. This exploit seemed to inspire the fair huntress with more respect for me, though not enough to abate her aversion.
"Yes,"
said she,
"you must certainly be the person destined to release me. Yet if I owe my deliverance to you, how can I endure to pass my life with a man whose appearance is no less disgusting and ridiculous than his actions are glorious and sublime? Prince, be careful of my slipper. Seek through every region of the earth, nor present yourself again before me till you have found a foot that can fit my shoe, a woman that can love you, or a cock that can fly as high as that which you have just seen. Having presented me with one of these three wonders, you will only need to obtain the matron's favor to entitle you to mine. But without this last condition, and one or other of the first three, I shall always be unfortunate, and you never will be happy. However, before you set out in search of these adventures, I must put you to a preliminary trial. You remember, I suppose, that in spite of all entreaties to the contrary, you insisted last night upon drinking. To punish you for this obstinacy, I now inform you that however great may be your disgust, you are expected to eat whatever may be set before you, without being desired at all."
I asked no better. I thought that nothing could be served up at the table of a person so elegant that could possibly balk an appetite so voracious as mine. But when I examined what was placed before me, it was a wonder that I kept from fainting. You never could guess, valiant knight, what composed this diabolical ragout. I am therefore obliged to explain that the dish contained the giant's leg, not forgetting the foot and the large nail that adorned it. The sight made my hair bristle with horror. I turned sick and was leaving the grotto, anxious to escape from so disgusting an object, when without speaking the nymph heaved a deep sigh, and gave me a look no less expressing pity than resentment. That look was sufficient to determine my conduct. I closed my eyes, tore off a morsel from the leg, and swallowed it. Having obeyed thus far, I again prepared to retire, assuring my hostess that I should feel no desire to eat for at least the next 4 days. She seemed much softened by my compliance, fixed her eyes upon me more steadily than before, and so much delighted me by the change which I perceived in their expression that I got down a bit more. On this she drew nearer, placing her hand firmly upon my shoulder, and told me that although she would not ask it of me, it was necessary for me to pick the whole leg to the bone.
"I feel the charm's effect," said she. "My heart tells me that the first spell is on the point of being dissolved. Persevere, and you need not go to find a woman who loves you. But if you leave this place, or if your meal is interrupted before you can empty the dish, you will become, if possible, more disagreeable to me than you are at present."
These words touched my heart, and produced no slight effect upon my head. They animated my courage, but, alas, they did not augment my appetite. However, though the leg was sufficient to feed 10 famished persons, since such was the condition of my trial, I resolved to use every effort to fulfill it, and I determined either to swallow the whole, or to burst bravely before the eyes of my divinity. It was in the very midst of my magnanimous attempt that my confounded squire, who probably had been seeking me for some time, made the rocks re-echo with the name of Facardins. Suddenly the nymph changed colour. She seemed irresolute for a few moments, and then, finding that I was the object of pursuit, she hastened into the subterraneous passage, leaving me more confounded and surprised, and more afflicted than I had power to express. I had perceived that her glances grew milder. The wound given me by the giant closed while I employed in eating his leg, in the presence of the most lovely creature in the universe, who reclined affectionately upon my shoulder, had enabled me to support the horror of my trial. But no sooner did she leave me than, forgetting her injections, I forsook my horrible repast and flew towards the passage by which she had departed. The moment that I approached it, a strong and rushing wind not only opposed my entrance, but raised me with violence from the ground and blew me out of the grotto. As soon as I was on the outside, the door, which had 2 holes in it, similar to those in the door which protected the matron's cottage, closed of its own accord. Through these holes, 2 arms, whiter than snow and more beautiful than Cytherea's, immediately passed themselves. An ebony spinning wheel inlaid with gold placed itself spontaneously before them, and the spinning recommenced with more diligence than ever. I was now convinced that the divinity whom I had just seen was the matron's daughter, and that spinning was a favourite occupation in the enchanted family. I drew nearer with the intention of throwing myself on my knees before the nymph, of whom I saw nothing but the arms, and of conjuring her in pity to open the door, when my squire, having at length discovered me, began to bawl out my name louder than ever. Immediately the beautiful hands disappeared, and the grotto door opened with violence, and the giant, putting out its head, blew in my face with such force that he rolled both my squire and myself down to the place where I had first distinguished the ray of light which had guided me to the matron's cottage. When I recovered from my fall, my squire informed me that it was high time to be gone, and he conjured me to descend with all expedition, while it was still in my power to escape.
"What could put it in your head," said he, "to climb this confounded mountain which is crammed full of sorcerers and enchantments, while all the inhabitants of the neighbouring villages were in search of you? I waited till midnight by the riverside, and then supposing that while I was looking for you there you must have landed somewhere else, in hopes of finding you I hastened to the next village, but here I was told rare news of you. It was reported that you had either seduced or ravished the girl who was left with you on the island, that her cock was lost, that you had disembarked with her, and that both had concealed yourselves in the cavities of the mountain to avoid the punishment of your offence. In consequence, all the inhabitants assembled this morning at daybreak, a council was held, the troops were ordered to march, and one part of them undertaking to surround the mountain and bar every avenue, the other ascended it and dispersed themselves through all the various paths by which it was possible for you to have passed. Now then, my dear master, I gave you up for lost. They had secured me, fearful lest I should apprise you of their designs, and they assured me very seriously that I should have the honour to share your punishment. I was almost distracted to think that a man who had always been so prudent and so indifferent respecting this sort of frailty as you have been, should at length throw away his life thus foolishly for the sake of a vulgar hussy and her dunghill cock. In the midst of these melancholy reflections, a loud shout proceeding from that side of the mountain which was nearest the sea augmented my distress, for it was immediately reported that you had been seized in the very act of eloping with your new mistress. How great was my joy when I beheld the captives! The companion of this unlucky girl was one of the hunters, who it seems had been long attached to her. Their doom was pronounced without delay, and though they continued to assert their innocence, the lovers were compelled to dig a pit, into which he put his mistress up to the neck. After tenderly embracing her and taking a most affectionate farewell, the pit was then filled up again. But at the very moment that nothing of the damsel was visible except her head, and which was also on the point of disappearing, a cock was heard to crow in the air above her. All raised their eyes. The noise was heard again, but still nothing could be distinguished. At length one of the principal persons drew a telescope from his pocket, and declared that it was a gnat mimicking the crowing of a cock. On the other hand, the lover asserted that it was the identical cock which his mistress had lost,
and swore by the great Caramusal that he recognized him by his manner of crowing. While they were still debating this question, a real live cock, which had raised itself higher than ever cock had done before, descended and perched upon the damsel's head. The universal acclamation gave him not the least alarm. He kept his place with great intrepidity, while the whole company agreed in thinking that this prodigy was affected by the great Caramusal and was a convincing proof of the girl's innocence. But no sooner did they approach in order to restore her to liberty than the cock stretched out his neck, clapped his wings, crowed thrice, and then darting into the air with the swiftness of a falcon, in a moment was out of sight. This persuaded the spectators that her conduct with her lover had not been perfectly correct. But, as the cock was clapping his wings, had put out her left eye, he was supposed to have meant this as punishment for granting trifling favours, and she was declared fully justified of any capital offence. In consequence, she was immediately released, both from the pit and her apprehensions. She was conducted home to her parents in triumph, and while they were busied in dressing her eye, I hastened hither to conjure you to leave a country where the mountains are full of sorcerers, the islands of lions, and the villages of men, women, and cocks, who, for anything that I can see, are not a jot better than the sorcerers or the lions. The truth of this account was confirmed by my adventures on the mountain. I resolved, therefore, to follow my squire's advice, and we left this repository of prodigies and incomprehensible events without meeting any further impediment. The more that I revolved upon what had passed, the less I was persuaded that it had really happened. The lion who had called me by my name, the old woman who loved me so tenderly, the young one who hated me so inveterately, the nymph of the grotto who enjoined me to do what could not be done, the water, which I drank with such eagerness, and the meat, which I eat with such disgust, all appeared to have been equally delusions. But the precious slipper was still in my possession, and that was sufficient to establish the reality of all the rest. I caused this helmet to be made at the nearest city, and this cock enriched with diamonds, clapping his wings in the act of crowing, conceals the wonderful shoe which I shall now offer to your admiration. Here, opening the crest of his helmet, the courteous stranger drew forth the shoe which he had praised so highly. It was concealed within the golden cock, which I had first mistaken for an eagle. I confess, most illustrious Sultan, the sight of it filled me with surprise. This slipper was in truth a masterpiece, no less in respect to shape than size and elegance. I could not look at it without emotion, though I was convinced that it was made solely to display the artist's workmanship. It could not have been designed for the use of any human being. In vain did the stranger protest that his own hand had placed it on the foot of the fair huntress. I persisted in my incredulity, having examined it for some time, and with the owner's permission, pressed it respectfully to my lips. I at length restored it to its former concealment, after which Facardin of Mount Atlas resumed his narration. End of section 18.